Don't you forget it, the J. Vibe blowing at the J. Got the loud jumping at the pay. Everything I'm on slap. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping at the bay. Vibe blowing at my J. Got the loud jumping at the pay. Everything I'm on slap. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping out the bag. Another milestone, look at that. Paper boy, I'm a paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl's still a fan. And yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The Rio just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm troubled, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck. And they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit I don't trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I can never take another nigga advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. Just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Out the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Cop a big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the bands jumping out the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice, gonna run up a check. Demand my respect, I'm doing the most. I never quit, they want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping at the pay. Everything I'm on slap. Everything I do is
and you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Yeah. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Ayy, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Ayy, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. Well, welcome back to the internationally known and recognized symbol of YouTube excellence in edutainment, the Boss Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, the notorious one, aka Mr. Coach Alini, better known as the prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA and EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO Niggero of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best edutainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg Greg.
Was just
also the man with one trabajo. That is the ecclesiastical Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolated Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks ecclesiastically in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game, but in case you forget those names, just call me James Bond, Poppy Malo, Hentai CGA, the Lord of the Lings.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Greg Fu Young, the Bind originator, and the undefeated and undisputed true speaker of the space. But in case you forget those names, just call me the benevolent monarch, CGA, see God, Allah. And you're looking at the reigning and defending 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. We got a great show for you lined up today. Just when you have your show all straight and just figured out, you let AI pick out your stories. All right. Hey, AI, originate a stream for CGA. Because look, if you can do it, if AI can do it, anybody could be CGA, but not everybody could be CGA. You know what I mean? Not even AI. Okay. But I had my show all ready to go last night with a couple of segments all chopped up. So all I had to do was wake up in the morning, check the news, and see if there's any news stories that was going to just kick all of my rest of my stream plans off in haywire. And last night before I went to bed, I got a news story. New world order. One ABBA from the duo, YouTube fame duo, ABBA and Preach. He had one of his lings.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Come out and say she was pregnant and post all over Al Gore's internet. She ran to the court of public opinion, predictably ran to the court of public opinion to disseminate lies on ABBA and Preach. All right. Specifically ABBA. Now, I'm going to say ABBA and Preach a lot because it's hard for me to remember which one's which. But shout out to those guys in this particular thing. This is not a hit piece. This is just a reaction to this particular situation because, you know, when Walter Weeks got caught up knocking up his ling, all right, Walter Weeks.
What kind of fuck you
Walter
give me?
Weeks literally came to the stream and watched me flame and cook him. But he also watched me talk about and cook that ling.
What kind of fuck you give me?
All right, so I cooked both of them and I kept it real because I'm the true speaker here. There's no hurt feelings. I'm the speaker of truth. I'm just going to keep it real and tell you what's going on. And at the end of the day, apparently a woman jumped on Al Gore's internet in the court of public opinion to record one of the most bizarre videos you've ever seen a woman record. All right, we're going to actually go ahead and look at that later on in today's show. She was a nobody yesterday, and now she's a somebody. All right, all because what a man did with his dick. One things that you can say about CGA is I will not tell you a lie. I will not lead you astray. I will tell you what time it is. And what time is, it's all men pay. All right, all men pay. Nobody's immune from this bullshit. It's only gonna take you one that's gonna have you out here scrambling and scraping for shit. One misplacement of a seed, one misplacement of your heart, one misplacement of your dick, and now you're out here looking crazy. Right now you're out here looking crazy, recording live streams. Remember when Myron and Fresh went up there and tried to record live streams? All right, I criticized them. I was like, look, Myron pulling out receipts, 6-hour live stream. And I said, that's despicable. I was like, you think you're going to be able to do that every single time? At some particular point, first of all, it wasn't wise to do so. Second of all, at some particular point, you won't be able to keep up if you don't have any dick discipline. You don't have any dick discipline. You're not going to be able to record 6-hour live streams to explain yourself. And this is the situation of ABBA. He's got to get that same smoke. Video. Who's reporting the video already? All right, come on, man. Come on. New world order. Who's reporting the video? I'm out here just having a party. Having a party. All right, what's going on right here? New world. But now what's gonna happen is now you gotta come out here scrambling and scraping for shit. Now you gotta come out here and justify why you did certain things. And the thing is, you know, we all do things behind closed doors. We all have lives behind closed doors, gentlemen. Like what you see me do, like I kind of tell you what I do. So, but I can't tell you everything that I do. I can't tell you everything that I do, but you guys know what I do. And some people think that's all that I do. But you know, I'll be out here in these ecclesiastical streets, out here dusting off
in these streets,
linglings, Mexicans, gorditas, midgets, 4'7" Filipinas, and so forth and so on. White women, you already know what I do out here. I'll be out here telling you what I do.
Where the white women at?
But sometimes as a content creator, and content creators, you guys are the new targets. I've been telling y'all that for a minute, man. Content creators, you're the new high value targets. And people already know what time it is. People know you making a little bit of coin over here. These women know what time it is. And you're the new celebrities. We're the new Hollywood. Okay. So what we're getting is what the rappers and entertainers and actors were getting. But the problem is we're on YouTube. So the best course of action for a person to get attention is to just cut a YouTube video. See, back in the day when the actors and entertainers and athletes were doing what they were doing, women had just didn't run to YouTube. All right, because they were like, the other person's not on YouTube. But now that you're a YouTuber, you got to move a little bit differently. All men pay. You got to keep your nose clean out here. And I know people think, man, you know, I just can't pay for it. You're going to pay for it no matter what. You're going to pay for it no matter what. This is an example. And my man put in months, all right, months and months. And he admits that he was stressed out. All right, this caused him to, he said he was in a cloud. His life was foggy for 4 months. Foggy and froggy. All because, you know, he was a sucker for love ass nigga. He fell in love with the LING. Now, let me just say this, man, because we're going to break this down. For the people who are watching this on the replay, please understand, number one, my editor is going to edit a short version of this, but I think it's going to take an hour or so just to break down this kerfuffle. But for the people who are watching this on the playback, the live, the long form, please understand, I format my live streams for the live viewer so they can live interact within the chat. All right, so I'm not just going to jump right into the show and jump into the thumbnail. We normally do a show before that, and then we jump into the main event at the end of the video. And my timestamp guy, shout out to my timestamp guy, he's going to put the timestamps there so you can jump right to the main event, but you're going to miss a whole bunch of show. And if this is your first time watching you're going to miss the best show on YouTube if the first time you're watching me. But we're going to break this down, and it's going to take an hour or so. So my editor's going to have to do this. He's going to have to, I don't want an hour video. All right, just got to break down the main parts. Give them 15, 20 minutes on the main. But here's the thing, man. I love my lings. You guys know.
What kind of fuck you give me?
You guys know I love a good ling.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
You know I love a good ling. And I always tell you, gentlemen, all women are capable of doing things. Like, I don't say one woman's better than the other. I always just say you're just going to get something different. Like, pick your poison. You know, I'm not anti-black woman. I just tell you this is how I perceive black women and how they generally act. So I generally try to avoid these things. And this is how white women generally act, passive aggressive. And they use their princess, American princess card at will. And you have Mexican Latinas. They're going to stab you. They're very, very, you know, very, very possessive and confrontational. All right. But all of them are great in bed. But guess what? Lings got their issues too, bro. And this ling basically is going to tell you, this is a stereotypical ling response. They're very like, you know, they're very by the book. You're going to see she's kind of like a bot. Remember I explained that? They're kind of like a robot. All right. Very robotic in their actions and movements. The good thing about lings is that when you're dating them, it's going to feel like 1990s dating. The bad thing is that they're going to do the things that women used to do in the 1990s to get you on the hook. See, if you're dealing with black women, they're not going to do any of that because, you know, they're progressive. They live in the modern times. You know what I mean? They've already went past claiming they're pregnant and all that stuff. All right. This ain't Boys in the Hood. The scene where he was swinging in the air. All right. This ain't Boys in the Hood where, you know, she going to fake a pregnancy on you and fake an abort. Like, black women ain't going to, she's just going to go right down to Planned Parenthood and kill the kid anyway. All right. That's what she going to do. Black women don't do that no more. They used to do that in the 90s. All right. But in the exchange of wanting a feminine woman, the ling is pretty much the essence of femininity, right? In terms of submissive feminine nature. The problem is you got to get the other side of that. And you're going to see the other side of that. This is the reindeer games that lings typically play. They're going to play these long, drawn out, gaslighting, manipulative, long range games. Okay. And this is the negative. See, there's always a pro and con. There's always a trade-off. There's no solutions. This is a typical ling game. She's going to do the docile, I'm so helpless and hopeless. I was a victim, gaslighting, manipulation, also negging you. All right. We're going to hear Abba say he was negged and constantly irritated by her. And then she jumps on Al Gore's internet. I'm just a little possessed. I'm just a little person. I'm harmless. I'm like a mouse. Okay. Pick your poison. This is the classic LING, all right? And I love a good LING, but when you're getting into long-term relationships, what does the LING play? They play the long game. They play the long game, the long LING game, okay? So you got to watch out. You're going to do, they could get you, women could get you 150 ways. You just choose one. Just choose one. When you're dealing with women, how you want to get got. That's basically what I tell you to do. And I'm a 50-year-old man. Trust me, I done been there, done that. I done tasted the 31 flavors. I've been around the world and 30 countries under my belt. Also, I lived in Southern California, in New York. I've dated all races, sides, colors, creeds. All right. I know what goes on out here. And I've been trying to put y'all up on the game. Okay. I've been trying to put y'all up on the game. Anyway, to contribute to today's show, it's $ the Notorious CGA. That's on the Cash App. Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. PayPal is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. Welcome to the show. Let's get to the earlier contributors to today's show. This is going to be a hell of a breakdown of what's going on here. Shout out to our brother, been around the world, and he says, Coach, you're never going to run out of content. Free Agent Lifestyle for life. I'm never going to run out of content. I'm never going to run out of content. You know why? Because men will fall in love and do dumb things. Men are going to fall in love and do dumb things. It ain't the women. Y'all be like, these women doing this and these women doing that. Yes, that's what they do. All right, that's what they do. But you know what you do? Fall in love and you do dumb things. And I can almost bank on it and guarantee it. I can guarantee it, man. It's like clockwork. And I haven't been proven wrong yet. All right, people hate that I'm right all the time. They're like, damn, how does this nigga know? How do you know? How does he do it? It's guaranteed. Like clockwork. This shit is predictive programming at this particular point. I don't even know what to tell you. Right? And anybody can get that work. Shout out to our brother Rodney Washington in the building. He says, for the show, appreciate you on the Cash App. Rodney in the building. They don't make Rodneys no more. Rodney's an old man name back in the day. Hey, Rodney. Do people name Rodney? All right. Do they name their kid Rodney? What about Maurice? Any Maurices in the building? If your name is Rodney or Maurice, you definitely 40 years old and up. All right. Rodney, Maurice, Henry. All right. Marcus. These are all old man's names now. All right. All right. There you go right here. All right, shout out to Lamont James says, in my Denzel from Training Day voice, I'm putting NDAs on all you bitches. He says, ABBA should have been a part of the Shield. He says he would have been more aware and more prepared for this. This is what I'm going to tell you about ABBA and Preach. All right, shout out to them. You know, they've taken aim at a lot of Manosphere content creators. They've left me out of it. But of course, now I put myself right in the motherfucking square of their sites talking about them. Because if they've never seen my show, they just gonna think I'm going on them, or this Red Pill guy's going on them. But I talked about Fresh and Myron, all right, and I talk about them a lot, all right, a lot more than I should. But when Fresh got in that situation, and I'm cool with Fresh, I've seen Fresh, I'm hung out with Fresh after Fresh got in that situation with the LING. We've hung out after that, all right. Fresh invited me to other events, okay. We talk occasionally. And when I was doing the stream about that LING, he watched it. All right. So he was in the chat when I was talking about him and talking about how he was crazy as hell for doing what he did. But anybody can get that work, including me. But here's what I'm telling you about them. I believe that they are not who they present. And the reason why I know that, I'm not calling them fake. What I'm saying is, as a content creator, I respect the hustle. I respect the grind. This is nothing new that I don't tell you on Money Mindset. It's that you as a content creator have to be 10 times. You have to amplify yourself 10 times. So his personality is one thing, but as to be able to promote what he does on his content, he has to be 10 times what he appears to be, right? He might think a little bit of the thoughts that he shares on the internet, but that's not really him. So he has a character to display. You know what I mean? Like you have to put on your, I always call it your YouTube uniform, My YouTube uniform was a black t-shirt for a long time. And then I started wearing different shirts and everybody was like, you're wearing a different shirt because YouTube uniform, right? And your character or your niche is your YouTube uniform as well. So they're promoting a certain type of content to a certain group of people and it works. All right. It works. They're very successful at it. But behind the scenes, you're going to be a little bit different. You can either be a little bit ramped down. You're not as liberal or conservative as you appear on the internet. You're not as much of a by the book person, or you're not as much as a renegade or a rebel as you are on the internet. And as a result, I think he knows the game. All right. He knows what time it is. And I believe they're probably secretly fans of the Notorious One, right? They're fans of me. All right. They know what time it is. I believe ABBA knows how to deal with women. He also was the one that got the original beef with him and Fresh and Fit, was that he was vouching for pay for play. And Myron was trying to throw that under the bus. Right. That was the original kerfuffle. Right. ABBA was like, well, sometimes you got to pay for a little bit of box. At the time, Myron was staunch on this PUA stance. And Myron was like, I don't believe in that because a woman don't really like you if you got to pay. And ABBA was like, nah, not really. Who cares? Who cares about all that? I'm just trying to get my nut. Remember, that was the big fracture. That was the big disagreement. And then ABBA was like, remember what you said on that last podcast? And then Myron was scrambling and scraping for shit. All right. You remember that? That was the original disagreement. And then they brought Preach in, and then they brought up that particular point about paying for some JUCO peace leave. Right. And then Preach was kind of like, yeah, nigga, what's the problem? All right. Well, here's the thing. ABBA is really a man at the end of the day. He's not what he completely appears like on the internet. Even the woman that's going to talk later says that. Even Myron's girlfriend at the time said, oh, he's not what he appears on the internet. Now, CGA, I'm Hollywood no matter what. Now, I might not talk when you see me, but I'm Hollywood no matter what. All right. I'm the true speaker, the speaker of truth no matter what. But he knows the game. He knows what time it is. He knows what time it is. And he found out. He found out the hard way. Shout out to our brother here. And I think I had this clip loaded up here. Where's that clip? All right. He says, Alan says, Dave Ramsey's boomer ass told one of his female callers to dump her boyfriend. Why? Because he told her to pay off her $90,000 in student loan debt before they get married. The boyfriend is also paying all the rent and utilities. Don't take advice from boomer men, especially Steve Harvey and Dave Ramsey. Okay, I had that clip loaded up. I don't know if I'm going to play it because, well, let me see if I had it loaded up. All right, I did have it loaded up. I don't know where it is, but, you know, there was so much shit going on the internet, and I got to get this fucking main story out. But yes, I saw that clip. I might play that later because we do have Scott Galloway on the show today. Well, he's not really here, but we have a clip of Scott Galloway. All right, lots going on here. The sub main event, marriage is a luxury now. All right, as CGA tried to warn you. CGA tried to warn you. All right, what did I say? Marriage is going to be for the elite. All right, the New World Order is busy out here. Even Scott Galloway, who simps for the Matrix.
New World Order,
if you will. Even he has to throw in the goddamn towel. Tony Gaskins, listen up. All right, let me see if I got that Dave Ramsey shit lined up. Okay, I do have it lined up over here. All right, if we have time, I'll line it up. All right, like we lining up, you're lining in the front right there. All right, so a lot of these people, what we're doing is we're actually still imploding fantasies. I know people watch me and they're like, bro, coach, man, so what's the solution? All right. Like, yo, it's a cold, evil ass world out here, man. We do have some PayPal love. Shout out to you. All right. I don't know what that is over there. All right. I don't know what Ko-Fi is doing either. So I don't know. I can't tell you what. But we got a brother here that has sent in a double up. So let's acknowledge him before we get on with this part of the show. Shout out to Christopher Lynch. Says, Coach, keep pricing out these Mitches and pushing men to seek excellence. That's one time.
I'm rich, bitch.
That's 2 times. Price out the Mitches.
I'm rich.
Every day I do this, I'm one step closer to pricing out these Mitches. All right. This is a routine at this particular point, but I'm really done with most men at this particular point. I'm done. I'm done. There's no help and there's no hope for you motherfuckers, right? There's no help, no hope. All right. At this particular point, y'all just cannon fodder and entertainment. All right. There's no hope for most of you men. You men are cooked. especially if you don't fucking wake up. All right, y'all gotta wake up. Shout out to Christopher Lynch with the double up already. He sponsored and double sponsored where most people could not and would not. All right, but that's to continue the message and to slap the shit out of Mitches. All right, that's what we're going to do here. And we've been doing that for a good 2 or 3 years. And let's get to this part of the show right here. It is Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Let's go ecclesiastically. Straggle and Sniggle Theater, the comic section of today's show. We got some girls ready. Are you guys ready for the weekend? I got some girls ready for you, some Ric Flair
What's
girls.
up, nigga? What's up for the weekend,
We got some girls for you low-hanging fruit hanging ass niggas. We got some girls that y'all can run game on. It is time. Let's show it, baby. It ain't even Tuesday. It's Friday. It's prime time. Let's get them. Yeah, black man, tune in. Brothers, we got some free Pinocha for you out here. And look at what we got on your screen right here.
Oh, the humanity.
The torta line. Put all of that cheese. Give me that triple cheese dip. Hello, ladies. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. Hello.
Oh, the humanity.
Let's get it. Make it move, baby. Make it shake. Let me get some of that belly deli. Let me get some of that fupa. Let me get some of that front booty. All right. Yes, indeed. Hanging low out there. All right. Yeah, brothers, we starving early in the morning.
Brother starving.
I want to ask these ladies a question. This is the question I want to ask them.
Do you have the stomach?
They do got the stomach. All right. They definitely got the stomach. Ladies,
Do you have the stomach?
they got the stomach. All right. They definitely got the stomach and a whole bunch more out there. Shout out to my gorditas in the building. All right. Our favorite Jamaican uncle's favorite women out there. All right. What was the big one doing there? My glasses are a little foggy. What color did she have on? Oh, man. Which one's my favorite one? I'll take all of them. All right. I'll take all of them. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have a woman that gets arrested. This should be actually before we do that one. We have Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have 2 or 3 young ladies. Well, they're young for you. All right. They're old for me. These women out here talking about why playing hard to get doesn't work anymore. Okay. Why playing hard to get doesn't work anymore. First of all, as I've been saying, you're too old to date, ma'am.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
I don't get why people don't get this. When you struggle with dating, it's because you're too old. You're too old to be dating. All right. And not only that, you're too old to play hard to get. Come on, bruh. Hard to get at 35 and up. Like, come on. So this is crazy work, man. But of course, you know, normies are going normie. And it says right here why playing hard to get no longer works. Let's hear what she's saying here.
The post-Me Too movement has made men not chase as much.
You think?
I think it's made them not try several times. I think that's the biggest.
Okay.
Yeah. So like if you're playing hard to get, you're actually not really going to be getting that much.
Yeah.
In terms of like, some people have this idea like, oh, you shouldn't accept like a date right away. And I'm like, who the fuck cares? Like, because I think men have learned just like, oh, okay, if I ask once and she gives me the vibe she's not interested, I'm not going to keep bothering her. That's the number one thing I've heard from all my male friends about.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, there's no more of this playing hard to get. You reject a man, they've learned, oh, I need to respect that, because if I don't, now I'm crossing over into Me Too territory.
Yeah, of course. I mean, listen, and then the women on the other side is like, you think? Yes, that's what's happening. No means no. No means no. All right. Coercion, sexual coercion is sexual assault. All right. Men have figured that out. Okay. Well, I guess so. Well, I'm going to just go ahead and move on then. Well, that's a no. But, you know, dating guys, people that want to sell you a PUA course, a pickup artist course, they're going to be like, no, you got to overcome objections. Most guys that got reputation and careers don't got time to overcome objections. All right. She don't like me. She ain't interested. Next. All right. There's more fish in the sea. I have an abundance mindset. I can be around the world and And not only that, I got cash in my pocket. All right. I don't need to be out here trying to chase no woman in and pour into her and deal with her hard to get games. All right. He needs to approach me. I'm going to act like I don't see him. And then he's going to tap me on the shoulder and I'm going to be like, yes. And then act like he don't know what's happening. Oh, yes. Oh, so you want my phone number? Oh, but you don't even know my name. You don't even know who I am. You don't know anything about me. Oh, I have a boyfriend. Okay, next. Next. All right. And look at the other people here. And the Me Too movement didn't do them any favors either. But by the way, they're old.
I also think that if you are super hard to get, the only guys who will pursue you like that are kind of the guys who are in it for the game.
Exactly. Dude, look, that's what I've been telling you. She said the only guys, and let's see her finish here.
Yeah.
And that's not the energy that you want to end up with. And
Exactly. So look, so the guys that end up what I just said, and I've been saying this for years, the only guys that they are going to deal with are dudes that are in it for the game. Right? That are just running game. They're in it for the game. They're in it to get numbers. They're in it to try to numbers game and run through hoes. And she said that's not the energy you want. And guys don't understand that. They'll be like, well, you still gonna get, it's a numbers game. So it's a matter of you getting 97 rejections and getting that 3. Okay. But guess what? You got rejected 97 times. All right. Because they know that's not the energy they want. So the only guys that are going to overcome it is the only niggas that's in it for the game. All right. And all women know this. So what the guys are doing is playing the numbers game to find the skeezer, which I call spray and pray. That's not cold approach technique. All that is spray and pray, or find the skeezer, find the woman just willing enough to go with you and desperate. Okay. So this is where most guys have to realize the guys that do this will make you feel bad for not doing it. But at the end of the day, you're doing it right. Never fall in line to believe you're doing it wrong because you're not doing it their way. All right. 97% of women know that that's a false way to do it. All right. And the majority of men know that that's not the way to do it. All right. And that there's too much risk, especially if you have a job, a reputation, you have children in the community, way too much of a risk for a 3% return. All right. And most of the guys that continue to do this, they're either trying to sell you a course because that's their only job. They hustle women and they hustle men, or they have no reputation. All right. They don't have a reputation in the community. They don't have children. They don't have a wife. They don't have a family. Their mama abandoned them. They don't have a reputation. So they're going to continue to push you to do so in order for you to make money. But most people know rationally and irrationally that that's not the right thing to do. All right. Most people know that. Social contract even knows that. People know socially that that's not the right thing to do. But of course, these niggas think they're the right thing. All right. But anyway, go ahead. Go waste your time. All right. But the rate of return is so horrible that you would be better suited to do something else, even spend money. All right. But anyway, we got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have another woman here. Apparently, I'm not going to broadcast who her, I'm not going to show you what her page name is because some of you niggas are starving and you got definitely got some problems watching prawn. But apparently this woman is a mattress actress. But she's going to actually prove something that I've been saying for a long time about the same guys that say, oh, I convinced women to sleep with them. I tricked her. I finessed her. I got her to sleep with me. So this woman actually is saying something here on both sides of the argument that I've been saying. Guys, when a woman sleeps with you, she literally has planned to sleep with you 9 times out of 10. Nine times out of 10, you didn't coerce her. And this is what she's saying right here. She's saying in this video, she says, quote, I convinced her to sleep with me. And she says, wait, really? I have matching underwear on. I shaved my punani. My body's covered in cocoa oil. I've been saying that. Haven't I said that for years? I convinced her to sleep with me. And I'm like, no, you did it. You did not. You did not convince her. She was ready. She was going. 9 times out of 10, she chose. I'm like, women do the choosing. They choose who they sleep with. And literally, men will even acknowledge that. She chose me. Yeah, of course. So you did not convince her. When she came over, she knew she was going to give up that pussy. And the way you know it is, number one, her body hair is all shaved down. Okay, she shaved all her body hair down. That cat don't got no, because a woman's punani just furry all the time. Ladies, tell these niggas, right? Ladies, come over here and show me your furry.
Get him, daddy.
All right, like, even if they have a little airline strip, all right, but on an off day, it'll kind of be furry around there, like the grass grew in and they sprinkle fertilizer all on there. There'll be patchy hairs over here and nappy dug out over here. There'll be nappy curled up hairs all around here. The box be a little bit. Okay, but when they ready to give up the punani, they'll have it all cleaned up for you. All right, and then, you know what I mean? Some women be having it all messed up. Some women, nasty women, don't take care of their shit and they just come over with the funky nappy dug out. All right. But most of them, it just be furry half the time. And then that's why they don't just come over right away. And you be like, slide through, pull up. They like, man, I got to shave down my shit. I got to have my shit all manicured. I can't come over here with the snappy nappy dugout. So when a woman actually sleeps with you, most of the time she planned on it, which does make this a little bit interesting, is that then this is hard to go back on when a woman can say, well, I didn't plan on sleeping with him. You know what I mean? He took advantage of me. He coerced me. Baby, you came over here with matching bra and panties. Not only that, you came over here in pajamas with no panties or bra on. Now, that's really going to be the one where you notice. You came in with no drawers. You came in with no bra. All right, you was definitely came in with the saggy waggies. You definitely was coming to get that box dusted off and had a cobwebs knocked off of that pussy. All right, you didn't drop your clothes or you didn't had a moo-moo on and just came in and was naked underneath with the muff huff just fumigating. All I smelled was muff huff when you came up out of that moo-moo. All right, I was like, whoo, that thing percolating already. As soon as I put my fingers down there, it was sliding all the way. Oh, you ready. Oh, that punani already ready. You don't even have to. All right. It don't even look like a cactus. She ready to go. You ready? It's purring. She like, meow, meow. All right. She ready in the car, just thinking about getting hit. Boy, I'm like, oh, you ready. Oh, you ready. Some of you niggas be having conversations with them. So how was your day? And she out here. She ready to go. And you're like, hey, do you want to drink? You want some water? You want to smoke? Nope. She percolating already. You didn't convince her. Guys, I always tell men them their ego. You don't convince a woman to sleep with them. They are choosing to sleep with you. My black matching underwear. All right. You didn't convince me. I was ready to give up that snappy nappy dugout. All right. Then she said, my shaved cootie cat. It was ready to go. It was trimmed.
Did you eat that cat?
Ready for you to go ahead and lick it before you stick it. All right. That's why women trim it up. They want you to lick it before you stick it. All right. And then it covered in coconut. But you didn't, bruh. You young men out here, your egos. All right. I did this and I did that. And I took her here and I took her there. And I did this and I said that. And then she opened her legs. I was like, bro, she was going to do that anyway. She planned on doing that. All right, and Straggle and Sniggle Theater. I guess we can put this on Straggle and Sniggle. We'll do it. Okay, that's it. All right. But by the way, the woman that said men playing hard to get on men doesn't work anymore. Remember this classic clip?
And if he loves you, he's going to understand that. But if you playing with a nigga who already got options, coochie game's not going to work.
What will work with a guy who has so many options?
Nothing.
So we're talking about here. Scott Galloway is going to talk about this later on. Shout out to Scott Galloway. Coochie games don't work on a man who has options. All right. So a lot of women are going after top tier men, top 20, 30%. Even Scott Galloway acknowledges this, and he's not even manosphere. He's CIA manosphere. He's NWO manosphere. But he even acknowledges that this is a truth. Even yesterday, we've acknowledged that dating is monetized. All right. The articles have already caught up the CGA. It's monetized dating marketplace. It's a luxury item. Dating is a luxury at this particular point. Now, since that's the case, women tend to make themselves available to men who are top tier, top 30%. But what happens is those men don't pour in. They have options in abundance. And so when the woman plays hard to get, you'll be like, next, back on the dating app, back outside, back on the airline, flying to friendly skies. All right. So dudes that have options, the games don't work like they used to. You can't play the rules and make the guy wait for 90 days and him date you just exclusively. It's not going to work. So good luck to them. Coochie games don't work on men who has options. All right. That's Straggle and Sniggle Theater out.
Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
The world only moves for those who take control and force it to respect them. If you're not building, you're declining. If you're not growing, you're shrinking. If you're not winning, you're losing. Every man has two choices. Be the hunter or be the hunted. Be the man who writes the checks or the one who waits for payday. Success is not given, it's taken. Wealth is not stumbled upon, it's built brick by brick, with discipline and vision. The time for waiting is over. The time for hoping is gone. Now is the time to move to build, to dominate. A man without money is a man without options. He settles for scraps instead of commanding the feast. The weak begin. The strong take. The poor complain. The rich strategize. The ones who hesitate get left behind. The ones who act become legends.
Hey, the show is back, all right? Money Mindset, every Sunday night live streams. It's patreon.com/Money Mindset. We get your mindset prepared for the week going into Monday. We do it Sunday night, and we have streams available, 153 past streams, plus your Sunday live webinar each and every week. We haven't missed a week pretty much in about 2 or 3 years, but it is the best place for you to understand how to get from that where you're waiting to become someone, or you're prepared to become someone, or you're prepared to become someone. So we have content creator streams, almost 70 plus. We have money mindset streams, and most of those streams, as the time goes on, you've already missed the window to prepare for what's coming up forward. You guys have missed out on 5 consecutive opportunities to extend your money and your wealth and your generational wealth. You guys have missed 5 in the last 20 years, all right, because you sat around and waited. The time for hoping is gone. Most men will be left behind. Not only most men, most women will be left behind. Not only that, you better boss up or you're going to get priced out. All of you are getting priced out of just about everything, including myself. So you guys check out the Money Mindset. It's available to you right now. Get to the Money Mindset level and get your financial game up. Okay, it all starts with that. All right, anyway, 5 opportunities to become wealthy, and you missed all of them. Most of them you missed because you hoped that the opportunity was gone. Like a lot of you guys, like real estate, you were waiting for it to collapse. It didn't. All right, you were also waiting for Bitcoin to become worthless. It did it. All right, you also, and it was down at what? Bitcoin was at what? I think by 2022, it was like $6 or something like that. It was at a very low price, $60. All right, that was in 2022. Same thing related to social media. You thought social media was going to disappear. Same thing with content creators. All content creators are going to go broke. All right, they're going to have to go get a regular job. Well, every year you're going to have to make sure you understand when the opportunity comes up. E-commerce. All right, when the opportunity comes up, you better be prepared. So you got to have a little bit of money socked away to prepare for an opportunity to get your wealth game up. Okay, or else you're going to fall behind. You're going to be priced out of the marketplace. Not a surprise. Not a surprise. They're going to say, Coach, what happened to you? It is what it is, man. And nobody gives a fuck when you get priced out. I'm going to tell you that right now. Nobody cares. Nobody's going to be like, well, what about the people at the bottom? Nobody cares. How do they expect a family afford to feed themselves? They don't. Right? They don't care about. Now, if you guys, I don't know, you guys are like, well, I don't believe in capitalism. So I don't believe in capitalism. And shout out to our brother here. It is Kaylin says, what's truly worse, being community Dilsnick or being community Punani? When Claudia Jordan said that about you, she forgot that no one has married her. And the last guy didn't even want to sleep with her because she's too old on Valentine's Day. He says, you're banging young Punani who wants to sleep with you. You're winning. Yes, indeed. You're winning. And it only takes 15 minutes to 45 minutes. I'm getting what I want. Get in, get out. And then you get to marry these women later on.
And that's you.
Shout out to John. Blue Baggin says, how long before it dawns on Abba that this bitch was never pregnant and he was simply the come up? We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that because I don't think it dawned on him. See, one thing that I noticed about Abba in his reaction video, and I think he addressed this, and he was definitely honest about him getting played, finesse, getting caught up in the love. But he also doesn't want to answer the hard questions. And this is typical of men who fall in love. What happens is, you know, you got played, you know, you got finesse, you know, you got yourself in a bad deal, you know, you overlook red flags, but you really don't want to ask hard questions. Like, for instance, let's say you have kids with a woman, and let's say you divorce said woman, but somebody says, are those your kids? Right? Because you're like, hey, I divorced my woman or I broke up with my baby mama. She cheated on me. This is happening to Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini. So after a while, once you've broken up and you might be on child support, one question that might jump into your head is, them kids might not be mine. Because once you start putting shit together and two and timeline and shit, you be like, wait a minute. Could it be possible that I need a DNA test on my kids? Well, one thing that men will do is they won't do it. They won't go that far. They'll be like, nah. You know why? Not because they believe that the kids are theirs. It's because they don't want the real answer. They don't want the answer, because if they got the fucking answer, they will go crazy. They know that.
Here's William.
Instead of going, you know what, a DNA test costs $300. Let me just make sure. Most dudes will be like, nah, you know what? Let me just go ahead, because it will destroy their world. And they don't want the real answers. When you've fallen in love and you come off the love high, that might take 5 months, 6 months, a year. It could take 2 or 3 years. But what'll happen is you'll refuse to ask the hard questions. Was she really pregnant? Do I really have proof? Or the proof that she gave me, or I believe her, I trust her. Well, you don't trust her enough. You're not even with her anymore. Do you really believe that there was a pregnancy? Do you really have proof, concrete evidence that there was a pregnancy? That is going to be the difficult question. And most guys do not want the answer. You don't want the answer. Certainly then, if you got the answer, are you willing to come forward and tell the public the answer? You know what? This woman actually lied. Now it makes sense. Most guys don't got the stomach. They ain't got the stomach.
Do you have the stomach?
It happens, brothers. It happens to all of us. Even when you're, successful. Even when you're successful, it can happen. Yeah, man. You don't want the truth. You can't handle it. Shout out to Adrian Paul says, cheers to you and the coach gang. Thanks for the AI streams this week. Just kidding. Boss up time. Hit me with the Kaylee. Shout out to you, man. Kaylee's around somewhere. Where's Kaylee at?
Hi, my name is Kaylee. I'm a blonde. I have no tips. I make boys fall in love with me. They always throwing fits. I like being single. No, I've never been cuffed. These boys want a relationship, but I'm just trying to.
All right. Shout out to Kaylee says, Patrick says, be careful who you judge. Yeah, let me start over. Patrick says, be careful how you judge others. What you condemn in them, you may one day find in yourself. Abba had all that smoke for fresh, and look at you now. He says, how about hypocrisy for 500, Alex? Okay. And that was it took less than a year for him to be in the exact same situation. I try to not criticize people. I try to use people's story, even my own story, as an example of how anybody can get got. But what I try not to do is criticize them. I try to not call people a simp or a cuck. I might use that word loosely here and there. I try to get away of using the word simp unless it really, really matters. But guys, you can all get caught up. And it took him less than a year to be in the exact same situation with a LING. And I think what happened was, and I'm going to talk about this later, he actually saw how Fresh handled it, and he tried to handle it the opposite way. And he wanted to talk about, he kind of broke it down, but he knew what Fresh went through, and this little bit pretty much on point, except that this woman was a sugar baby, the first one. The second one, in Abbott's case, well, she might have been a sugar baby too. All right, for all I know. All right, allegedly, we don't know. And give it some time. Somebody's going to investigate it. Somebody going to pull up some sugar baby apps and see that same ling on a sugar baby app. Give it some time.
I cook, I
By the way,
suck, I shut the fuck
she's
up.
Filipina, so I already tell you about them Filipinas. All right, Filipinas are lethal, bruh. They move very, very sneakily. Sneakily. Is that a word? It's a word for me. Shout out to J Flow says, for the best edutainment on this whole handcuffing and straitjacking platform in the building. Shout out to you out here. Yes, indeed. They always straight jacking.
Straight jacket.
He says, wear your rubbers, and shout out to the coach gang. Wear your rubbers. Be careful out here, bro. All right. And get DNA tests, man. Guys got to get confirmation, man. Most men don't know how to play this game. Women are way ahead of you. Women are running circles around men. Circles. And dudes will be like, I got these women figured out, bro. It's crazy. Shout out to a no government name says, yo, CGA, you stated that poor people getting married was for scarcity, but marriage is a business decision, and those who can't afford it, can they just get together? Not sure what that means completely.
What that mean?
I was saying poor people get married for scarcity reasons. Well, poor people got to get married because that's the only way they can survive. That's probably where it's scarcity. And even if they don't get married, they'll be considered married, especially Mexicans. All right. But anyway, but they won't be married to the state. All right. They'll be married in general, but they won't have a marriage license because they really ain't got no documents to even live here. So why are we going in on the Mexicans? All right. Shout out to my Mexicans. Viva la raza. Que onda? Que lo que? Que pasa? Right. Anyway, but a lot of people that are poor aren't even married on paper. They're kind of married. And then, that's why they can't divorce and get no child support and shit like that. But anyway. All right. Anyway, but they have to be married. They have to be a union, or they have to actually be together. That's the only way they can survive. All right. People can't survive single and being poor. Shit's crazy. I mean, you can, but when you got kids and all. Caitlin says, as men, we might want to bang every woman we find hot, but we can't cream pie all of them. He says it's hard to find a woman who's truly worth a long-term commitment, and that is incredibly attractive. Having babies with women you don't want to be with is an idea. Abba is stuck with her forever. Well, I don't know if she has the baby no more. We're going to find out. All right, she trying to act like she ain't got it no more, that she deleted it. Fetus deletus. But he would have been stuck with her. And boy, I tell you, man, one thing about these lings, man, they played a long game. They are vicious with it. You gotta be very careful how you handle lings. I mean, they little, the thing is, I always tell you, the thing with lings, they're so feminine, they're docile, they're kind of small and petite, and they ain't got no muscles on their body. Their body's made of soy. You know what I mean? They're not it's hard to find a muscular ling. Even when they trying to put muscles, they don't got muscle in their DNA. They just got rice and soy. You know what I mean? They body just kind of, they kind of just can't fight. Even a muscular ling can't, a long can't fight. They don't make good fighters. They don't make good, maybe some Muay Thai shit. But they kind of little and petite, which makes it so what you have to understand because of this. And I know this because I'm a smaller person. I'm a smaller male. When you're small, you got to be able to have your brain. You got to have it in here. You got to be manipulative. You got to be creative. You got to be able to talk. You got to be able to gaslight and manipulate people, because otherwise you just get choked out. Otherwise you just get folded up and put in a suitcase. You know what I mean? Right? With lings, they know this. They could just get folded up. Any ling, like I was in the Philippines with a 4'7" ling. I could literally just fold her up and put her in a suitcase. Like, all right, bitch, shut up. Check her in the baggage. Have her flown in from cargo. You know what I mean? Like, there ain't much she can do. What's she gonna do? Fight? Break out the suitcase? Kick? Scream? Nobody gonna hear her saying meow in the bag. So they know this inherently by nature. When people have a what I call when they have a deficiency, when people have a deficiency, they have to be creative. Otherwise, this is why a lot of rappers, not all of them, a lot of rappers are little niggas. Right? A lot of rappers are little niggas under 5'9". Now, there are some rappers that are above that, but a lot of rappers back in the day, little niggas. Why? Because they had to go outside, get punked, get played, and then they went inside, got their fucking notebook, scribble down all of their frustrations in the rap lyrics. I'm gonna do this and I do that. Who you think you play? You don't even know my name, nigga. You don't know me. I'm from the side of the street. Don't play with me. They have to scribble that shit in the notebooks and then record that shit on the goddamn record. I'll do this and I'll do that. Next time you get in my face, I'm gonna bust this and I'm gonna pull this out and pow, 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 pow. Now, if you find a taller person, typically they don't have the ability to put a sentence together. They're not funny. They're not creative. They don't have much talent. Why? Because they tall. They're big. They're muscular. They don't have to say much. You know what I mean? Their presence by itself says everything you need to know. And then if they do have to open a mouth, all they had to do was be like, all right, like, nigga, do we really want me to choke you out type shit? They don't have to say nothing. They don't have to go home and get in their notebook and then write down all their frustration in the lyrical form and then get on the record. I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. All right. They don't have to do that. So taller people, men specifically, are not very creative people. They don't have to go and paint shit and take pictures of shit and tell how creative it was and use poem and poetries and rap lyrics and R&B lyrics. They don't have to sing. They don't have to do any of these things. You know what I mean? Because they are tall and big. They could just take a girl and be like, you want to fuck? And the woman would be like, impel me. All right. Pause. They don't have to have game. They don't have to have game. They don't have to have game to talk women out of their draws. They just walk in the fucking door and bitches pussies be percolating. All right. Old bitches be like, I'll fuck you. When I see old women in my gym, they be out here still flirting with tall, muscular niggas. Why? Because they want to get impaled. They got fantasies and shit. All right. So they don't have to tap dance, sing. When you see niggas tap dancing, singing and shit, these are short niggas. These are little niggas that be creative. And there's nothing wrong with this. There's nothing wrong with this. This is actually a good strategy. And then you have to compare that to smaller, petite Asian women. They have to do the same thing. They have to be very creative in order to survive and not get folded up and put into a suitcase, a garbage can, all right, disappeared. They have to be creative. And that creativity makes them very manipulative. That creativity alone. See, a big black woman, what does she have to do? A big black woman, let's say she a 5'7" up, 5'7", 5'8", 5'9" black woman. All she got to do is Donkey Kong and shit is over. Rampage. She opens her mouth, her wide nigga nose just flares and nostrils out. She start chimping out, eyes all bugged out and shit, nostrils all flared, mouth wide open, and all she got to do is just Donkey Kong a nigga. You know what I mean? All she start picking niggas up and throwing them, grown ass men, tearing shit up. Donkey motherfucking Kong. All right, it's over. All right, she don't got to manipulate and think and sit back. All right, they used to have to cry, but now they big as a motherfucker. You know, has a big ass house, 5'7", 5'8", 257. Muscular and strong, trapezius muscles like they daddy. All right, all of a sudden they just throwing and tossing niggas and tossing shit and beating niggas up. All right, it's crazy. They got big ass lats, you know what I mean, and fat on top of the muscle. Donkey Kong. They don't got to think about no shit. They could just start intimidating motherfuckers. What? It's over. It is what it is. You know what I mean? They start tossing little niggas around like, whoa. So you can't get no wrong over on them. Latinas, what do? They're kind of small. They tend to be small, but they also tend to be as wide as they are tall. All right. So they have the ability to be either by fat or curvaceous. Being curvaceous, they're kind of wide as they are tall. So they kind of have a double whammy. They can't move all that. They don't have great agility and shit like that. All they got is kind of spicy. Like they know, okay, the boss. So what do they have to do? Since they always in the kitchen making guacamole and cutting onions and celery and bell pepper and shit like that. They always cooking carbohydrate loaded food. They always have a knife close to them.
Now I got to cut you.
They always have a knife close to them. Since they always in the kitchen making tamales, carne asada. All right, they always in there cooking like a good submissive woman. If you piss one off, guess what? She cutting your ass.
Now I got to cut you.
So they use knives, sandals, chunklets. They use anything. They got a little slide. All right, there it is. Knives or shoes. These are the first things they got. What's the closest thing to me? A knife or a shoe. All right, if they really like you, they'll just throw the shoe, the sandal. If they don't like you that much, they're going to stab you. All right.
Now I got to cut you.
They're going to stab you. So that's what you're getting from all of them. What are white women going to do? They're going to cry. I suffered through the years and shed so many tears. They're going to cry. So white women know that if they cry, people believe them. All right, people believe them. What is this nice, poor white woman? What did she do? She's innocent. Look at her. She's an innocent little queen. She's an innocent little princess. What did you do to her? She didn't do nothing to anybody. She doesn't look like she's going to harm a fly. They're just going to cry. He did this. He was so big and black. He did this. He did this. I was innocent. I grew up in church and Sunday school. I would never do something like this. I was abused. I have mental health. They play the victim. And then now your ass serving 50 years in prison over some white woman tears. And the judge hugging her and shit. The judge caressing her. All right, the bailiff combing her hair. Oh, you poor white woman. She put on a cardigan sweater, crying. White woman gonna cry. Look, you're not, and call the police. And call the police. They're gonna cry, call the police. When they, hey, look, they gonna be like this on the phone. You know what? No, they ain't gonna believe your motherfucking ass when I pull these white woman tears out. Hello, 911. This motherfucker, he was over here and he's doing this, and she'll hang up the phone on 911. Now your life is fucked. Because when they come here, I'm going to really put on a show. And she talking big cat shit. You think they going to believe you? They ain't going to believe your motherfucking ass. And then when the police come, help me. He was doing this to me. He had my arm twisted. And then he bonked my head. And he done hurt my finger. My finger, you see my finger? My finger has a bruise on it. Whatever you're doing, guys, let me just tell you. Because you guys talk shit about women all the time. These black women, these black women. All women gonna pull something over you on your motherfucking ass, bro. They all have that thing. They all have that thing. None of them are perfect. None of them are perfect. Well, it's better over here. Just pick your poison. How do you want to go down? Do you want to get stabbed and your dick cut off in the middle of the night? Go with a Latina and cheat on her. Play with her. Play in her face. She'll cut your dick off. Drive on the freeway and throw that shit on the side of the road. They got to go find the dick out there. Shout out to Paul Mooney. They got to go find your dick, your little chopped up chorizo out there. You fuck around on a Latina woman. On a black woman, she just going to burn your car and go Donkey Kong all over your house. Tear up your shit. Destroy everything in sight. Same thing as white women. They're going to cry and go to court and hire lawyers and tear your ass up from limb. Linglings are going to do exactly what you're going to see here later on in the show. They're going to hit your ass over the head with that long game. Pure manipulation and gaslighting. Look at me. I'm so small. Nobody would ever believe me. Why did he hurt me? Okay. You're not getting away with anything, bro. All right. You're not just pick your poison. How you want to go out? Yeah. Shout out to Hustle Every Day. Says, here's some bread, coach. Shit got real. I overextended myself paying down some debt. Fuck Visa, MasterCard. Shout out to Discover Card. Shout out to you, brothers. Shout out to you. Yep. A Ling will be like, all right, here, you want some applesauce? I made you some coffee. And all of a sudden you'll be like, oh, my, I have a submissive Ling. All right. I get to cheat on her, play in her face, and she still makes me coffee in the morning. Don't you love me? And she'd be like, yes, I love you, daddy. All right. Yes. Whatever you want.
What kind of fuck you give me?
And then you go drink your coffee. And another thing, every time I tell you to do something, you better do something. All right. Don't fucking play around with me. And you be like, and she just looking at your ass like, you know how Asian people just look at your ass with that blank look on their face? Like they don't know fucking English, like Mr. Miyagi. And you be sitting there like, she done pour bleach all down your motherfucking throat. She been poisoning your ass for 6 weeks. You be like, see, my Asian woman does whatever I tell her. She been doing it for 5 years, and she don't never do shit. I cheat on her in front of her face, and she don't say shit. You be, and she just be sitting there eating her fucking rice for breakfast. I'm like, yep, nigga dead. She be eating soup. She just be eating soup while you dying. I think I call police. Hello, police. My husband dead. Come get him. No tears, no nothing, because Asians don't cry. Have you ever seen an Asian woman cry? Like a really crying. They don't have tears. Like, I don't know if you know, Koreans don't sweat. Like, Asian people don't sweat that much. You know what I mean? Like, niggas sweat. Asian women don't sweat, especially Koreans. They don't have a sweat gland. And they don't have tears neither. I've never seen like an Asian woman like crying. If they do, they're playing, they're lying. But have you ever seen like an Asian woman in tears? No. I don't see it too much. Like, they don't have emotions to be crying. They don't have emotions. All right, niggas be like, I have. All right, anyway. All right, but they don't be sweating too. Have you ever seen an Asian person sweating? Think about that shit. Think about it, bro. Think about it. Like, they could be working out like hell, going crazy on the treadmill. Have you seen them sweating? Have you seen their workout shirt wet? Have you seen sweat beads running down their forehead? Never. All right, anyway, let me stop. Oh, man, shout out to everybody. Hey, I'm just telling the truth over here. We're all having fun. YouTube, this is jokes. Anybody getting offended, go fuck yourself. All right, anyway. They cold-blooded, bro. All right, anyway, let's get back to the show here. We got what part of the show is this? Crime and Law CGA. We got Crime and Law CGA here. Let me get the sound effect here because we got to get to this admin preach here. Do I have the wrong headphone on or my sound is messed up? Let me see. Oh, that's better. All right, that's better. We got Crime and Law CGA right here. Let's roll the banner here. Have you guys ever been to a bank and tried to withdraw large sums of money and they didn't give you no money? You guys know that banks don't have just a stash of cash. You know, it's not like the movies. They had a movie about this. What's the Christmas movie? It's a Wonderful Life, where motherfuckers found out that the bank didn't have no money. They was like, what do you mean? It's a bank. Don't you just have a vault full of cash? Nope. No, they don't. All right. Now, some of you niggas will never do this because y'all going to be broke all of your life. You'll never know this. But if you go into a bank and be like, give me $15,000, they'll be like, nope. No, we don't have $15,000 to give you. You're like, what are you talking about? Are you poor? Is this your first time in a bank? Is this your first time withdrawing money? What are you talking about? 15 grand? That's no. Well, it happens to be the case that banks do not carry long sums of money. Now, they'll have a lot more money in cash than you can have, maybe about 50 grand, maybe about 100 grand or something like that. And this is for their own safety. Nobody wants every bank to get robbed. That would just make them vulnerable to robbery. And also, there's only so many, trucks that can come. What do they call those trucks? Those Brinks trucks. There's only so much money they can carry to each bank. I mean, there's not that much cash in the system. There's just numbers on screens, X's and O's and ones and zeros. That's all that's on the screen. That's all you have in your fucking bank account. You go to a bank and you got 80 grand in your bank account. Guess what? They don't have that in the bank. It's just numbers on the screen and they move it from one bank account to another and they transfer it over here and there. There's not that much money. And even if a bank does have a lot of money, they have to have that money for a certain amount of time. They might have to have it over 2 days, 3 days, a week. So if they have 50 to 100 grand in the bank, they can't just give you 80 grand of it. They have to be able to have that amount of money to distribute to customers throughout the week. Okay. So that's what a lot of people don't understand. And it's only when they try to do something like buy a car off Craigslist that they run into a bank, I need 35 grand. And they'll fill out a withdrawal slip and think they're going to get 35 grand in cash and go buy a car off of Facebook Marketplace. But nope, it don't work like that. That's not how it works. This is a woman that found this out. All right. And it was, I can't say it on the internet, right, of what this woman's racial qualifications are. But this woman went in the bank with her husband, what do we call him? Not Henry. What was that bitch ass nigga's husband name where the woman was like, stab him, get him? I can't remember that guy here, but there's the goof troop husband. All right. These goofy husbands, these are the people that say, I got a husband. Look at this nigga, bruh. Look at this. No, not Clarence. What was the dude's name? Was it Clarence? It was a black woman getting beat up and then she was doing something and she was like, get him. Larry. Was it Larry? It was Larry. Larry, get him. This is what people say, Coach, man, there's people and happily married people. Look at these people, bruh. These are the happy married couples. And he a whole bitch ass nigga. And you gonna see that.
Look at this
bitch ass nigga.
He a whole Larry. And look at these men. Look at married men. Married men. Let's do yourself. Married men. Come on, bruh. When y'all come in here caping for your marriage and you look like this, bruh, come on.
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
She controls Larry. Larry, the only way Larry can get pussy is when she ration out 3 pieces of pussy the whole week for him. The whole month for Larry. Larry ain't gaming her for no punani. Come on, Larry. All right, anyway, this woman here is upset she can't get $5,000 in cash.
What's going on?
We're trying to get money out of
All I want is $5,000. It's 2025. I can't even get $5,000 out of my account.
Down.
No, but the man now.
Calm down with me.
I don't give a damn about you.
Okay, all right. Listen.
All I want is my money.
Okay.
You got the damn ID.
Okay. Who are you, sir?
Her wife.
Okay.
Her husband.
Watch.
Her, bruh. Look at that. I told you.
Look at this bitch ass.
He said, who are
nigga.
you, sir? This nigga said her wife. Yeah. Yeah, I told you, bro.
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, I told you. These, bruh, he gets pegged by her. He gets pegged by her. These are the dudes that y'all say have these great marriages. Her wife, I mean. Man almighty.
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
That's incredible, bruh. That is incredible. Golly, man.
Okay, who are you, sir?
Her wife.
Okay,
Her husband.
watch out of the way. Watch out of the way. Move out of my way. We're gonna step over here. We're gonna step over here. We're gonna go in cuffs right now until you.
All right, so look, this is when I tell you, dude, women get men fucking killed out here, bruh. So she acting like Donkey Kong, as I described earlier. Donkey Kong. She going Donkey Kong, as I described earlier. And then the dude's trying to protect her from going Donkey Kong instead of knocking her out and slapping her because she the problem. Just let me knock her out. He could go to jail for knocking her ass out, but he about to get killed by the police trying to protect her from going Donkey Kong and ape. Come on, bro. Let's see what else is going on here.
You calm down, okay? Okay,
please,
sir. Move out of the way.
Babe, just calm down.
We're going in cuffs right now.
He's
Just
awesome.
calm.
Boy, Adam,
Let's go
David,
with
Don't.
Adam, Paul.
Just calm.
We're going in cuffs, so you calm
Boy,
down.
Adam,
Just
David,
calm.
Adam, Paul,
Babe.
Adam Lincoln.
Give me your hand.
Sir,
Got
please.
your ID.
She's not under arrest at this point.
Okay, but
She's
just,
just.
Are you serious?
we're just trying to get our money.
She's calming down.
She's got all her.
Get a picture, please.
She's got all.
Good.
I love this.
She's got all her.
Come on, let's step over here.
I'm moving
Just
over.
make come
Let's
on,
go.
please.
Wow.
Are you serious?
Oh my goodness.
A Saturday
Hey man,
morning.
move your hand, bro.
Let's go.
All I want is $5,000 out of my account, cash money.
Let's go.
Why are you doing this?
Let's go.
This is crap.
She's detained right now. I'm going to sit her in the back of the car to calm down. She's just screaming.
Yeah, she's just screaming, aka going Donkey Kong. All right, so ladies, Donkey Kong. Now, the woman probably will explain, ma'am, you need to order $5,000 in advance. And especially if you live in a podunk town like they live in somewhere in Missouri or Mississippi, they ain't got $5,000. It's a country ass bank. It's a country ass credit union with a whole one stoplight, not even a whole stoplight. They got a light that flashes yellow and red. All right, that's the fucking light. There's no green light in this town. Look at these fucking pieces of shit cars here. They're in somewhere in Meridian, Mississippi. They don't got 5K. They don't got 5K. They don't have 5K, bro. Not in cash. So that you're going to have to order that. And then we're going to set an appointment where you can pick up your cash a couple of days. We can have the Brinks truck come on through. And we can have your money. She don't want to do that. I want my money now. It's a Wonderful Life. Okay, here we go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Are you serious?
Let's go. Not doing this.
Are you neither?
Walk.
You walk.
I keep talking back. Walk, you walk. Like, bro, you're detained at this particular point.
You're sitting in the back. You're sitting in the back.
Get your mom in the back.
Get your mama in the back. You know, black folks, man, what are you talking? Now your mama got to get in the back. She got to be drunk. She has to be drunk. Well, I'm not even gonna give her an excuse. This is her true character being revealed, and under duress and stress and anxiety, anxious situations, your true character is revealed. Now he's got to walk, get your mama in the back, and why can't she get a cashier's check, right? And so here's what I'm gonna tell you. A lot of people will tell me because a woman's older, she's more mature. Oh, you should date a woman that's more mature because younger women aren't mature. As I said, there's not much difference between a young woman's maturity and an older woman's maturity. The only difference is what situation you put her in. Okay, so you have the same woman, an 18-year-old woman and a 55-year-old woman. Well, she'll be more mature because she's learned to be mature in certain situations that are even keel. But soon as you place anxiety, stress, or any sort of what you would call anything that they have to overcome, they just turn into a 12-year-old, just like the 18-year-old would. It's the same age. It's the same age. The maturity age and the emotional age is pretty much the same. The only age that's different is the age on the chronological age. That's the age on the calendar. That's it. They all have the same maturity. The maturity tends to not develop. She tends to change maturities when her sexual ability to pick up other people is gone. So maybe when she's 80, 70, today the woman got to be past 70. But if that woman thinks that she has a lot of sexual options, she'll never mature. So let's continue here.
You have anything on you? 31, can you search before I said it? No. Go ahead and sit. Go ahead and sit. I'm not doing this. Sit down. Sit. Do you want another charge?
You can charge me whatever you want to.
See that? Look, I'm telling you, there's no difference. She got her lips all pursed up. You already know when Nana got them lips pursed up. You can do whatever you want to. All right, hit her on top of the head, please. Donkey Kong her. She don't want to listen. All right, man, somebody smack her real quick.
Sit in the car.
At this point, you can charge me whatever you want to.
Listen, the choice is
Black trying to bank.
Sit down.
Black trying to bank.
Now it's Black trying to bank. Ma'am, just know how the system works. You got to know how the system works. This has nothing to do with racism. You just don't have the experience in the class at this particular point.
That's what I am.
That is nothing. Sit down.
Black trying to bank.
Sit. I'm going to give you one.
Black.
I'm going to give you one more chance here.
Bank.
Being black trying to bank. I mean, that's false. That's false. I've seen white people do this. I've seen this get done to all types of people in the bank. I've seen this at least 3 times in person in the bank. All right, where that happened. People thought they was going to get cash. I just need $20,000. Well, what the banks want to know is, they want to know what you're using the money for, which they don't have the right to know, but they don't want to get caught you doing drugs transactions with the money using the bank as a funnel. So they don't want to be a part of a drug business or something like that, right? So they want to know, they're going to ask you, yes, when you withdraw money, large money from a bank, they're going to ask you, and you better be prepared for an answer, or you better be prepared to say, I ain't telling you shit. And you also better be prepared for them saying, we can't give you the money. All right, so you better be prepared for this. It's going to happen. They're going to ask you what you're using it for. Now, if you get a cashier's check, they may not ask you. So you go in there and get $5,000 to $35,000 cashier's check. They may ask you, who do you want me to make the check out to? That's still them getting information from you. And then you can say, I'll put it on there. I'll write it on there. All right, I'll write it later. They'll still issue you the check because the check is protected. All right, that money's protected because it's a check. So if something goes wrong, something goes left, they obviously know you're not going to use it for drugs, because who uses a check for drugs? They're still going to ask you. They'll still be like, hey, who do you want me to put the person's name? Want me to put their address? Want me to put a reference number, an account number? So that's their way to get the information from you. But getting the cashier's check is probably your best bet. All right. But moving $5,000, $10,000 around, obviously you can't even travel with more than $10,000 without claiming it internationally. So, I mean, $5,000 is moving up to that number. So the banks want to know some shit. They want to know some shit. They're not just going to hand over $5,000. Not all the time.
Chase!
I'm going to give you one more chance. All right, sit. Get in the damn car. Jesus. Because she was losing her mind. Because she was screaming, man. I would have just talked to her just like this if she wasn't losing her mind all in my face, right? I'm not trying to fight nobody today. I came to work just like you go to work every day, man. I'm not trying to fight nobody for no reason.
Now, what is Larry going to do? He don't even know what to do with his life. Okay, now he don't even know what to do with his life. All right, so he's like, what am I going to do with the rest of my life? My wife runs me. All right, I'm the wife. She's the husband. All right, how am I going to eat tonight? Who's going to argue with me? This is going to be the best day or two for Larry. Just Larry, enjoy these next 2 days of peace and quiet. Go home, go find you a young piece of ass to rent, go down to Harry Hines, go down to Figueroa, go down to wherever you go in Tupelo, Mississippi. All right, do what you need to do and go get you some young pussy tonight. All right, go to the Momo, go to the Stankin' Momo, go to the Sleeping Fuck, go to the goddamn Snooty Fox. All right, the Hidden Woods, the Hidden Pines. All right, the Comfort Inn, the motherfucking hotel, motel, the Holiday Inn. Go get you some young poon and then go bail out your husband or your wife or whoever you call him as. I don't even know, man. Larry, it's all right. You're going to be okay. Oh, codependent ass, boomer ass nigga.
That's disorderly?
Yes, that was 100% disorderly, yes.
How was it? What was
Just
disorderly?
screaming,
Just yelling?
yes, screaming.
Just
So
yelling?
nuisance in public is disorderly, yes.
For yelling?
Yes.
For yelling. Black people, yelling is disorderly conduct. You can get arrested for this. Now, here's the funny thing about it, bro. You can get arrested for disorderly conduct and disturbing the peace. Now, Larry, here's another thing. You're going to need some cash to bail your old Donkey Kong ass wife out of prison. You're going to need some cash, nigga. So I don't know what you've already run into a problem getting cash out there at that little country ass bank. Okay. But now here's your next problem. You're going to need cash to bail her ass out, nigga. I don't know whatever happened to that 5K. So you better figure out how to go get some money, nigga. All right, you're going to have to drive all the way to Monroe, Louisiana, because I don't know, man. All right, you couldn't get 5K out. She going to have to post at least $500 to $1,000 bond, nigga. You're going to need at least 1,000 and you're going to need at least 1,500 so you can get some ass before you bail her out. So you better go get 1,500 in cash right now, Larry. Bitch ass niggas, man.
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
You guys don't realize the stuff that you can do. The stuff that you can do to get arrested. Like, you guys can get arrested for anything, or at least detained, or at least put in the holding tank. I was telling somebody the other day, again, let's talk about this again, just as a means. This is a teaching point. You may face problems trying to withdraw large sums of money out of a bank. It's not always going to happen, but it could happen. So you need to be prepared. The best way to be prepared is know that you must order it. Ordering it will prevent the problem, but you could go in the banks and get large sums of money if you live in a big city, right? A big city, no problem. A small bank or a small credit union could be a problem. So you better anticipate the problem and just order ahead, right? Order ahead so you don't have a problem. Otherwise, you're going to turn into this. But also, disorderly conduct, disturbing the peace, yelling, screaming. I know people think that that's part of a regular society, but before niggas ruined the cities, people don't yell and scream. In fact, when you go to Asian countries, people ain't yelling and screaming, because in a regular society, before niggas took over cities, yelling and screaming was no go. There were quiet hours. Stores closed at 6 o'clock. All right. People went home to their family and had stovetop stuffing and fucking shake and bake. All right. People were quiet. People didn't play loud music in their cars. Now, I know you guys over the last 30 years think that's fucking normal. All right. Booming systems. But yes, causing a scene and disturbing the peace is a crime. All right. You can get arrested for that. Same thing as speeding. Okay. Same thing as speeding. Do you guys know if you are driving over a certain speed limit, they can impound your car and arrest you and charge you with reckless driving? All right. People literally I'm telling you, people don't know the law. And until the law hits you square in the face, you're like, what? I'm going to jail for speeding? Yep. All right. Yes, you're going to jail for speeding. Because if you're going 90, 100, 110, you going to jail, nigga. You could go to jail. Now, somebody could be like, I did it. I never went to jail. Sometimes you don't go to jail, but sometimes you can. If you get a fucked up cop or a cop that's just on one, okay, and you going 110, reckless driving, jail, right? Impounding your car. And now this is going to cost you a whole thou wow for speeding going at, bro. You can get got like that. So you better be careful on that one. It's not that, like, just issue me a ticket. If that officer just on one for that day, you can get got like that. I actually had a situation here on Crime and Law CGA. This is a teaching point. The main event's coming up here in an hour. I was driving in Washington one time, speeding. I saw the cop, because cops typically sit under bridges. So if you know you're going to see a bridge, police officers typically use bridges to hide off of. I don't know if it's to get the radar gun to reflect off the bridge or something like that, or they're hiding from the sun or the rain, the elements. I don't know. Maybe if you're an officer, you can tell me. Anytime you see an overpass, you can anticipate that that's more than likely where the patrol officer is going to be, the highway patrol. So I'm driving. I see the overpass and I see the cop. I was like, oh, okay, there he is. So I slow down, and he still gets me, right? So when he gets me, he pulls me over, and I was like, okay, what's going on here? And he was like, oh, I caught you speeding. And he told me what the speed was. Now, I know I was going faster than that, right? I know I was going faster. So he basically was like, I know you saw me and slowed down, but this is where I got you at. So that's why I pulled over. And I was like, let me see the radar gun. Because in some places, I say, you're required to show me the radar. But the funny thing was, I knew I was speeding more than he actually got me at. And some cops even know that. They're like, look, let me just write you up real quick. This is what I got you at. Boom. Take the ticket. But I said, hey, let me see the radar gun. And he was like, I don't got to show you the gun. And I was like, yes, you do. And he said, okay, listen, I can get you for reckless driving, or you could take this fucking ticket. All right. And cop, he basically was saying,
shut your bitch ass up.
That's what he said. He was like, oh, you want to fuck around? He's like, what? Okay, so this is what we could do. We can make your whole day fucked up if that's what you want. Because I can write your ass up for going 100 and then see your ass in jail, impound your vehicle, you bail out, see your ass in court. And he gonna show up. He was like, fuck around, find out. He was like, we could fuck your day up. I could get you for reckless driving, impound your vehicle. And I was like, never mind. I was like, write me up. I'll take it. 75 sounds reasonable to me. All right. Give me the ticket. I was like, give me that ticket. And he gave me the ticket. And the funny thing was, because he denied that he didn't have to show me the gun, the radar. He was like, I don't have to show you the radar. But the funny thing was, when he wrote me up, he came back and he showed me the radar. So I do think that he had to show me. I was right. But he did pull my whole card and said, yeah, nigga. Shut up. All right. You want to see my radar? All right. We're going to see it in court. All right. I hope you got bail money, ticket money. I hope you ain't got no parking tickets. I hope your car is registered. All right. And all that shit. Because it's about to cost you $2,500 overnight real quick. And I was like, go ahead. All right. I got you. You got me. You caught me. All right. Right up. 75. Cool. I'll pay it. All right. Anyway. All right. Anyway. So don't fuck around messing up, thinking that y'all can just do anything in the world. I think what happens is we see people do things in the world and we think we just can get away with things. And you catch a cop on the wrong day, they can mess up your whole, right? They can mess up your whole life. It's just yelling and screaming, jail. Anyway, we don't know what happened to that old woman there, that old Donkey Kong. All right, but pay attention, man. Don't mess around out here in this world. This is an evil ass world in the end of the day. Cops are human beings. I know y'all think that they are messed up, but it is what it is. Shout out to Personal Freedom over on the Ko-Fi. Wow, is Ko-Fi back in action? If y'all want to use the Ko-Fi link, I guess somebody snuck through. Shout out to Personal Freedom. I don't know how you did that. All right, because we've been having problems. Maybe I did email them yesterday and tell them they messed up my Ko-Fi. All right, but he hit the Ko-Fi up. So if you guys want to hit up the Ko-Fi, you could do that. I guess I can put the link in the description box for you. All right, but he got through. I don't know how he got through, but they was trying to ban a nigga real quick. They was trying to ban the iggity and get down with these ooze rhymes. Okay, let me see here. I'll put it in here. And some people be like, well, these cops racist, and they be trying to. So and in the heat of the night. Let's see here. We got some people over here on the Cash App and the PayPal, so we need to acknowledge them. And we're matriculating the ball downfield. We got some stuff to cover. We got Kevin Will says, for the best entertainment on YouTube. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to Kev Will. We got our brother here, Mike Flake, says, ABBA put Fresh on blast, but ended up doing the same thing. Damn. Cold, evil ass world, man. You know, they call it the chickens coming home to roost. Be careful how you judge people. Somebody said this earlier. Be careful how you judge people because, you know, if you're dealing with women, I always tell you, man, you're dealing with women, you all can get this fucking work. All of you, anybody can get it. I try to teach you, your ego is not your amigo. And don't laugh at another dude for putting them, like, if another dude gets fried by a woman, I can just say, hey, man, you learned. But me laughing at another dude that gets put in a situation, it's not a good thing because you can get got very relatively easy. All men can get got. All men, all of us, even myself, all of us. Even today, tomorrow, I could get got. I mean, I hope not, but I don't, you know, anybody can get got dealing with women. Macaroni Tony says, CGA ain't lying. Learned about the Asian flush from my Ling. Yo, Ling thing in the building. She was red as a cherry. Shout out to you, the Asian flush. All right, what that mean? I'm gonna look that shit up. All right. Oh, it's the okay. Oh, the Asian. Oh, when they get drunk. All right. And Asian people tend to panic when they're in anxious, you know, what I call situations where they have to overcome some sort of, what am I trying to say here? Adversity. They tend to panic. they like panic. You know what I mean? They don't know what to do. And they panic and they freeze up and they liable to tell on your ass. So you got to watch out. They don't hold water very well. Shout out to our brother Hustle Every Day says, yes, blue laws still exist. Most niggas laws to stop whatever you do. He says loitering, public indecency, suspicious person, drugs near a school, solicitation, working without a permit or public space. I actually have a friend of mine that used to work in, I think he got his degree in criminal justice and he wanted to be a cop or a security guard. I don't know what he was. He ended up being some security guard or working for some sort of municipality. But he was saying they could stop you for not having a lantern on your hood because there's some laws that still exist that require you to have a lantern on your hood. Now, of course, those laws were written back when there was horse and wagon, buggies, cars that, you know, Model Ts that didn't have headlights. So they were like, oh, you got to have some sort of headlight. And so you have to have a lantern or a lamp on your hood. And that law still existed. So a cop could technically pull you over for that. And then they can then go down to the probable cause issues. All right, I have probable cause or suspicious belief that this person matches the description. All right, this person smells like marijuana. This person. So now they have this. This person wasn't wearing their seatbelt. This person doesn't have. Oh, let me check your paperwork. Or your insurance is expiring. So they got you on something, a blue law, and then they pulled you over, and now then it accelerated. You had expired tags. Another one is your headlight is out. Your tail light is disabled. These are all ways then that your life can just completely get pulled to shit because your back tail light is busted. Yep, tinted windows. All right, your tinted windows. All right, that we require at least 30% tint. All right, I used to got on my truck because my truck front window was tinted, but it's tinted only at the top, but it's tinted enough to where they can't see my face. In California, you're not supposed to have tinted windows on your front windows, on the passenger or the driver's side, and even in the front. And I had a police officer pull me over. He was sitting in front of me, and he pulled me over, right? Meaning that I had to pass him up, and he immediately pulled me over. He pulled me over. He said, I cannot see your face when you're driving. And he was looking in the rearview mirror. I was like, what? Like, God damn, nigga, give me the ticket. All right. Give me the ticket. And it was a fix-it ticket, which means I would have to pay the fee or pay the fee to fix the tint and then hopefully never get pulled over again. All right, it was about the same amount of money. But these are all laws that they can pull you over. And then once they pull you over on that particular law, your life can literally get destroyed from there. Because once they pull you over, they can be like, oh, what's that in your front seat? Okay, all right, I have a suspicious reason. Or they pull you over and now you don't have good registration or your insurance isn't covered. You don't have coverage on your insurance. Now you fucked. So get your paperwork right. Get your paperwork right. You can get pulled at, anybody can get pulled at any moment. Don't be smoking weed while you drive, because you definitely getting got. Anyway. But that's for the police officers that really have quotas or they just out there to fuck up your day. I always believe this for police officers. This is kind of why I don't sympathize for them, but I understand it. Imagine your office was a car. Imagine your office was a car. Like all day long, you had to sit in the fucking car sweating, getting in and out of the car, dressed in a full uniform. It's all hot outside, raining and shit. Like driving around, doing nothing, looking for shit to do. Like just driving there, sitting in the car and shit. Like, bruh, that's a fucked up job. Having people yelling at you, people trying to kill and shoot you. Like, what? I'm going to be pissed too. Walking around with a big ass belt with fucking walkie-talkies and shit all here and body cams and motherfucking guns and belts over here and this and that. Somebody trying to kill you and shoot you. Like, I mean, like, bruh, it's a terrible job. You have bulletproof vests all sitting up there, all walking in. How you take a piss? Going to the bathroom, you got to unbuckle all this shit just to take a piss. And you sitting in the car and shit. You can't take a shit or a piss. Like, what? Couldn't be me, bruh. Then, you know what the worst thing about police? I'm going to tell you what. This is the worst thing about police officers. He said all for 40K. This is the worst thing about police officers right here. And this is what really pisses them off. All right, any police officer in here or any civil servants or any of these people here, this is the worst thing about being a police officer is you got to write a fucking report after you do anything. Anything you do, you go into a civil domestic disturbance, you got to be in the car with all that shit on and the air conditioner blowing, writing the report. All right, this person did this. I had to remember all the details. I had to, because you legally have to write the fucking report. I pulled him over. It's in this and he did that. Like, oh my Lord. Write the report. Oh my Lord. Because if you don't write the report, the case is over. Right? You have to write a report on almost everything that you do. Anything that you do. That's why most of them don't do shit. That's too much fucking work. It's too much work, man. Shout out to all the police officers. Fuck all that. All right, my man said he's a police officer for 14 years. He said he just goes through the zipper. All right, too much information, pause, but you can go through the zipper. All right, you could do them on the computer. Still, you gotta type. You gotta type in that little ass keyboard in your car, sweating and shit. All right, sitting up in there with your vest and your gun belt and your fucking baton, handcuffs and shit. You got your little taser on here on this side, looking like a Batman belt, sitting up there with that little ass computer in your car. Imagine this. Look, I want you guys to take your laptop computer, put it in your car and type. That shit, dude, every time I'm on my laptop in my car, I'm like, the computer be falling and shit. I'll be trying to hold it up. You can't type in a fucking laptop in a car, all cramped up and shit. All right, anyway. So, all right, somebody said former police, the paperwork is the most annoying part. And yes, we try to avoid petty shit that involves a lot of paperwork. So always consider this. We got Mr. Trey Taylor, former cop. We have 357 confirming it is that some police, they don't even want to get involved in some shit because paperwork. Okay, paperwork. You got to go to some domestic disturbance and they out here arguing. Imagine that video that we just showed you. Some police officer has to write up this report. All right, some police officer has to write this fucking report at the end of the day. You know they mad as a motherfucker, all right? They got to write down everything that was said, who said what time it happened, where. He's got to remember all these events. He's got to remember that NB going off saying that, charge me with anything. He's got to type all of this up. Oh, hell no. Hell no. And when y'all do out here being petty, calling 911 to the scene, and they don't want to show up, they take 28 minutes, is because everybody cop, man, call, I'm busy. I'm at the donut store. All right, I'm working on another case. I'm writing a ticket. All right, they're going to be like, I can't show up to that one. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, who wants to do that job? Shout out to all our police officers, man. That's all fucked up. Victor Ramirez says, Coach, you've been speaking facts all week. Your show resonates with me, makes me eager to level up and join the JUCO. Shout out to you, man. We out here winning. Shout out to Victor. Shout out to Victor in the building. Yeah, man. And then looks like we might have some Ko-Fi love, but we're going to do that next after we get Sizzo. Pause. He says, Sizzo says, your boy is now single again and in these streets. He says, just in time for my birthday and City Boy summer. Shout out to you in Florida, too. You out here ready.
City boy, city boy.
I had to kick that bitch to the curb. Hashtag boss up.
Boss up, nigga.
Hashtag F that B. All right, shout out to you, man. Dump that B. All right, we got Ko-Fi love and back in the building. So it looks like Ko-Fi fixed my problem, but we're going to go on to the next one because we got to get that main event going on here. I do have Inside of the Mind of Modern Woman, the sub-main event, then the main event. All right, we're going to talk about some marriage shit, the boomers. All right, we got this one right here. Who remembers this woman named Jamie Presley? Okay, Jamie Presley. All right, she was an actress. For the people that grew up Generation X, maybe an older millennial, you know who Jamie Presley is. All right, she used to be a badass white girl, but she's mostly like considered like back in the day the type of white girl from the South that dated black guys. She kind of played a character like that. So she kind of looked like she had the kind of the skinny white girl look, but a little edgy, but a little crystal methany. She was a little crystal methany with a little bit of elegant California girl, a little rebellious blonde, a little kind of a trailer park trash, Florida panhandle skeezer turned California girl. Yeah, that's Jamie Presley. All right, so let's go ahead and see if we can pull. Is it Jamie? Yeah, Jamie Presley. Let's show her up when she was younger, just so you can see here. She's kind of like was she in Mean Girls? Was she in Mean Girls? She might have been in Mean Girls. I might have been wrong there. Because I'm looking at this. I don't know, man. This is Jamie Presley right here for the young people right here. This is her right here. Oh, she was the cheerleader from Not Another Teen Girl movie. Was she in Mean Girls? No, I don't think that was her. But this is Jamie Presley right here. I actually dated a woman that looked kind of like Jamie Presley. She had this look, right? Where she was, this woman was actually from like Eastern Washington, which is meth central too. All right, but they kind of have the blonde California girl skinny look, so they can go to California and come up, but they're kind of rough around the edges on the other side of the tracks type shit. All right. And then they're kind of edgy California bitch. All right. They really don't fit in all the way because they're a little too edgy. Spokane, Washington's finest, if you will. Yeah. Yeah, she would look like Liv Morgan today. Liv Morgan is kind of like that, kind of crystal meth. You'll find out this woman was pregnant. She was a meth head. She was on Alcoholics Anonymous, all by the age of 17. All by the age of 17. Well, that was her back in the day. Shout out to her, man. This is her today. This is her today. And we're going to find out how old she is today. Yeah, there she is. It's catching up to her. It's catching up. You know what I mean? White women don't age very well. So it's catching up to her. You know what I mean? She still got the same look. She going to start looking like an old skeleton white woman in a minute. All right. Shout out to her. West Virginia type white woman in the ear. Yeah.
Where white women at?
All right. So shout out to Jamie Presley here. This is her picture right there. Shout out to her. Well, apparently she is the latest entrance in the celebrity OnlyFans game. Yes, she is. My name is Earl Star. Jamie Presley joins OnlyFans to create what I want, how I want, exclusive. This is not to promote her OnlyFans, but yes, this is the latest edition of older white women from the 90s who were sex symbols now joining OnlyFans. All right, Emmy winner, Jamie Presley joined OnlyFans. It says right here, I always believed in evolving with the times. And it says right here, she's finding a new way to reach her fans. She's 48 years old, 48. So we know Shannon Elizabeth from American Pie 52. So this is where y'all be like, they're going to hit the wall, blah, blah, blah. Well, we've seen a lot of women in this age group, particularly in this age group. I would say those 90s sex symbols. What was the one woman's name? She was in Wild Things. She married Charlie Sheen. She was in Undercover Brother, that white woman. She was kind of like a symbolic sex symbol white woman back in the day. She joined OnlyFans after her daughter joined OnlyFans. All right, this is another one, Shannon Elizabeth from An American Pie. Denise Richards from Wild Things. All right, and now Jamie Presley out here joining it as well. And he says the entertainment industry is always shifting. Yep, they shifted to social media. And I've never seen or never been someone who sits on the sideline. OnlyFans gives me a space to create what I want, how I want, and share it directly with the people who've supported me for years. When she announced the news, the actress said she always believed in evolving with the times. This is another way for me to connect directly with my audience, not Instagram. Okay. I mean, you could have done that on Instagram, right? On my own terms with creativity and intention. No, ma'am, just say you broke. Like, look, just say you needed the money. It's okay. I know what time it is.
Can't you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke? Dead, flat, stony broke. I've got $3.85 in my purse.
See, the thing is, here's what's happening, gentlemen. What's happening is social media is taking over. Like the podcast game. I have to compete with celebrities. You know, I didn't used to have to compete with celebrities. On Instagram, when I was going off and popping off on Instagram in 2015, celebrities weren't in the game. But now celebrities come in the game with the already built-in audience. And what happens is they compete with regular podcasters and they compete with the regular podcasters and they'll come in and they'll pass us up in like a month or two, maybe half a year, because they have a built-in audience. You'll have sports reporters and writers and actors, celebrities, rappers. And what'll happen is they'll be like, we're taking over the game. Of course you are, because you already got a built-in audience of 1 million people. All they have to hear is that you're on YouTube, you're on Instagram, you're on OnlyFans, and they immediately go over there. Whereas a regular podcaster like me, we have to build our fan base up one by one. We don't have an audience that we're bringing in. So these men will celebrate. Oh, I hit 1 million followers, 1 million subscribers. And I'm like, yo, bro, you literally had a built-in audience when you came over here. Those numbers that you hit, those metrics that you hit, don't mean the same as a regular person hitting those metrics, right? So you're bragging that you're taking over the podcast world. Well, shit, people had to find me, right? They don't have to find you. And so what happens is same thing over here. So if you're a regular OnlyFans girl or you're a regular 40-year-old OnlyFans girl and you're thinking about making a little bit of side money, the problem is you just have way too much competition right here. And yeah, they do steal content from us. So they watch us, they steal content, and they basically like, oh, we're just going to do his show, but have, and we're going to take credit for all the talking points. Yeah. And people are comfortable with them saying it, as opposed to me, they're not comfortable with it. Like a Shannon Sharp or a Chad Ochocinco can say what I say, and they don't get a problem. Right. But I say it, and everybody's clutching their pearls. All right. So this is what's happening with the game here. Now, eventually, people are going to say these women are going to wash out. But this is their last-ditch effort to make this type of money. So she's 48. She may not be able to do this at 58. So this is the best time to do it. And, you know, the entertainment industry with Hollywood and how people make money, we make more money than them. Even if you're a mid-tier podcaster or a mid-tier OnlyFans person, you make way more money than celebrities and rappers and actors, especially an actor like Jamie Presley. How much residuals are she getting? You know, how many acting roles are she getting? How many movies is she getting? All right, as opposed to how much money she going to make on OnlyFans. And I guarantee you, next week, they're going to come in here and say she made $1 million in her first week. Okay. So this is her last run. This is kind of like Andrew Tate selling you the crypto coin or some shit like that. This is their last ditch effort to get that money and get their bag and run. All right. That's what time it is right there.
Gotta get my bag
and I don't care. I don't care. It is what it is. But just know, if you're a regular girl trying to pop off on OnlyFans, well, shit, you got celebrities joining at a rapid rate in this marketplace. Okay. Anyway. And they don't have to be as good as you. Like, I have to be better than celebrity podcaster. A celebrity podcaster can get in here and yuck, and ha, and key, and don't have no organization. They have script writers and production assistants, people clipping and editing their fucking clips. Right? They hire a whole team of makeup artists, lights, cameras. They have niggas building a studio. Okay, a personal assistant. They come in already and they just take over. We're taking over. I'm sitting up here doing my whole show, editing shit. I don't got no assistant. I got the whole lights. I done build all the background and shit. I'm all here with my own sound effects. All right, I got to have everything all lined up in order or y'all going to leave and go watch Shannon Sharp. All right, they could just be over there. Yuck, 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 yuck. They ain't even saying nothing over there. They ain't even saying nothing. They just stealing my jokes and saying it all fucked up and shit. Yuck, 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 yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck. They ain't even saying nothing. Yup. Nigga, they ain't even saying nothing. All right. Yep, they run in, got gambling sponsors and shit. People like, I want to be on your show. They ain't get demonetized. All right, they got full monetization, all green, nothing. They cursing, saying everything. They get all green, YouTube letting them get away with shit. And I'm over here trying to put on a show, not argue with niggas in there. The coach, you don't know what you talk about. Oh. Mama said, knock you out. Oh, my Lord. They got people researching them. They reading off cue cards, interviewing motherfuckers. Now, you said, all right, you ain't even prepared. Bro. Hey, it is what it is. All right, I ain't hating, nigga. Nigga, coach, you hating. All right, anyway, bro. Hey, sometimes I got to get it out my chest, nigga. I got to get it off my chest. Here we go right here. We have a woman that says, oh, listen to this one. We got white girl tears here. So we're confirming white women tears, you know, can't beat white girl tears. She jumped on Al Gore's internet and she's going to talk about why she started OnlyFans. Okay. Why she started OnlyFans. And yes, this is interesting. We're going to listen to her. Tell me what you think of this video. Here we go right here.
I don't even know if I'm going to post this. This is not one of my normal posts, but when I moved to Miami, I was super lost spiritually. And I don't know why, but I decided to pick up a Bible and start reading it. And when I was young, I went through a lot of sexual abuse. At the age of 9, I was molested for the first time by my cousin. And my whole life, I would use my sex to get things. Like, I was homeless at the age of 17. Long story, but I would use my sex to have a roof over my head. And when you go through like so much sexual abuse as a child, you get older and you're like, okay, like if this is my reality, if men take advantage of me, if like, you know, I use my sex like this, then like at least for OF, they don't have to touch me. They could hypersexualize me, but it would be at a distance and I would be safe. And there's something so dark about that thought process because it doesn't give you peace regardless. Like, I've made great money. I have been consistent. I started a business. I've been able to capitalize off that. I do social media, but I'm not proud of any of the things that I've done. I don't walk into rooms and I'm like, yeah, I'm an OF girl. It's just not something that I'm proud of, but based on what I went through, it was like, it was good enough for me. And I've been going through this process of just like reading every day. And it's interesting how my heart is coming to the reality of like, I'm so sick and tired of being like just good enough. It's not fulfilling for me anymore. I'm using my sex. Like, I age out of this stuff. I'm not going to have a career if I continue going down this path. And my value isn't just my sex. But it's interesting because I never saw it like that until I started reading how we're made. So I don't know what this journey it is that I'm on, but I'm being super vulnerable right now. And
What the hell? Oh my God, no way. Gentlemen, I don't even know, man. Look, because I'm gonna sound heartless as hell, bro. I mean, I don't have empathy. I already told you I don't have empathy. I mean, I have empathy for myself, which is not empathy. But I'm listening to this and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
So what are you talking about? This is what y'all have to deal with out here on the dating marketplace, even the monetized dating marketplace. Like, what do you use your sex? So she's crying about using her sex. Of course, she's thumping the Bible. She's reading the Bible, y'all. So now she's going into her final whole phase is Christian woman. And this is going to be a trad-con woman. She's going to be in church, not showing her shoulders, praising the Lord Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints. And one of you simp-ass niggas going to marry her. All right. And you're going to be like, I found a beautiful woman in church. All right. And she wonderful. She a God-fearing woman. All right. And then you're going to find out her past, that she was out here being a schizoid. All right. And had a rough life. I went through a lot. I had a rough time going up. I was great as her cousin, she said, at 9, which that's a terrible thing to happen. But then she said she was homeless at 17. Long story. No, baby, I got time. All right, tell me the story, baby. Tell me this.
Yeah, I got time.
The story was you were a rebellious skeezer and your father kicked you out of the house.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
All right, you started hoeing and you started probably selling some feet pictures on the internet and your father probably ran you up out the house. All right, get on out of here. So now guess what you had to do? Well, you had to sell some pussy. That's how that happened.
Because I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money for the pussy.
That's what happened. You had to sell some pussy to survive. And she said that. I had to use my sex to put a roof over my head. Sugar daddy. Okay? Sugar daddy style, if you will. It is what it is. And now she's saying what? She's realizing that there's only a certain amount of time I have to be able to do this. She looks like she's in her late 20s, probably touching 30, maybe 31, 32. She knows competition from celebrities. Also younger women. All right. I tend to get older. The women stay the same age. There's more 18-year-old women. But by the way, there's more 18-year-old high school graduates that are going to happen in the next 30 days. All right. That are going to hit the marketplace. And yes, a lot of them going to hit OnlyFans and strippers and all of that shit. Not all of them, but a lot of them going to legally be able to sell what they've been selling illegally here. So now she realizing I better go ahead and metamorphose. I better get into my cocoon and turn into a butterfly and go find me a guy. And the best way to do it is to be a victim. Now I was a victim of all these things. Yes, I had OnlyFans, but I don't lead with OnlyFans. That's what she's saying here. I don't tell everybody about it. I don't brag about it. I beg to differ. I guarantee you if I went to her Instagram, which this is on, right? And she probably deleted a whole bunch of these posts. If I went to her IG, it looks like she probably was having a party. Let's go take a look. All right. We do have her father potentially in the picture here. All right. Let's see if she was having a party here. Having a party. All right. So here we go right here. Let's pop it up on the screen just so you can see. That's why we don't bleed these tears, because I suffered through the years and shed so many tears. Wah, 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 wah. There she is right there with a full bodysuit. Looks like her dad was part of the game here. So dad, tell me. So the dad is in the business. Even if you have one person that supports alone is that support. Okay, that's her one person, her dad. She probably supporting. There's her Chad right here. She got a Chad boyfriend. There she is partying, drinking, smoking, straight West Coasting. There she is dancing. This is more her promoting her OnlyFans. There she is at the gym. Coach, I met a good looking girl at the gym. She got OnlyFans. If you're in Miami, Las Vegas, Newport Beach, Orange County, all right, they own OnlyFans. There she is at Crunch Fitness. Coach, there's a nice fine girl at Orange Fitness at Crunch Fitness, and I think I'm going to ask her out. She on OnlyFans already. Just know that. These women they're monetized. They're not sitting around waiting for men to approach them. They're monetized. And there she is up. Yep. Are we sitting here? She got breast implants too. Are we sitting here going to feel sad for her story? Coach, you need to empathize for her struggle. No, all that is her preparing to be and go to her next phase. All that is her preparing to get, she's done with that. She knows she's aging out. Now it's time to go to the next phase, find a husband. She's 31, 32. It's time to cash them chips in and go into the ecclesiastical simp market. Okay. Ecclesiastical scent market. And somebody, dude, so who gonna fall for this? About 90% of men in her church are gonna go crazy over this. She gonna get a simp, beta church Brad.
I'm just gonna keep reading. Something is changing within me the more that I read and just get to know my relationship with God.
There it is. Hey, man. She going for the simp market. My relationship with God. Something's changing within me. I'm reading more and more scriptures. I don't know what's happening to me. It's a metamorphosis. I'm in my journey area. It's my new journey. Soft girl, trad life, feminist, not anti-feminist, traditional, conservative, ecclesiastical. You name it, nigga. You name it. Same fucking script. Same script. OnlyFans money drying up. Sugar daddy marketplace. She tired of selling pussy. Dude, let's just say she's 32. She been selling pussy since 16 or 17. I mean, by the way, she said it. I didn't say it. Don't be at me. She said it. 17. To put a roof over her head, she had to do what? She had to.
I looked at it as I have an 18
so that's
between
what,
my legs.
15 years.
I'm just using it. All I got to do is put my card in.
15 years.
That's it. And put the PIN number and boom.
Anybody that falls for
right
this, they don't realize they finna get divorced. Great, the kingdom come. God is changing me. And any Christian that come in here saying, man, dude, well, you don't really understand how God works. Whatever. All right. Whatever, nigga.
But that is just what I'm going through currently. I'm a mess.
She's a mess. And she admits it too. Look, I'm a mess. And guess what? She didn't put her hair and makeup on for this one. All right, she got her eyelashes on, but where's the hair? Where's the Zoe package at? Okay, where's Zoe?
Hair, makeup, esthetician, facials, vagina waxing, everything. That is all independent.
You notice she came out looking like Master Splinter. All right, she came out looking like Master Splinter to get all the ecclesiastical trad simps. All right, she got her Master Splinter look on, because all white women look like Master Splinter. All right, you remember that? How long is that I showed Master Splinter? Let me see here. Splinter in a robe. This is what white women look like when they get out the shower. Trust me, I've lived with many, so I know. Let's see if we can pull this up. Is that a good one? Let me see here. I guess this is the only one I can come up with. I used to show this. Oh, here we go. I found it. Yo, this is this is going back in the day. Original Coach Gang members remember this shit, bro, right here. So this is what white women look like when they get out the shower. This is what they look like. All right, they had their hair slicked back. All right, you know what I mean? Because then they look like, then you see their ears pop out because their hair ain't covering their ears. All right, they get on their robe, their hair be slicked back. Who remembers this? Press 1 in the chat if you remember this, bro. All right, I used to show this back in the day, like 2020, 2019, 2018, 20 something like that. All right, so when they get out the shower, that's what they look like. All right, and dude, people be like, man, coach, man, how do you see that, bro? I used to live with white women, man. I'll tell you, man, I lived with like 4 white women in my life. All right, when they get out the shower, there it is right there. All right, hair all slicked back. Okay, she don't got her ecclesiastical makeup on. She ain't got her eyebrow pencil in, worked in. So this is planned. She don't have her lipstick on her lip injections, right? So she has everything dressed down. She don't have mascara on. She don't have her super suit on. Okay, she don't have her super suit. All right, and I always say all white women are 6s without makeup and hair. All right, there's not many white women that are above a 6 without makeup and hair. Because the makeup and hair industry is designed for them specifically. I mean, they've gotten better for minorities. But minority women will tell you that when they go in Sephora, how much makeup is in there for you? Right? As opposed to makeup in there for white women. All right. It's almost all design, fashion, high-end fashion, makeup, hair industry. How much hair shit is in there for black women in Sephora? Not much. Okay. So she don't have her super suit on. So now what she's doing is she's catering to her male audience that wants a plain woman. All right. A plain Jane effect. This is all on purpose. And by the way, I don't see, somebody says she Puerto Rican and Italian. She passes for white in America. Does she look Puerto Rican? This don't look no Puerto Rican. All right. She don't look like the Puerto Ricans I like. All right, she passing for white. You know, passing for white is a thing. It didn't end with the black people passing for white. She passing for white. And I'm not saying Puerto Ricans are white or Italians are white. I'm saying she's passing for white. She has blonde hair, blonde highlights. Let's go back and look at her Instagram. She's passing for white. All right. Let me see here. She just look like a tan white woman. That's all that is. All right, but what she's doing is, look, that's Puerto Ricans don't look or dress like that. All right. I can see her more being Italian than anything. But with that being said here, she's preying on the simp marketplace right now. And she's doing everything. She's grabbing the Bible. She's preying on Andrew Wilson, the Andrew Wilson ecclesiastical types. By dressing down, coming up here, being vulnerable, fake crying, claiming to be a Christian or God-oriented or God adjacent, slick back hair, no makeup. And she, oddly enough, has this shoulder exposed. All right. Why don't you zip up your fucking shirt? All right. Nope. She couldn't do the video without putting a little bit of tease out there, little cock tease. And I always tell you, man, any woman crying on the internet or man for that purpose is a piece of shit human being. I'm telling you, man. You literally posted this snotting. All right. You recorded this, looked at it, put a filter on it, uploaded it, captioned it, press post, read the comments. All right. You got to be a piece of shit manipulative human being to do this, man. I don't believe that shit. Now, if you catch me crying one time, that shit is legit. All right. You didn't caught me in a vulnerable moment, but I ain't even done it once in what, 8, 12 years, 15 years of YouTube. I've never done it. There was reason for me to do it. Nigga, I wanted to cry. Right. There was times I wanted to cry on the internet, but I had to holding back the tears. All right, you got to be a piece of shit human being to cry on the goddamn internet. All right, unless it's a live stream, but you didn't clip it, posted it, edit it. Oh no, I'm probably gonna not post this. I was thinking about not posting it, but you did. You posted it anyway for likes and shits and giggles, and for what? All right, for all of these people to come in here and put their fucking cape on, just so you can see right here. Here they come with the cape. All the commenters in the cape in here. Here we go right here. There it is right there. There it is. All the hoochies caping. New world order. This is my first impression of you, and I'm so proud of you. Look at all the blue check marks in there with the fucking cape on. Shaq Hardy. This is called conviction, and it is a clear sign that the Holy Spirit is calling you home. Here it is. It's time to call Jesus and eat pork chops. Here it is right now. All right. It's time to have a little bit of drink from the blood of the Lamb. It's time to fill with the Holy Ghost. I am. All my sins are washed away. I've been redeemed. I've been redeemed by the blood of the Lamb, filled with the Holy Ghost I am. All my sins are washed away. I've been redeemed. Tragic story of people that then fucked up their whole life and then jump out here talking about the Holy Ghost. The Holy Spirit's calling you home. Don't you hear him calling you? No, you crazy motherfucker. Nobody calling you, nigga. Your creditors are calling you. Usher calling you. You don't have to call. It's okay, girl, because I'm going to be all right tonight. You don't have to call. The fuck? Holy Spirit calling you. Nigga, he ain't calling shit. All right, by the way, Holy Spirit busy, nigga. I'm telling you. Calling some whore home. Anyway, we got the next segment. What are we doing here? This shit is crazy, bro. This is absolutely crazy. All right, anyway. What we go and do right here? Let's see here. We got, it's an evil world we live in. Okay, it's an evil world we live in. And then the main event.
It's an evil world we live in.
All right, we go right here. Let's see here. Scott Galloway. of the New World Order. All right, Scott Galloway, you guys know him. People have claimed that he's part of the manosphere. I'm not sure about that. There he is right there, Scott Galloway, for the people who don't know. Scott Galloway, he's kind of like a guy who claims he understands men. Because I don't know, is he a therapist, a therapist? I don't know what he's doing. I have no idea. I have never watched Scott Galloway video. I've never logged on to Scott Galloway's account and be like, let me listen to him. He's kind of like Jordan Peterson light. Jordan Peterson light, but sometimes he pivots and he wears dresses and shit. Like he was dressed up like a woman recently. I don't know much about him. He's a professor, a liberal professor. I don't know. He kind of like is somebody that is or what did they call it? That he's got into the manosphere and trying to understand it, but then he tries to set people straight. I don't know what you call it. Anyway, Scott Galloway has this to say. Sometimes he's like a broken clock. He's like a broken clock. So every now and then he's right. And Scott Galloway says he just said the quiet part out loud on this podcast. Marriage is now a luxury good. 80% of the top earners get married, and only 1 in 5 bottom men, ever do. Historically, 80% of women reproduce and only 40% of men. By the way, this is the stuff that really just burns me up. Because men in this space have been saying this for years. Like, not only that, I've been saying this for years. Like, this is common knowledge in this space. This is what I call they take the space and they cherry pick and then they put a plant, a celebrity, somebody anointed or appointed by them, and then they say the same thing. Meanwhile, I'm demonetized, and then they get up here and say it and then give him the credit. Dude, people been saying this for years that are manosphere adjacent or male content or MRAs or PUAs or MGTOWs or free agent lifestyle. That is the same shit, bro. They just cherry pick the same shit. I've been saying this for years. I said the elites will get married. Everybody else, you shit out of luck. I said historically, 80% of women reproduce, 40% of men. It's more common for women to have children by multiple fathers than it is men to have children by multiple mothers. Come on, man. That's common sense. But what happens? We're told that these men are out here having children by all these women. That's a small percentage of men. Most men don't have children at all. All right. Most men never procreate. Most men never get sex. But they'll make you believe that men are out here just recklessly impregnating women, when it is the women that are more likely to have kids by multiple men and then still get remarried by simps, dudes that can't get women, Andrew Wilson niggas. So he says right here, marriage is now a luxury good. Duh. He says, if left alone, we get Portia polygamy. A few winners take most of the mates, the rest get nothing. The recipe creates volatile, angry young men, and we're overproducing them. I mean, guys, this, bruh, my God. Like, dude, I'm tired, boss. I'm tired. Like, this shit is shit that I've been said and got demonetized and shot in the fucking face for this, bro. This is crazy. This is insanity. But I've been saying the same thing. I've been trying to say the same thing, and everybody's like, man, you a nihilist, or you got to believe men need hope. I was like, yeah, there's none. There's no hope, nigga. Y'all gonna be shit out of luck. Ain't no love out here for most of men.
Marriage is a new luxury item. 4/5 of people in the top quintile of income earning households get married. Only 1 in 5 men in the lowest quintile ever have an opportunity to mate. And unfortunately, that's more the average or more typical in history.
In history. And also, he also says, because the volume is low here, so I don't even know if I want to play that. I'll just read it. What did I say that we practice? I said we practice polygamy. We practice polygyny or polyamory. On paper, we practice monogamy, but there's no such thing. There's no such thing as monogamy. We're temporarily sexually exclusive at times. Some people practice short-term monogamy or long-term monogamy. But I said, if you have a woman with children from multiple men, she cannot be monogamous. She can be temporarily sexually exclusive for a period of time. She cannot be monogamous by definition. He's even agreeing, like all of the stuff I've been teaching, he's even agreeing. Portia polygamy. Women can have multiple partners for as long as they want, and then find a partner, and then that guy most likely is not going to have much sexual experience. And she's going to come in here with a high body count. He's going to come in with little sexual experience, and he's going to think he won. She's going to win on him for a little bit, and then she'll move on, divorce him, go to the next man, or she'll cheat on him. And like, that's what we're seeing here. That's what we're seeing here. And it's never going to end. It's going to get worse. And that's what he's saying. And that's what I'm saying. It's going to get worse. Marriage only goes for the top tier men and or people who need it at the bottom tier to survive off paper. The rest of the people in the middle, you guys are fucked. All right. You're going to have temporary marriages here and there. It says, he says, we're actually making it worse, pumping money from young to old while young men get judged ruthlessly on their ability to provide. Under 40s are 24% poorer than a generation ago. Boomers, 72% richer. Well, that's a problem you created because y'all created the lifestyle that the boomer can live forever. Okay. Boomers used to be dead. I'm sorry, not boomers. People, life expectancy was pretty short. I would say 25, 30 years ago. All right. Not only was it short in terms of being functional, it was shorter. So you might say, no, people live till 80. Yeah, but they was fucked by 55, right? They was damn near crippled, blind, crippling, crazy by 55. So what we're seeing now is that people probably live slightly longer, but they're healthier. Like you'll be like, a woman will be like, I'm 70. And you'll be like, you don't look 70. People don't look 70. But 25, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, when a motherfucker was 55, they look old, worn down, beaten up, smoking cigarettes, weather beaten, cane, crawler. Okay. People was fucked up. But what happens is now we have the miracles of modern science. We have the youth pill. We have Botox. We have skincare routines. We have fitness. People are more fit. People are active. They're walking. You have hair dye. You have peptides, TRT, HGH. You have the youth pill, so people can live longer. Matter of fact, remember when like you will see somebody and they be like, oh, this person died. But then you'll see a video of them 2 days before or a week before, and they look completely fine. You're like, how they dead? Like when people die, especially when they have a disease like a cancer or AIDS or HIV or something like that, a disease that eats and makes them waste, like their skin and bones. You know what I mean? They like 85 pounds pissing and shitting on themselves. That's how you think people look when they die. But a motherfucker will look regular, nigga, and then the next day they be dead, and they'll show you a video of him 2 days before doing an interview, and he was completely fine. And then the next day he dead. You like, because people don't waste away anymore. People are all hopped up in all of these hormones and peptides and TRTs and steroids and all of this shit. And they got their fucking implants and BBLs and their skin look good. There was a dude that just recently died and the nigga was all swole, right? So with that being said, what's happening is we've allowed people to age gracefully and age and live longer functionally. So that now they're still working. How many boomers still work? Lots of them. Whereas people in the past, they would be retired at 55. Certainly 65 would not be working. But you can still find people working in corporate America, working in jobs, taking up jobs that young people should do at an entry level. OnlyFans. And they are in their 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. Yep. Hair transplants. You got always hair dye just for men. So people are living longer. Not only that, they're dating longer. As I keep saying, one of the things they're dating, they're like Claudia Jordan's age, trying to date. I'm still thinking of dating. They're Nia Long's age, trying to date. Like, what? What? And they're still out here functioning well, in good shape, looking good. What does that do to young people? I've often said older people will not let younger people shine. Okay. Older people will not let younger people shine, basically because older people can't retire. You have a problem with older people always trying to jump up and take the attention away from younger people. Okay, I'm an advocate of letting young people breathe. Unfortunately, men, I'm still going to fuck your future wives. All right, but that is what it is. But older people Older women are now dating younger men. They're not letting the younger men go out there and then learn the dating game. They out here offering these younger 25-year-old men pussy, all right, to get they fucking back blown out because they're sexual deviants. But they won't let young people shine because men, you know, people that are 50 and up, they still got to survive, right? They've leased their life. Their lifestyle is rented and leased. All right. They've lost a couple of homes to foreclosure. So they still out here surviving. They got no retirement funds. So they still got to be out here on Front Street. They still got to be up here competing. And what do? They have to tear the younger person down. Oh, you guys are young and dumb and full of gum and this and that. They have to tear them down and not let them shine, not pick them up. And they're also competing for their sexual partners, the men and the women. They're also competing in their job marketplace, because there's a game of survival. And it says right here, this isn't just a dating problem. It breaks down, it's breaking household formation, robbing men of purpose, and quietly making society more unstable. When you have this idea that women can use their years, their fertile years, working, oversexing themselves, renting out their pussy, being roommates, backpacking through Europe, tramp stamping themselves with tattoos all over their bodies, living their best life, all up front, going poor and broke with nothing to show for it at the end. And then at 32, they supposed to jump out here and men are supposed to be serious and date them seriously for marriage. You're telling me the men have to wait, these young men have to wait from 18 to 32 for these bitches to get this shit out their system? That's what I'm hearing. So what are the men supposed to do? Not the men that y'all letting run through them, not the sugar daddies, not the Chads and the Tyrones and the Ray Rays. What are the 60% of men supposed to do while you live in your best fucking life? They don't have the advantages you do. They can't get into nightclubs for free and get food for free. They can't get these things. So they're supposed to just sit back and watch women do this. What's happening is, and I can't help this, the men are not doing that. They're like, man, fuck this shit. I'm not doing this. I'm not marrying these women. I'm not being a stepdaddy. I'm not dating with purpose. I'm not going to date at all. They're going to go to the junior college. They're going to step back and make money. They're going to play video games. Guys, it's that simple. You can't tell men to just wait out on the sideline from 16 to 32. While that woman jumps on OnlyFans talking about she used to have to sell her pussy for rent. All right. That's what she said, by the way. I didn't say it. She said she had to use her sex for rent from 16 to 32. Now she wants to turn ecclesiastical Christian. So what do those men do? Now, that the problem is that's going to be y'all problem. It ain't going to be my problem. But you have to solve for that. But then what happens is when I jump up here and I say this, and then I give men an alternative, then you want me to tell them, oh, you need to come up with a solution. I can't, bro. I can't come up with a solution. I can give you some trade-offs. I can give you some options. Okay. But what I'm going to do is fuck their girlfriends until they get there. All right. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to pay them off and let you take care of them and babysit them. So then people are going to say there's a male loneliness epidemic. We need to solve it. We need to do this. We need to get these guys in therapy. Nope. Nope. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I don't give a fuck about none of that. But what these men hope is that they'll get married one day. And I've been telling you, it ain't happening. Economically, it's not going to happen. And he just said the same thing. This person said he said the quiet part out loud. Bullshit. That ain't the quiet part. I've been saying the quiet part out loud since the beginning. I got 8 years worth of content you can find here on the internet. For 8 years, I've been telling you. 9 years. 15 years on the YouTube. I was like, this shit is cooked. We need to, how we going to rescue the birth rate? And then y'all got Andrew Wilson up here trying to give y'all solutions. At least he gave us a solution. There are no solutions. Y'all would have to kill off the boomers, which I'm not advocating to do. Okay. Y'all would have to have get rid of capitalism, which is not going to happen. Y'all would have to stop these women from whoring from 16 to 32. Not going to happen. You'd have to get rid of feminism. Not going to happen because they don't think feminism is the problem. Hey, that ain't my problem then. Don't ask me for a solution if y'all going to ride with feminism. Go for it then. Hey, man, live this shit out, bro. Okay. So anyway, so now what I'm finding is, and y'all can agree with this, When I said in 3 to 5 years, everybody's going to sound like CGA, in 3 to 5, what are we saying? Everybody basically is validating everything that I've said. They're validating everything that I said. I've been said this shit was fucked. Beyond FUBAR, fucked up beyond all repair. I wrote a second book about it. I said, this shit is fucked up. No, that gotta be something. No, okay, there's nothing. All right, there's nothing. All right, I said marriage will be for the elite. The middle class people, fucking forget it. You can forget it, bro. Every now and then, onesie twosie here and there, skis. Statistically, some people will still mate and marry. Most of the people are gonna be white people or immigrants. Black people, fucking forget it, bro. Black people, if you don't live in the American South, chances of you getting married is slim to fucking none, especially marrying a black woman. It's slim. You have a slim chance. Even if you live in the South, slim chance. Slim chance guys, it's a slim chance that if you get married after 25, that you're going to marry a woman that has a kid. Like, there's a higher chance if you marry someone, she's going to have a kid by somebody else, as opposed to marrying a woman that doesn't have a kid. If you're a black male and she's a black woman, you can fucking forget it. Like, statistically, it's low. Then there's a small chance that you're going to marry a woman that has a stable job and a degree in her own house. She's going to marry your bum ass. Slim the fucking none. She'll stay single. Especially if she has a kid. She'll stay single. She'll move in with another woman. You know how many women how many older women I see, 30, 32, 35, 40, that have kids that live with another female roommate that's 40, 45, and 50? That's more common than you niggas getting married. Right? Right? It's more common. Now, the only problem we haven't solved for it is that most of these women are in financial strife. Okay? That's the problem they haven't solved. All right? Because by the time they get in that situation, it's because they're in financial strife. Now, like I said, good luck with it. I don't know what to tell you, bruh. But the data shows us this. And anybody might even say this, look, this isn't true that you'll marry a woman that has kids. Now, if you take Gen Z out of the equation, I want you to think about this. A woman almost is going to have kids in her 20s and 30s. Now, we see less women having kids in their 20s because early termination of pregnancy, birth control. They've been propagandized to focus on career and education and fucking around with whoever they want to fuck around with, as opposed to having kids. So if they're middle class and up, they're most likely going to pursue college and the cock carousel, travel, live their best life, and then they'll have a kid. Statistically, by the time, it's excluding Gen Z, because if you take Gen Z, the number's going to skewer because half of them bisexual and don't have kids, and we can't take their early numbers now. But if we just take the millennials and Gen X, by the time a woman's 30, there's like a 40-50% chance she's already had kids. 30. By the time she's 30, there's like a 30-40% chance that she has a kid. By the time she's 40, it almost goes up to 60, 70, 80%. Then you have the women that don't have kids at all, which is a small percentage. Now, you take Gen Z in there, the numbers completely skew because they don't want to have kids or family anyway. But if you take that, I've had a person argue that to me, and I'm like, are you an idiot? Boomer, Gen Z, Gen X, and millennial women don't typically have kids after 40. So if they're going to have a kid, it's going to be in their fertility window. They're not having kids at late 40s and 50s. So the odds are if they do produce a child, it's going to be in that 30 and 40 age range. You can't be this dumb. So you're talking about 30, 40, 50% by 30. Then by the time they get to 40, 80% chance, especially if they're black. If it's a black woman, 80% chance she didn't already have at least one kid by another man. So you're probably going to get with a woman that has kids. Now, Gen X, Gen Z is going to throw this number off severely, but they're not even 30 yet. So it's kind of hard to tell what's going to happen. If she Mexican, she for sure going to have a kid by the time you meet her. And she 30, there's a great chance that she going to have a kid. Now, I'm not about raising other men's kids. I'm not about doing that shit, but y'all can do it. All right, where's my brother here? Let me see if I got him up. I got a guy washing my cars out here. I'm going to make sure he didn't message me. All right, he didn't. Is this a more evil world here? Oh, yes, last one. It's a last one in the main event coming up. We have Dave Ramsey. Dave Ramsey tells a nurse to dump her boyfriend after he refuses to propose to her until she pays off her $90,000. Now, this is the next part of the problem that nobody's solving, but I exposed this problem years ago, is that most of these women that end up, at 31, 32, 34, wanting to get married, they're going to have not only a child, but debt, student loan debt, consumer debt. So if they don't have a child, the likelihood that they have debt, 70, 80%. Student loan debt. Women they hold 70% of the student loan debt. All right. So now you got rid of the problem where they have another man's kid, but they also got debt. So let's hear what Dave Ramsey, the boomer solution, is regarding what the man should do to marry a woman in $90,000 of student loan debt.
My boyfriend makes $250,000 a year, but he does not want to propose until I'm completely debt free.
Interesting.
You're not gonna like me. If you were my daughter, you want to know what I would tell you?
What?
Dump him.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great
No,
guy.
he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not.
He's
No, he's
making you prove your worth.
Based on money.
Yeah.
Woo, wait, bruh. He's making her prove her worth based on money. Ring the bell. What? That is a crazy assessment. Is that not what the man's doing? He makes 25. She got the number down. He makes $250K a year. Isn't he proving his worth based on money? Good Lord, man. I tell you, man, they cooking y'all out here. This is crazy.
Him. You're having to buy your way into this relationship.
What?
You're a princess and you deserve more than this.
Wow. You're a princess and you deserve more than this. God damn, bruh. Like, this is incredible. You're a princess and you deserve more than this. Hey, gentlemen, this is my second book. The Evolution. The Evolution. This is literally why I was named Coach Stradamus. Okay, because this book I wrote in 2019. The book came out before COVID in 2020. This was a different world when this book came out. Now, when you read this book's predictions were to tell you where the world will be 10 years from now, 10 years from when I wrote it. So again, 2019, 2020, this was to tell you where we're going to be in 2032. Don't you realize in 5 years, we already eclipsed everything that's in this book in 5 years. By 2025, I was like, oh shit, we already here. I didn't think we would be here at this point. This literally was to tell us what the results would be of this by the time Gen Z has come of age. But we're already here. Now, look, that's chapter 12. Debt demons. Student loan broke. Debt demons. Most single women are flat broke. Most women have been given the idea that they are free when far too many of them are in over their heads in student loan debt and the consumer debt and are not able to afford their lifestyles to live alone. I'm not talking about 20-year-old women. I'm talking about women in their early to mid 30s and older. Most of them still live at home with their parents and oddly judge the lack of economically attractive men on the marketplace. Okay. What is this? Teachers on seeking arrangements. This is 2019. I'm writing this. Teachers on seeking arrangements. Okay. Dead demons. Now, this is confirming it. Now that they're in the dead demons, the dude's a piece of shit for not paying off her debt. You're a queen. You're a princess warrior. What? This is unbelievable. Set that he makes 250. He didn't consume that debt. She brought that debt on herself. By the way, just so you guys know, legally, if they got married, I want to tell you legally that that's still her debt, even if they divorce. That is not community debt. It does not become marital debt. So even if they married and divorced in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, when they separate, when they do their dissolution of marriage, that debt is still her debt. It is not marital debt. She cannot, even if you made payments to that debt, she cannot put that debt in the divorce category. It's still her debt. There's not many debts like this, but this is one of them. It never goes to the marital community property. Never goes to community property. It always remains her debt no matter what. So he has no right or no need to pay off that debt. He could just find a new woman that doesn't have the debt. Okay. But she's here trying to, she's trying to dump the debt right into his lap when he gets no benefit. By the way, I wrote about that. That is a manipulative tactic that he's using and the women use to dump the debt. And as soon as he pay off the debt, she's going to dip. Look at it, says right here. This is straight from the book, The Evolution, my second book. It says right here. Now, why is this important for men to accept and understand? The answer is simple. Young men are the targets for women to dump their debt into their laps via marriage. The answer is simple. What's the solution? Young men are the targets for women to dump their debt into their laps via marriage. I've been emphasizing this to young men who are often blindsided by the realities of debt once they establish long-term relationships in marriage. The reality is the majority of women in the marketplace are flat broke, and they're pretty much the predator when they are on the marketplace. I want y'all to listen to me. Coach don't have a solution. I have two books. Abba, I hope you're listening to me. Get my books, man. It's going to save your life. I don't make much money on these books anymore. I'm just telling you. I mean, this should have millions of copies sold. This should be my only thing. This should be the only thing I do is sell these fucking books. But guess what? Men don't read. Men want to hope. Men want to roll the fucking dice. Men want to be like, not me, not my girl, won't happen to me. Men want to listen to game niggas and run game. I'm telling you. I already have this shit. These two things right here save your fucking life. You're going to save hundreds of thousands of dollars. I wish I had it when I was fucking young. Right? And people are going to be like, not all women. Okay, let's go back. Let's go to this woman. See what the boomers are telling this man to do with this woman's debt.
The reason I've been able to put majority of my paycheck towards my loans is because he does pay for all our rent.
Oh, so you live together?
Yeah, we live together.
Oh, so you're already married, but you just didn't admit it.
Yeah, it does feel like we're married.
Wait a minute. Bruh. So let me get this straight. He pays almost all the rent. And they want to have him still pay off the debt? Oh my God.
Oh, the humanity.
He paying all her bills. Somebody gonna say no, he isn't. She just said my whole check goes to the debt. So all of the check she's working for, it goes to her student loan payment. So he pays the bills and the rent, and they're making him pay the debt to marry her. My God. My God.
Gosh.
Yeah. So what's his incentive to get married? None.
Exactly. There's no incentive to get married. None. There's none. Of course, you woke up.
The number one cause of divorce in North America today is money fights and money problems.
Facts.
And guess what this is? This is a money fight.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're just not having it out loud. You're having it in your head.
I said that yesterday. I was like, most of those marriages are having a fight about debt and money that never is verbal. It's all kind of emotional and physical, and people are passive aggressive about it. I said that yesterday or earlier this week. And then all of a sudden there'll be a flare up, and then there'll be a problem. And then often the times you could just backtrack it to how somebody feels about the money, because all men pay. It's always going to be about money. When most women's moods is set to money. All right, so you'll be with her, you'll be covering something, but she's going to feel like, she feels tight or anxious, or the money's going low in the account and the bills aren't being paid, or You know, she might be a responsible bill payer in the relationship, but there might not be enough money to write the check or to auto pay it. She's going to be anxious. Her pussy she's going to lock her fucking pussy up. She's going to close her legs, clamp them because of how she feels about money. Her mood changes on money. Let's just say you gave her $1,000 cash and go spend it. Her mood is going to completely change. Now, this is going to affect the relationship and marriage. 100%. And you're going to say, well, it ain't about money. Yes, it is. It's almost always about money. Almost always. The money's always going to be an issue in relationships and marriage. You cannot avoid it. You can't avoid it, guys. Grow up. Keep living. You cannot avoid it. But anyway, we got ABBA here coming up here, scrambling and scraping for shit. But I do have a clip to play real quick before we get into the event. Here it is right here, Daddy. All right, here we go right here.
Mr. Lee,
yeah, I love this drink.
Where you put my bag?
I like when you like this, Daddy.
Yeah, where you put my bag?
Daddy, I like when
you
you scrambling and scraping for shit.
All right, scrambling and scraping for shit, man. Yo, we got him scrambling and scraping for shit here.
This, Daddy.
Where you put my bag?
Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit.
All right, yes, indeed. We're going to have Abby here scrambling and scraping for shit right here. We're going to have some lessons about how all men are susceptible for being sucker for love ass niggas and getting got out here. Every single man can get got. Even a guy that understands how it works, or at least that's how he said it. He explained he knew what time it was because he saw Fresh and Fit. Walter Weeks go through this exact same thing a year prior. Less than a year prior, he's in the exact same situation, having to explain himself to the internet and then calling out a predatory, goofy, bizarre, manipulative woman. Just like that. All right. And he said it affected his mood, the way he saw himself. It affected his work ethic. And he was living a quiet battle. Okay. He was living a quiet battle. You're going to hear him say it. He's going to confirm all the things that I warned you about. It was eating him alive. He didn't know how to think. He didn't know how to process this. And he had no one to share it with. He had to deal with it all by himself. And I always tell you, when you go through these battles with women, you're going to go through them by your fucking self. There's not going to be no church, no pastor, no group of men, no order of men. There's not going to be a legion of men. There's not going to be a group of people that handle it. There's not going to be a court system, a police agency, a support group, social services, nothing. You have to deal with the weight of it by yourself. Even as a famous individual, he was all by his lonely dealing with this shit, battling it by itself with nobody providing him any support or answers. This is how you deal with it. I don't care who the fuck you are, how much game and mouthpiece you got, how good you look, how rich you are. You're going to be by yourself battling this shit out. And you're going to be dealing with a woman getting input and help from all type of people. And they're going to give her the benefit of the doubt. And your ass going to be over there swinging from a goddamn tree and a rope, stressing yourself out. All men pay. Yes, you stress yourself out. Women will stress your ass out, nigga. That's a form of payment. Let's get up in here, man. Let's get up in here. All right, what's going on here? Let's do these super chats. We got the main event for the people who normally don't watch me. We got 2,000 in the box. That's where we normally at. So let's go ahead and let you guys have it. We got Hustle Every Day says, here in Louisiana, we call that passe blanc. Oh, passing for white. He says high yellow passing for white around white folks. It's Creole and Cape Verde today for black folks. All hilarious. Passe blanc. Passing for white, all right, which is essentially what that woman was doing there. All right, she definitely would be racially ambiguous. Blue Baggin says, how long before ABBA realizes that, okay, this bitch was never pregnant and he was just to come up? Shout out to Blue Baggins. Kevin G says, Ko-Fi finally back. Anyway, he says, what do these women really want from a ninja? She complained that I never had creamer in the house whenever she made coffee, so I made her black coffee in cream pie. Okay. Okay. I'm not reading that one. Blue Bagger says, old heads once told me the same thing that will make you laugh. The things that will make you laugh will make you cry. ABBA learning the harder way. The harder way. Dennis S says, yes, Coach, I am thirsty. What is the social for that thin chick, cave girl, dog bit, P-Star? He said jokes. He said, what's up for the weekend? Watching Rick Ross perform with the orchestra tonight. Shout out to Rick Rose and shout out to you, man. Have a good weekend related to that. I had a clip about Rick Ross today, but of course we had to bump that and probably share it next week if that's what's going to happen. Paris Francais says, for the edutainment, free agent lifestyle for life. Any Abbott and Preach fans in here? Shout out to Paris Francais. Anybody that is watching me for the first time, press 1 in the chat. Because typically when you cover a subject matter like this, because I don't talk about internet people very much. Like, I'm not here for beef on the internet. I don't give a fuck about the internet people. Like, I got my own shit. Like, when I go off stream, I don't give a fuck about internet people. Like, I'll be posting content. I'm only just posting my shit. All right. So, like, I don't care about internet beef or these internet personalities and shit like this. Because I know a lot of these internet personalities off camera, and nobody's like they are on the internet. Nobody's like they are. Like, they're slightly way dialed down significantly off the internet. So, like I don't take shots at people's personas on the internet. Because on the internet, there's some bitch ass niggas, nerds, geeks, liars, manipulators, scammers, hustlers. Nobody's like they are on the internet. So I don't take an internet person seriously, meaning like I'm not going to be like, oh, this internet person said this and I'm going to expose them. They're all kind of just, even myself, everybody's just acting. Like, it's the World Wrestling Federation. It's the Worldwide Wrestling Federation on the internet. All right. Anyway, shout out to our brother Joseph, says support. Shout out to you, Eric Scott Sermon. Thank you very much. Eric Scott is in the building. Great Scott. But people be taking internet people personally. They be like, oh, man, they said this and they're this and they're that. I'm going to prove. Most people are just, they're not what they seem on the internet. But not me. I'm Hollywood, CGA. All right. I'm every woman's fantasy. New world order. All right. You're looking at the real here. I'm the real. All right. I'm the real deal. I'm the only realest person on the internet. That's why I'm 14 times demonetized on this bitch. Damn. We got a brother out here that didn't drop the bag for the week. It is our brother here. Who should I call you? What should I call you? I'm going to call you your real name here because I can't pronounce that. But it's our brother. We're going to call him what's your name, bro? Should I call it the organization name? We're going to call you the Brathwaite Organization. I don't even know if I could say that because you submitted it. But he says, Coach, we love the work you're doing. And we all be excited to help the movement, even though we may not approach you the right way sometimes or consider the totality of what it takes to do what you do, myself included. He says, always a true source of wisdom and overdue thank you to the Brathwaite Organization. You said we, so we're going to say you, but we're going ahead and say he dropped the bag. Let's go.
I'm ready.
Let's go. Let's dial it in for the weekend.
I'm ready.
Let's go.
I'm ready.
Let's go. Hollywood.
I'm ready.
He dropped the extra 0 on that one. Shout out to you, man. Woo. He made that Wednesday stream all worth it. Remember when I checked out on Wednesday? Oh, y'all ain't supporting me? Go, I'm out of here. All right, I had to get my bag and run.
Gotta get my bag and run.
Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you for doing that, man. You just opened up a couple seats over on patreon.com for a couple people to go grab over there and get you a Patreon seat. Shout out to you. For people who don't understand the true value of what I do and what I do to stick my neck on the line out here and the information I'm giving you and how people just take my information and run with it and claim it as their own. It's really difficult to be me. And most people, their channels are only based on stuff that I share one clip. That's their whole fucking life, right? They take a clip that I showed you, all right, and then they make a 15-minute video on it, and then they done for the day. Monetize this shit. They just sit back. I'm done for the day. My job is easy. I dropped about 15 minutes worth of knowledge. All right. And they're done for the fucking day. Meanwhile, CGA over here putting in fucking work. That's why I'm the king of fucking kings over here, bruh. All right. The king of kings. All right. Anyway. Shout out to our brother Darnell. Says there was a documentary a few years ago of a retired Baltimore cop saying, if I really wanted to pull someone over, they couldn't drive to the end of the block without me finding a reason to. Shout out to you. Shout out to the police officers. Like he said, if a cop wanted to pull you over, they could. For any reason. He said they couldn't get down to the end of the block without me finding a reason to pull him over. You have to really thank God himself for not getting pulled over at the rate you niggas could get pulled over. All right, shout out to you. Shout out to Stephen A. Says the only reason she won't leave him is because if she leaves, she will have to start paying rent and get further into debt. How many people can understand that? How many people can clearly understand, but they're going to call that financial abuse. So she won't leave this relationship that's not serving her. She's just trying to force him into a marriage that's going to handcuff him. Why won't she leave? You know why? She would be broke. All right, she would be broke.
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke. Dead, flat, stony broke. I've got $3.85 in my purse.
She would be broke because she would have to find a place to live, find rent. She can't afford it. She would drown in debt. She will drown in debt. He basically giving her a lifeline. And guess what? She's still not happy. I'm not happy. He's saving her damn life. What I always tell you, bro, like whatever you do for a woman, like look, in relationships, whatever you do for a woman, she's going to at some point get comfortable with it. You're going to think, I'm going to give her this, I'm going to show her that, and she's just going to be happy forever. Nope. At some particular point, that is now the new bar. You have raised that as the new bar. That's the new level. You can't go underneath that now. Now, you got to keep doing them. You got to stack on top of that. All right, I did that. All right, I gave you 4 bouquets of roses. Now, next year, it got to be 8. Next year, it got to be 16. And the next year, the whole fucking room got to be filled with roses. And then where do you go from there? Where do you go from there? And then you realize I'm saving your life. And she'd be like, not really. I'm doing more for you than you're doing for me. Man, it is unbelievable. Shout out to our brother Prince Isaac. Says salute CGA. He says we took the hit for these young cats. He says I got the lumps, the bruises from a step situation marriage and had my daughter. A few years ago, I got her accepted into the world-renowned performing arts school here in Tejas, and her mother sabotaged it. Spinning her wheels ever since. Gentlemen, shout out to you. This is a co-sponsorship. This happens, man. This is called what we call the devouring mother, or as the Mexican call it, La Llorona. The devouring mother, La Llorona. It's typically because she knows you're going to be celebrated for doing so. You got her in private school, you got her enrolled, and she can't take the credit. And now she can't take the credit. She'll sabotage him. She'll sabotage him. She'll be like, you don't need that. You don't want that. He's using that to control you. You don't want that. You don't want his money to control you. You don't want to go to that school. You don't want to do. I had that happen my whole goddamn raising my kids. She just talked about all the good shit that I had for him. I was like, oh, okay, all right. And then if the kid goes for it, once the kid turns 15 or 16 and she sides with the mom, it's time to ditch the daughter. Just let her go. Just cut fucking bait. All right. Because you can't drag her out of that. All right. Remember, after 13, there's nothing much you can do for a young lady. She's going to have to go through hell and back. She's going to have to sell pussy on a train track. And even when she do, she going to still come back. All right. The prodigal daughter. All right. She's going to have to get that pussy beat up, get trains ran on a train track for her to come back and realize she'd fucked up. All right. Just cut bait on the daughter. All right. Fuck it. Stay with your mama. All right. Don't try to save her, nigga. Don't get your cape. Don't get your cape out because you're going to go through pain, bruh. Ain't no point in going through pain. Shout out to our brother. He says, I was TBO. It is our brother here. We need to acknowledge him because he dropped the bag here. He's in the chat right here. Let me see. This is the brother right here. Vaughn is in the building. This is our brother right here. Let's ring the stream for him right here. This is our brother right here, Vaughn. That's the brother who sponsor 4-time sponsor today's show. We had a double sponsor. We had all of that shit. That's your brother right there. Give him a shout out to VB. We're going to call him VB. It's Vaughn Brathwaite. Shout out to Vaughn in the building. Appreciate you, sir, Vaughn. And the men that couldn't support appreciate you too. Indeed. But some people will be like, nah, man, you supposed to fight for your kids. Kids. Gentlemen, you're supposed to fight for your kids. Not no fucking teenagers. All right. And grown ass adults. And literally hormonally grown adults. You're supposed to fight for children, nigga, when they like 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 4, 3, 2, and 1, nigga. Not for no 16, 17, 18-year-old motherfucking kid. They supposed to get lumps and get dumped on their head, bruh. All right, anyway. All right, they got to go ahead and learn. Go live, nigga. Go outside, then go find out. All right, and when you come back, you be there. Hopefully you be there to put an ice pack on they lumps. Anyway, shout out to our brother here. It is Eagle Eyes with the support and NASA co-sponsorship. You guys rain. Oh, making it rain on CGA. But I made it rain on you for all the things that we talked about today. We got the main event coming up, gentlemen. Buckle your seatbelt here. Let me stretch my legs out because it's going to be an hour. Pause. It's going to be an hour. This is going to take us an hour to go through. I got my car wash guy out there. I think my landscaper's coming through. All right, it's a whole fiesta over here. All right, I had my maids come through on Wednesday. I've had more Latino people in this house than Arnold Schwarzenegger. All right, this has been the fiesta week on Cinco de Mayo week. All right, I'm gonna have to dole out a bunch of cervezas and Coronas and Modelos and money and cash money and pesos. All right, the Mexicans are doing it here. I'm gonna have Taco Tuesday all week. All right, fiesta. All right, ice is around the corner. Don't tell me it's ice. All right, anyway, look, man, let me stretch my legs out real quick because I got an hour, man. This shit is I'm about to unpack this shit. Let's go. Has the modern dating landscape confused you? Have many of the standards that you heard you're kind of tired of hearing about and you're wondering what does it all mean? Well, look no further. Join us talking about the monetized dating marketplace right now on Locals, and it is CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can create a free account to join the conversation between the Coach Gang members, but also on Sunday we do a live stream demonstrating all aspects of the monetized dating marketplace, and coming soon in 2025 you're going to have access to a sample of the monetized dating marketplace course where you can get information related to how to participate in the monetized dating marketplace and or how to understand it, so you're not out here spinning your wheels trying to figure out how you're going to best deal with the monetized dating marketplace. Listen, everything and every aspect of dating is monetized. We just want to relieve the frustration that you might have about it. So the best way to do it is make a free account right there on Locals, CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can get access to those live streams, but create a free account. Just join the conversation. I am the only one covering this conversation from this point of view, and yes, I am ahead of my time. Get ahead of the information before you're priced out. Hey, I'm also looking for a Mexican female personal assistant to help me around the house a couple of days a week. Anybody know any? They can be apparently the age range that I heard, I believe 20 is 15. All right, they have to be at least 15 years old. That's 20 and up. All right, so if anybody knows of any 15 and up Mexican young ladies that don't have documentation that want to do some work under the table, 15 and up, that's 20 and up, ladies and gentlemen. So I think that that could possibly be there. Huh? What? 15 is 15? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait, whoa. My Spanish, I got messed up my Spanish. 15? Oh, 20, 28, 25, 6. Not 15. Man, come on, man. You know what I meant. Stop. I got lost in translation. It was a mistake. Spanish is not my native language, y'all. Sorry. I said, I meant 20, 28, 21, 22. I got it. I messed up. 23, 4, 14, 15. I messed up. Let me say that again. Let me go back. Any young Mexican women, 20 up. I keep saying, stop. Somebody messed me up, man. Stop. This is incredible, bro. Y'all need to stop the bullshit. Y'all know what I meant. I have to stop that because every time I go to Cabo San Lucas, they be looking at me crazy. I be like, do y'all have any muchachas? And I be like, 15 and up. They be like, Senor. All right. Senor, you have to go down to the donkey show. The donkey show, they have them down there. All right. In Tijuana. All right. I was like, oh, I came to the wrong time. All right. You got to go to Hong Kong down there in Tijuana. I was like, wait a minute. All right. This is not what I was looking for. I needed some mature people. What is this? Where do you have me at? And why are they doing that to that donkey? All right. Anyway, I got to have to make sure that I get my Spanish right. I'm fucked around and caught a case. Somebody is going to clip that. But again, Spanish is not my native language. So trust me on this one. Anyway, let's get to the main event. Who wants a main event? I want some main event. Hey, Abba and Preach, are you listening to this one? Well, we're going to fill you in here. All right, the main event is here. Do me a favor, just give me the likes. Don't pass a scroll. And if you clip that out of context, you a bitch ass nigga. All right, we got Abba from the Abba and Preach fame. You guys know them. I shouldn't have to explain who they are. They're very well known. Over millions of subscribers. I believe 2 million subscribers last time I checked. And they are very famous for basically, taking the middle ground on a lot of topics. And the middle ground topic is very popular with people because people are sometimes play the middle, right? So we have conservative leaning people, liberal leaning people. You have people that are extreme, people that are really passive. You have incels, you have red pill guys, you have strong masculine alphas, dominant guys. Then you have peon betas. What they do is they found a success formula for social media to play the middle ground, right? And the common sense ground, the kind of like the ground of like truth or emotions mixed. And they've made a killing with this particular type of content. Now, their very, very big content is going to be where they expose like Fresh and Fit and Myron. That's the one they really make a lot. And they've probably, I think I've heard a video saying they bought houses. All right, they bought houses on this one. And they do a good job. They have an editor that does a good job presenting their viewpoint. And they combine some humor in there, relatable characters, and this type of thing. With that being said, it can't come off as they're perfect, right? So they do no wrong. And that's a tough place to play when you're a content creator, because all content creators have to play Superman. You have to be right all the time. You can never be wrong. You can never make mistakes. So that if you do, or you can never falsely represent yourself. So that if you do, then you're going to be easily called out as a hypocrite, or people can see you as fallible or less perfect than you presented yourself. And that's kind of the lane that they've put themselves in. And it's hard to maintain over a lot of years, because once you live your real life, then your real life is going to show you who you really are. Some people didn't realize that Abba was out here chasing tail. He was out here fucking. He was out here cream pieing. All right. He was cream pieing linglings, which was odd enough because one of his adversaries, Walter Fresh Weeks, shout out to him. He's probably watches too. He watched me. And when Walter cream pied that Ling Ling from China, who they presented as an escort, potentially, allegedly, and knocked her up and claimed that she wanted to kill the baby, and Walter was going to let her kill the baby. Well, Walter encouraged her to kill the baby, and she didn't want to, allegedly. He faced a lot of criticism for that, and rightly so. I criticize him for that, too. Now, that could happen to anybody, including myself. But sometimes when you claim that it can never happen to you, or you overly criticize a person and try to ruin their character, well, then when it happens to you less than a year later or so, you look crazy. You look crazy. So in this situation, I always tell men, you're always vulnerable at any point for a woman to make you pay. And we're just not talking about money, because most broke niggas and men think about money first. All right. They only think about that as a form of payment. But I have tried to communicate that you're going to pay in many other ways. Sometimes the back end payment is way worse than the front end payment. So money, energy, attention, and time, you're going to pay. You keep living. You keep interacting with women. You keep think you're getting a woman for free. You're getting the trial service for free. At some particular point, she's going to switch up on you. And when she switches up on you, you have no control over it. And this is an example. These are teaching lessons that I'm teaching you here. This is another example. This is also an example of how you deal with lings. Lings are fantastic creatures. They're small, they're docile, they're feminine. They got that long black hair. You know what I mean? Those little petite bodies and little A-cup titties. You're like, oh, this is a little this feminine girl. She's so quiet. She's so smart. And then she flips on you.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck
She
up.
flips on you. And now, typically when you're dealing with lings, this is how they end up playing it. All right. Because they are more deal in the sense of manipulation. They don't understand you. They gaslight you. They neg you. They control you, and they keep you roped in so you can't leave because they then they play a dangerous game, especially Filipinas. They're very, very toxic related to this. And I love me some Filipinas, but they're very, very toxic. And they know this, by the way. So a lot of guys don't have experience dealing with penis and dealing with Asian women. Once you do, you'll realize that they're very toxic related to this. They're like toxica. See Mexicans. And they neg you, they rope you back in, then they play nice, they play feminine, they give themselves available to you sexually, they do all the nasty things, they let you dominate them, all right, and violate them.
I like to get dominated.
All right, they do all of the stuff that you like and want, they rope you back in, and then they get you out here chasing your tail. So you got to be available. You got to know this and experience this because they'll torture you. They'll torture you. Trust me. I've dealt with a lot of penis in my life. They will torture you, but they'll let you fucking throttle them 6 times a day, as much as you want. And they'll also cheat in front of you, which is weird. So with this being said, you guys know who ABBA is, but let's take you to this. Of the woman in question here, and I'm going to say fair use woman, this woman was not known prior to this. All right. And I believe Preach of the Abner and Preach show is married. All right. But Abba is single. Remember, he also was advocating for men to pay for box, meaning that he said, I can understand men who pay for box. Maybe he had paid for box. And I think where Fresh, or it was Fit was trying to argue the whole manosphere talking point of paying for box is less than. But then we found out he was doing some levels of that. Right. So it's kind of like a weird space of what I call the Mitchosphere or the Clanosphere of guys in the manosphere acting like they don't do certain shit and they do it. All right. So they had to maintain frame to act like they're not paying for box. Meanwhile, his girlfriend running around here with a credit card. All right. So let's continue. This is the woman in question. Her name is Libby, but I'm not going to give her too much shine. So this is the woman here. As you can see here, she's an attractive ling. I don't know where she lives, though. I don't know where she's from, if she's in Canada, but I would say she's every ling. All right. This is what every Filipina looks like, maybe slightly worse or slightly better. But of course, when we live in scarcity, this is a beautiful woman, right? This is a beautiful, exotic Asian woman. When you go to when you go to the Philippines, you're gonna find them that there's millions of these, millions by the bundle. And what happens is, because you have scarcity, like she seems exotic, she seems different than what you are presented with in America and Canada, you think you're getting something special. All right. But you go over to the Philippines and there's an abundance of these women. All right. And there's more coming up as they age. They're everywhere. I was in the Philippines and I was in Lapu-Lapu, walking down the street in dirt and filth. Okay, pure poverty outside my hotel. And there were linglings just like that, walking in trash, walking in fucking flip-flops and slippers and Crocs. Look just like this. And filth and trash. Nigga, like what? And was looking at me with a whole nother woman. They would have just came down and lied down of all ages. All right, we talking about in filth and trash, meaning that you can find these anywhere. But of course, in America, since they are rarer, well, he's in Canada, we tend to then pedestalize them because they're rare. They're rare. But you go to Asia, fucking like this, you can't even stop looking. You go to the mall, they everywhere. All right, and better looking ones. Okay, better looking ones than this. So this is the woman here. I'm not trying to shit on her, but it is what it is. I'm just letting you know, just for scarcity points, because you guys will think you're getting something special and you're not. All right, you're getting something very, very normal. In this situation here, it says my pregnancy with ABBA. Let's hear what she says here. I'm gonna have to speed her up, but this is the court of public opinion. And ABBA is what I consider infamous, notorious, famous, because I'm infamous, notorious, and famous. We're not celebrities, but we are. She chose to come onto the platform where he's famous because YouTubers, this is what you're vulnerable to. If you're social media famous, you're vulnerable for people attacking you at that point. And that's what she did. She jumped on her YouTube channel and said, part 1. That means she got many, many stories here, but we're going to try to listen to as much as we possibly can before we just cut her off and go over to ABBA. But this is a bizarre video, bro. Let's continue.
Hi, my name is Libby, and I was a girlfriend of ABBA from ABBA and Preach. We were together for 5 months and involved with each other for about 8 months total, but 5 months of that was a serious, committed relationship. I know when someone thinks 5 months, they think, what can really happen in 5 months? But I think most would agree the first 5 months of a relationship can feel very intense and be filled with a lot of love. And that means you can feel the opposite of that intensity if things are not aligning or if things are not compatible. I'm going to be talking about a pregnancy in which ABBA ultimately walked away from. And I'm going to be talking about the difficulties and the emotionally harmful interactions I've had with ABBA. I want to acknowledge something up front.
What?
And that is, I know exactly who I'm speaking about. I know exactly who ABBA is. ABBA is articulate. He is persuasive and he is calculated. ABBA is the king of receipts. And anyone who really knows ABBA would not willingly put themselves in the position I'm putting myself in right now.
Okay, so this is kind of just quickly here. I always tell you, man, your life can go from sugar to shit really quickly. This woman is not even in ABBA's life a full calendar year, and then look, tearing all of that shit down. Like, what? You guys got to watch out for this. You think you're going to see it coming. You think you're going to see it coming. It's going to take years to build up. No, bruh. She wasn't even there a full calendar year. And look at her. She already on the internet trying to ruin this credibility. And she's also pacifying you by trying to get you to feel her she's trying to look vulnerable by saying, I know how he's going to respond. He's going to pull out receipts, things to attack my credibility, to go on his channel that has multiple millions of people that are going to watch. So she's disarming him by saying, I know who I'm going to go against and his methods to destroy. So that's what she's doing right there. Let's continue. And she's right about that because he has a larger platform. He's going to pull the receipts. He's going to basically tear down and deconstruct anything she brings up, even if it's true or not. So she knows what the fuck she's doing. This is very manipulative. Let's continue.
Unless their experience was significant enough to speak on. I'm not here to cause spectacle. This is all informational, and I'll just leave it up for interpretation. I met ABBA July of 2025, last year. And it was really fun and it was really interesting and it was honestly full of love. 4 months into the relationship, I start to see incompatibilities and inconsistencies that made me question the relationship and started to make me feel doubt. Ironically, as I started to feel those doubts, I found out I was pregnant. I was very nervous, but I knew I wanted to keep the child.
Okay, so let's start right here, bro. Cream pie already. So we know he going raw. I mean, most people are going raw. They'll tell you they're using condoms, but they're not. She's in there early. She starts to see inconsistencies, but she's still letting them hit raw. And she said, I got cream pied and I want to keep the baby. Now we're going to see why that's a problem for ABBA. We're going to see why that's a problem. And I always tell you, Filipinas are sneaky. They don't just stay non-monogamous for long. They'll tell you they're monogamous, but they know how to creep. All right, we would have needed DNA tests on that baby. So let's continue here.
I told ABBA about the pregnancy, and he was actually very supportive. He was very excited. He always talked about how much he wanted children. And he said he was sure about the pregnancy, and he said that he was always very sure about me. I, however, did not feel sure about ABBA. Like I had mentioned, I started to see some core fundamental differences with our values, our lifestyle, and especially how ABBA handled things emotionally and how he handled things communicatively. As time goes on, during the pregnancy, I still start to feel even more anxious and more nervous. And I think I start to confuse my anxiousness with being with ABBA or moving forward with ABBA with my confusion and anxiousness with the pregnancy and if I wanted to continue the pregnancy or not.
Let me stop right here. This is a reaction channel. If you guys want to see the video uninterrupted, you certainly can leave the stream and go watch it, but you're going to hear my input. So I have to, for fair use purposes, stop and educate you. Gentlemen, what do I tell you? Soon as they get pregnant, they're going to change. Their hormones change. The person changes. So she was willing to go forward and have the baby, but also what's going to happen is she also was changing. She was willing to say, I don't need this person in the relationship. Okay. So give me a second here. I'm got to type this shit in. Let's let her continue. She was willing to change.
And terminating the pregnancy was never in the question. It was something I never wanted to do. But as time kept going in the relationship, I still felt like it was pretty rocky. And I talked to Abba and I said, maybe an abortion is something we should do, even if that isn't what I wanted at all. And Abba was not happy with it. Abba was quite disappointed, and he tried to support the decision as much as he could, but you can tell that he was struggling with it a little bit. We make our first appointment for the abortion, and Abba visits me to be there for me, and we don't go through with it that day. And when he leaves, I make another appointment, and I cancel that one. And I think in total, I canceled 3 abortion appointments.
Okay, wow, this is crazy. Look. So she canceled 3 early terminations of pregnancy appointment. I believe Abba says there's more. So you're making appointments to terminate pregnancy. You go there. I believe he goes there to a couple. You cancel the appointments. Bruh, this is crazy. So you're using, this is emotional. You're yo-yoing him. You're manipulating him. You're making him believe you're going to take a step. He actually wants to be a part of the kid's life. You're saying you're going to kill the kid. And then when you get there, you're like, oh, I'm not going to kill him. I'm not going to kill him. Like what? And I believe at this particular point, you have to probably say she ain't pregnant. All right, because he had the appointment with her, he don't think she's showing up. She keeps setting an appointment. He keeps showing up. Oh, I didn't think he was going to be here. She can't lie and say she got one if he's sitting in the damn lobby, because the doctor going to come out and say there ain't no baby to kill. So, women have, and the thing about Asian women, the best thing about them is that most of the time you're going to get treatment like 1990s, 1980s from them. That's the benefit. Well, the negative part of that is they're going to manipulate you like it's 1990 and 1980. Okay. They're going to use the same reindeer games, manipulative games. All right. And the women in the modern women don't use these games no more. They'll just abort the baby by themselves. They'll just stay on birth control. They'll get IUDs. They don't play these games anymore. They used to play these games in the 90s. But this is what you're getting here. She's doing the old classic, oh, I'm pregnant. Oh, I'm got to keep the baby. Oh, I'm going to kill it. Okay, I'm going to get, yes.
And I think, maybe I should give it more time and see if my feelings change. And so I set an appointment for after the trip I had planned to Montreal to visit Abba. I visit Abba in Montreal, and we get into our biggest fight. And this was a real turning point for me. And I know it's hard to imagine Abba upset, but he does get there. And not only does he get there, he goes past the point of the threshold of where anger should stop. Abba resorts to name calling and degrading language, and resorts to ridicule and mocking, and it does teeter on the emotionally and verbal abusive side. And I
see this here we go right now. So now he's abusive. Well, listen, this is classic. All women gonna use this one. So you were trying to manipulate him. You keep dragging him all over Montreal to get an early termination of pregnancy, and then you don't do it. Then when he yell at you and crash out on you, you call him abusive. It's like, wait a minute. No, it sounds like you're gaslighting and manipulating him, and he's tired of it. But maybe she's going to produce a receipt to show us this. Maybe she's going to give us a phone call. Maybe she's going to give us a video of him crashing out. This would help your case. This is why I call this a bizarre video. I mean, this is bizarre for her to do this. And she's going to run to the lowest common denominator to try to get some sympathy here. I haven't checked the comments on this video, but this is insanity. Let's continue.
I hate to put a label on it like that, but that is truly what it felt like. And don't take my word for it. I will be posting examples in this video or the next video.
Okay.
After that trip, I realized that I always wanted to keep the child, and it was the relationship that needed to be looked at. And so I canceled that last appointment and I call Abba and I tell him, you know, I'm so sorry for the back and forth, but it was never in my values to terminate the pregnancy. I think I'm anxious about this. And I think it's better if we co-parent. And I was thinking about the kind of environment I would like to raise my child in and everything like that. So Abba's really upset. And we hang up and he tells me to get the abortion.
Okay, so in her recollection, she says her core value says that she doesn't delete the baby, despite the fact that she made several appointments. His core values seem to be not matching hers, but he wanted to keep the baby. Now she's using the old, oh, I'm a better moral person, and therefore he's the bad guy for telling me he wants to early terminate. Like, which one is it, man? Which one is it? Now you're using the value proposition when you initially set the appointment multiple times to go through with it. Now your values. And then she also said, my baby, my baby, my baby. Okay. Yeah. She always saw it as her baby, never his. And that was where the problem is. That's why when he kept showing up trying to be responsible, that was working against her. When he kept showing up saying, okay, I want the kid. I want you to keep it. I'll be a part of the kid's life. That was not in her plans. Her plans was to either get pregnant, cream pie, get pregnant, and take the baby and run and get the child support and just completely keep him out of the life. That was her plan. And the fact that he kept engaging with her and telling her to have the baby was working against her. She couldn't manipulate it. So she kept making these appointments here and there. And now she's trying to say that my morals were against such a thing. Let's continue.
And he tells me, I don't have anything to say, just get the abortion and I'll wait for the abortion updates. And I said, I will consider keeping you. Oh, sorry. I say, I will keep you updated. I will consider what you said over the phone about having the abortion. My values were to ultimately not get it. And he said, just so we're clear, if you change your mind for the 10th time, I will not have.
Okay, look, man, look, I don't need to hear none of this shit, bro. And when we get to Abba, I'm going to say the same thing, because you can take any receipts, you can take any text messages and make it look like you were victimized. I'm not saying they were doctored, but you could take a screenshot or a cap of any particular segment of text messages and make it look like the other person's crazy. This is all the manipulation, the psychotic shit that people do in relationships all the time. Not only that, women build cases against you consistently. So this is another example. Yes, your girlfriend, the woman you lie with, the woman you cream pie, the woman you fuck raw, building a case against you the entire time. Then when they continue to communicate with you and you continue to communicate with them after the fact, they're building a case against you too. So every single time when you break up with a woman, I always say no contact. Go no contact. No long text messages, no voicemails. You talk over you talk over a parent wizard, talking parent, no long ass texts. Communicate, get the phone call, make sure the shit ain't recorded, block it, scan it, whatever you need to do. There's no need to have a conversation about this via text message. Okay. So this to me is, I don't give a fuck about no messages too much. And I'm not going to go and pull credibility on either his or hers messages, but I just keep telling you guys keep over communicating with women. It's going to work against you. All they're going to do is just wait for you to make a mistake and then screen cap this shit and show it as some sort of proof. And I believe what she's trying to show is how many times she got blocked. As far as I understand, he kept blocking me. All right. I would have blocked your ass from the rip. All right. But let's continue. All right, who cares about these fucking messages, bro? All right, let's continue here. Let me see here. Let's see here.
On my part, in all of this, but I pretend to send a screenshot of Abba's message saying that he doesn't want to be a part of this anymore. I pretend to send it to Myron Gaines. And I never do it, and I never did do it. But that was just to I was fighting back a little bit. But
okay, so let's stop right there. Let me just say this. Did you hear that? Did you hear what she said? This is what I'm talking about. So she couldn't get her way. So she threatened him that she was going to send the screenshots to Myron. Nigga, Rick. Bruh. See, she's trying to act like she's innocent and the victim here. I was just doing this. He was doing that. He was doing this. He said this. He said that. Now you out here trying to tell me that you was out here trying to gaslight him and tell him you was going to expose him to Myron. What do you think he's supposed to do? Now, Abba, you're a young man. How old is Abba? I think he's under 40. I know when you're 30, you think you know it all and you think you have life experiences. You're talking to the OG here. You're talking to the notorious one. I don't have any beef. What I'm going to tell you is y'all brothers going to have to keep on living. Y'all going to have to live and fucking learn. I know it sounds like these guys that are red pill and manosphere and alpha. I'm a masculine guy. I promote masculinity. I'm not manosphere. I'm not alpha. Just keep living, bro. Y'all going to find out everything that I say is to protect you. I'm the defensive coordinator. Protect yourself when it comes to these women. You cannot trust their intention. Even though they're in your face smiling and they acting like they listening to you, they will always try to build a case against you all the ways. And they will gaslight and manipulate you and jump on the internet and say they're the victim. What she did was predatory. But you guys going to have to keep learning this shit. I know y'all think it's extreme. Keep learning. They are professionals at this. They are professionals. So then she said, I was going to send a screenshot to Myron. I said I was going to do it, but I never did it. But you told him you were going to do it. What do you think he was going to respond to that? Insanity.
Again, I never did it. And I also messaged the Ab and Breach page.
Oh, what?
And I tell him this. I'm not going to read it, but I'll leave it up here so you guys can
just look, bro. Hey, look, what do I tell you, man? Any person that sends a long ass message like this are not to be responded. Never respond to this shit. So she went and because she's blocked on message, she messages Preach and then messages the Abbott and Preach Instagram. Nigga. Yo, look at these long ass motherfucking messages, bro. I wouldn't even read this shit, bro. If you ever send me a message like that or anything to read like that and it don't got no money attached to it, I ain't reading it. It need to have $1,000 attached to it. Anybody that sends a message like that, you need to stop dealing with ASAPidly, bruh. Look at all these goddamn messages, bruh. Like crazy. She cuckoo. I can't even read this shit, bruh. But yo, hell no. What the hell no? What? Oh my Lord. Dude, if you dealing with a woman like this and they send you this shit, you need to cut their ass off immediately. Cut they block, file a restraining order. There's no conversations after that. Look at you paid just reading this shit. This is unbelievable. All right, look, let me continue here. This is insane. This is insane.
you and pause if you like. And he just responds, hey, blackmailer, stop reaching out. And Abba gets very upset because now Preach sees these messages and now Preach knows that his girlfriend is pregnant.
Now
Preach knows Abba's girlfriend is pregnant. And Abba calls me at some point, and this is just another example of how Abba does talk to me when he does get upset. So I don't answer because I'm trying to get something to eat. I'm hungry and I'm like sick. I'm in my first trimester and I don't answer. And he says, I don't care, bye, blocked. I'm trying to eat. Hey, I was really trying to get something to eat. I haven't eaten. He says, parasite, I don't care. Eat, shit, sleep. I want my peace back. I want you gone. So hurry up. You made 9 accounts harassing me, blackmailing.
All right, so there it is. He feels he's getting blackmailed and harassed, but she's saying I'm still pregnant. By the way, the Ling with Fresh did the exact same thing. She basically said, hey, I'm vulnerable. I'm hormonal. You need to help. I feel like I'm helpless. You brought me all the way here. I have nobody to support. You're my support system. Get me an apartment. Remember? And we criticize Fresh. Well, same thing's happening to Abba. She doing the same thing on him. I'm vulnerable. I just need to eat. I'm hungry. I'm hormonal. I'm pregnant with your child. And you're not here. You're abandoning me. You're blocking me. You're going to learn, man. Y'all going to learn. Anybody can get this work. Anybody can get this work. And all of these messages she knows she's going to use against him. This is why I tell you to not respond. You think I'm being an asshole? Stop responding. Okay? Stop responding to these messages. These messages just going to end up in court with them clipped and blown up on a big motherfucking piece of paper. Not from your point of view. And you're going to think you're going to have time to talk it out with the judge. You're going to lose money out here trying to fight this case. We got a couple more here, and I got to go down and do something.
So he's talking about my cousin reaching out and sending him messages. And I finally, he calls again, and we finally get on a phone call. This is the most brutal phone call. And it does reflect everything that I had mentioned before, that it was verbal and emotionally abusive and contained a lot of dehumanizing language and degrading language. And I actually have the phone call right here, but I cannot play it because ABBA can file legal action against me. And
all right, so she's not going to play it. She says he has the phone call. So we're going to stop it right there. All right, we're going to stop right there. I got to handle this thing with the car wash guy. We're going to take a short break. We're going to come back and hear ABBA's response because ABBA's going to play a voicemail. We don't know if that's the voicemail she's going to play, but she's hiding behind the fact he's going to sue me. So I'm not going to play the voicemail, but she said she will play it in part 2. So maybe we'll hear it in part 2, but we're going to come back and we're going to hear ABBA's response to this. Okay. ABBA's response to this, and it's going to be what I call typical of what men do when they're trying to defeat what I've been telling you about predatory women in this particular space. All right, that you're all vulnerable and can be victimized by it. Stay tuned. The Money Mindset 2025. Join us if you are looking to elevate your mindset to the next level and get your financial information and game back to where it needs to be. This is the Blue Chip Mindset on steroids. We have 80 plus episodes from the last 2 years that you missed available via playback. You can get all of those episodes. Also, every live stream on Sunday night with all of our great contributors with subjects, cryptocurrency, investment, money 101, money 201. Also, if you're looking to become a social media content creator, this is the group for you. 2 times a month, we give you content creator information about how much money you can make via content creation. What are the most popular forms of content creation coming forward in the next few years, and how you can capitalize on an opportunity to be a content creator. Join patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams to find the Money Mindset link. Let's get our Blue Chip Mindset on. The window is still open. Gentlemen, I want you to listen. I want you to listen to me. I'm giving you these lessons. If you think you can compete with women in the court of public opinion, you're sadly mistaken. Now, ABBA in this situation has an advantage because he has a support group, right? He has a large contingent of fans around the world that support him. They believe him, and they're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Okay. You also have a group of people who are, they're prone to not believe women. So as a result, they're going to support him. But these are internet people. You cannot believe internet people are going to save you and your reputation. And I want to understand, I want men to understand that that's the case. So for men, when people lie on Myron and Walter, all right, you have people supporting them. And you have people willing to sit back and listen to 2 to 6 hour podcasts of you producing receipts that are against what the woman is saying. But that's not going to save you, gentlemen. That's not going to save you. If this woman decides to keep the baby, go to child support, he's going to go to court. The Abba and Preach fans aren't going to be there. Okay. The internet fans ain't going to be there. If he has to go to a lawsuit, a civil lawsuit, the Abba and Preach subscribers aren't going to be there. All right. Neither is CGA. He's going to have to deal with the law. If he had to deal with claims of any abuse emotionally, which he's lobbying against him, nobody going to be there. It's going to be just yourself. So now let's hear ABBA's response to this, because this is important for you guys to understand. Okay. So we're going to have ABBA here. This is him last night. He immediately responds. So she, as far as I know, she put the video out. I saw the video probably a few hours, and then a few hours later, I see his response. So he immediately goes live, which this is a sense millennials and Gen Z, this is how you guys fight it out on the internet. We don't realize that if this does go to any court action or anything like that, both of you guys have said a little bit too much. So he immediately comes on the internet and he has this response. We're going to hear how he responds. But gentlemen, I'm assuming he's a millionaire, or at least he has a lot of money. He doesn't present himself as that because he's probably very smart with his money. He doesn't go spend it on cars, or as far as I know, all right, spend it on houses and cars and vacations. As far as I know, I have no idea, but he presents himself as, to his audience, very normal and relatable. Okay. Now let's hear his response here and see what he says.
So I meet this girl. We hit it off, relationship's going great. You know, it's crazy. You guys have never, ever seen any person I've been in a relationship or dated. And yeah. So this is my ex, okay? Libertine Kalina, all right? And this is the profile that I saw about her, okay? So here she is, you know what I mean? Nothing crazy. You know what I mean? She likes archery. She's a family person. You know what I mean? Nothing too crazy. So this is what I know about her, okay?
Okay.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yep, bro. Listen. ABBA, we all get got, man.
Gotcha, bitch.
She hit your ass. She hit your ass with the ecclesiasm. She hit your ass with the Filipino nurse. Nigga, she hit you with the okie doke. Bruh, you know how many Filipino women I run through like this in the Philippines? All right, they all Filipino nurses, nigga. They all regular ecclesiastic. They all bitches that's out here riding jeepneys and shit. All right, she hit your ass with the basic. So this is where he got with his, he got left with it. He got caught with his pants down around his ankles. Family woman, jeepney riding bitch with sandals on, Filipino nurse. All right, regular. All right, she ain't got her ass out. The only skin I see is on her legs here. All Filipinas dressed like this, by the way. Over there, that's her legs out. Family man, mama, daddy, brother. Sometimes granny. All right, see Mexican abuela. Sometimes these be the women that be getting you, bro. Trust me.
Gotcha,
I done got by a South Korean woman like this, bro. Totally ecclesiastic skeezer. All right, but she gonna hit your ass up. Yeah, I had a Ling Filipina hit me up this morning. Can you give me 3K in pesos? Which is like what, $50? All right, and I was like, nope. So he fell for the okie doke. He fell for the presentation. She wasn't a hooker, escort looking girl. She must not be crazy. Her family could have told you she crazy. All right, your family could have told you she crazy. So let's continue here.
Nothing crazy. You know what I mean? She likes archery. She's a family person. You know what I mean? Nothing too crazy. So this is what I know about her, okay? She cute. I might have some beef with her now, but I'm never going to say she was ugly. She wasn't a Chinese escort for everyone to ask.
See, that's exactly it. She didn't look like a Chinese escort. But you guys got to know, in the Philippines, that's what they look like. All right, all women that suck, they dress down less than that. So, you know, you can get got by Filipinos.
Yep. So, anyways, I thought I was shooting blanks, you know.
Oh,
and we was
what?
We was getting it on, and it turns out I wasn't shooting blanks. Big surprise to the both of us.
Now wait a minute, gentlemen. What? ABBA. I'm not gonna watch this whole video, but bro, you got finessed. Like I said earlier, some men don't want to ask they don't want to ask the questions because you don't want to feel like you got played by like a fool. But as I told you, everybody plays the fool sometimes. There's no exception to the rule. So you thought you couldn't get a girl pregnant? And then she shows up pregnant, a Filipina? Bruh.
Gotcha, bitch.
Come on. Filipinas always gonna use the I'm pregnant. They gonna always hit you raw. They gonna always let you hit raw. And then they always gonna come up pregnant. That's typically the Filipina scam. And then Western Union you 3K, 5K, which is $50, $80. And her mother's sick. Her father died. All right, they'll take a picture. Dude, I had a Filipina take a picture, send me a picture of her father in a casket, nigga. I had a Filipina send me a picture of her father in a fucking casket and ask me for some money, nigga. I was like, bitch. I had to block her. I was like, yo, that's crazy, nigga. That's crazy. The Filipina scam is like that. It's not as hard as the Chinese and the Nigerian scam, but sending a picture of your father's casket, I was like, wow, these bitches are out of control, bro. The Filipina, and they'll do it for $50 to $85. Not much money. Not much money, so that you end up like, oh, it ain't a lot of money, so you end up doing it. Where's the picture? I wish I could find this shit. All right. I was like, this bitch sent me a picture of her. She said, my dad just died. Can you send me money with the fucking casket? Nigga, I was like, Jesus. Then she sent me a picture of her all wrapped up. She was like, I got the flu. I need medicine. I'm like, is that how you're looking with the flu? Wrapped up. She was wrapped up like a mummy, nigga, and sent me a picture saying, I'm dying of the flu. I can't afford medication. Send money now. Anyway, so in my opinion, at this point, I don't know if Abba realizes this, but he got played. He got played like a fool here. He didn't knock her up, bro.
You guys, I don't know why, man. Everyone was messaging me like, Abba, you stressed? I'm like, I'm really not. Okay. So she gets pregnant, and we had a conversation about it. And initially, she's like, okay, we'll do this. And this is the only time that she ever told me she wanted to have a kid. And when she told me that, I said, okay. You know, like I wasn't expecting this, but if this is where it's turning, then I'm going to assume my responsibilities. But yeah, let's do this. So this happens, might have been November, October, I don't know. But at this point, my life changes a little bit at that point because I'm in my head now focused on dealing what's in front of me. I have a huge responsibility. So I'm shifting all things in my life to assume that responsibility. You know, I'm shifting my investments. I'm shifting my work stuff. And I have a hard time explaining this to you guys. I've never fathered a child before, but being a dad was something that I told myself if I was going to do, I would do it the right way. And so for me, it was really important that my life was in order. And even though I'm successful on YouTube and whatever it could be, and I'm doing fine financially, I'm doing great, I think there's a lot of things in my personal life that I could have in better order. You know what I mean?
Okay. I'm not sure what he's getting at here. I think he's trying to say he wanted to do it the right way. He got her knocked up. He wanted to raise a family. All right. Let me show you the picture real quick of just so you can see, sir, that we all get got. Okay. Here's the picture. I got the two pictures here. So here's the picture of the young lady saying that she had the flu. All right. So you don't know I'm lying. So you don't think I'm lying. She was like, this is what she looked like. Hey, honey, I got the flu. Can you send me money for meds? All right. That's the Filipina here, number one. And then I'll show you the picture of her daddy in the casket. Okay. And here's let me see here. Right there. So you don't think I'm fucking lying. Babe, can I ask you for help? My father died and I need help financially. Look, nigga, look. That's the casket right there, nigga. Yo, y'all think I was lying, bro? I'm not lying, bro. Like she just. I'm like, is that your daddy's casket, nigga? Dude, as much as y'all think I like Filipinas, bro, I know their game, dude. You gonna get got, and they only juicing you for ducats here and there, $30 here, $50 here. Man, Filipinas are wild. Even Dominicanas, Brazilians, what do you call it? Colombianas, they all do the same shit, bro. It's the same shit. So you got to watch out. But the problem is why people fall for it, because it's always a small amount of money. It's like $30 here, $80. It's almost less than $100. And I'm like, I just need like, you know, whatever their pesos are. I just need 5K. And you'll look it up. Oh, that's $85 here. But they just juicing you left and right. They only contact you for money. And it's always a wild story. Oh, man, I got to graduate from school. I can't afford the cap and gown. And you're like, what? Oh, I got to pay for my degree. I got to pay for my pictures. I can't pay for my pictures for my graduation. It's always a wild story. They can't just be like, hey, I need $85. I'm hungry and shit. Or I'm calling all my sugar daddies and you're on the list today. But they do this all day to everybody. It's not just you. They're doing it to all the men they met, all the men that came in every day. They just sending these messages. All right. Hey, Poppy. Yes. Hey, Poppy, I need this. You coming to visit. I need new clothes. Can you send me Western Union? It is the Western Union game. But see, I don't know if he knows this, but he's getting scammed. He's getting scammed.
I mean, I could be in some better shape me take my health a little bit better, so I'm here for a long time. Mindset things, like I was really getting ready for the prospect of this. A week goes by, and all of a sudden, I start getting messages from her on a regular basis of her feeling unsure. And the whole time, I'm being incredibly supportive. Don't worry, guys, I'm going to show evidence of this. But for me, it's very tough because from that point on, and for the next 2.5 months, she flip-flopped between I'm not sure and I'm not going to have the child. Now, I could only be supportive because, as you know, this is a man's world. But when it comes to kids, babies got control, women got control. So even if I didn't want to have the kid, if she tell me no, then that's what it is. I told her how I felt. I told her why I wanted to go forward with it. She felt differently, and she would waver. And all I could do is be respectful and be supportive. Because at the end of the day, like, think about my options from my perspective. She's carrying my kid. If I stress her out, it may result in a miscarriage.
Here we go.
If I make her feel alienated, it might push her to her abortion. All I can do right now for the health of the child and for her health as well is to be supportive. That's all I can really do.
Okay, so let's just say this. He learned this from in my opinion, I mean, he's a grown man, but this was a year after Fresh was in this situation. Fresh was just in this situation. So he saw how Fresh reacted and how much negative feedback Fresh got. So he wanted to play the supportive role, which didn't play into the hand of what the woman wanted. So he was like, let me be supportive. I don't want to be the reason why you have a miscarriage. Let me do what's right. And he tried to do what's right, but gotcha, bitch. All right, let's continue here.
So that's what I did. And I tried. You know what I mean? I tried. And one time she said dead set on having an abortion, even though I was against it. And I flew down to be with her, not to convince her not to have the abortion, but to be there for her through it. Because it doesn't make sense to me to have a partner and they're going to go through something as traumatic as an abortion and I'm not there. Okay? We were committed. So
let me stop right here, brothers. Man, let me get this straight. Gentlemen, I'm the teacher here. I will not lead you astray. Did you just say you had a partner you were in a relationship with that you thought impregnated that was not in your city, that you had to fly down to? Where is down to? Somebody help me. Somebody help me where he flew to, because I don't know. Y'all know about the situation. I don't know. You had a long distance relationship with a woman you saw occasionally in cream pied a couple times over 5 to 8 months. And where? Anybody know where she's from? Miami? No, he said down to, so he's in Montreal, if I'm not mistaken. Where is down to? Toronto? Is Montreal down to Toronto? I'm not sure. So she's not even in the same area code or zip code. And you talking about a Filipina? Let me tell you something, gentlemen. A Filipina? Gentlemen, as innocent as Filipinas look, they are little brown fucking machines. Ask Iggy. They are little brown fucking machines. All right, they're built and bred to fuck. All right. They can fuck like no others, man. They 5 feet tall and can fuck like crazy. They fuck like jackrabbits. They handle multiple dudes, multiple dicks. They can take a dick. They can get choked, whooped, spanked. They can get torn up. And you never know who done fuck this woman. All right, because you'll never find it. They'll never leave a trace, nigga. You could be hard to find it. They're little brown fucking machines. And they're innocent looking and you can't see it. You be like, she's nice and she's innocent and she's boring and she wears the big glasses. She will leave not a crumb or a taste or a condom, a smell. They know how to do it, bruh. So if she's not up under you, trust me, she getting tossed She getting ran through, and they don't like condoms typically. Filipinas don't like condoms. They don't fuck around with condoms. Even when they sell pussy, they all here, bro. They will let you hit it raw and cream pie them and all of that. Oh, all in them. And then an hour later, somebody else, running all up in them. This is typically the case. I'm generalizing, but y'all gonna have to learn and accept it. Trust me, I done dealt with probably, well, I can't tell you. All right, I don't like to tell you my numbers. All right, but if she ain't up under you, that might not have been your kid. And he already has problems, he said, shooting blanks. Let's continue, bro. Yeah, I'm the junior college sociologist of this, bro. Somebody said she had a 714 area code. Orange County, Filipina? In Orange, guys, you guys know I'm from Orange County. I mean, I'm not born and raised in Orange County. I lived in Orange County for 10 years. You're in Montreal. She's in Orange County. Ring the bell. Abba, you can't. Some people don't know, man. Some people don't know. You was about to get put on that. If she was pregnant, you about to get put on that California child support. I lived 10 years in Orange County. This is the home of the apex predator. I might have touched her. I might have put hands on hips. Yes, and he said Vegas has the highest concentration of Filipinos in the U.S. Yep. Dude, it's hard for me to avoid Filipinos here. But I lived in Orange County. That's next to Garden Grove and all of that shit in Westminster and Irvine. I know Asians, bro. I've lived around Asian women all my life in California. Asian raisins. I lived next to Irvine. I went to school with a lot of Vietnamese women. All right, when I was in Hawthorne. And you talking about an Orange County Filipina? Oh my God, man, bro. This might not be your baby, y'all. This might not be his baby. I hope it's not Orange County.
So I flew down. And let me see if I can find this in the notes here.
What's going on, man? What you looking for?
Sorry, boys and girls.
All right. He's scrambling and scraping for shit.
Right, go down to like, let's say here. All right. So some of you be like, why do you have this, Abba? I'll tell you guys why I have this later. Okay. But you guys are going to hear it.
I know how you feel about it, and I understand.
So right now, what you guys are going to hear, this is a conversation that me and her had months later after most of this happened. Okay.
Yeah, continue going on.
And you're gonna...
I know you know that, like, you're saying, like, you knew what I was going, like, I explained, like, the debilitating decision making, like I was doing every day. I was going back and forth every day. I was just trying to figure out what to do. And
okay, so she does have the condescending. He's snipping. All right, he's snipping. He's shuffling. She does have the what I call the condescending Asian voice, which is going to be the Valley Girl Asian accent. All right, so for people that don't know, I talk about all women and all races of women because, you know, a lot of people like to pedestalize other women. I understand people's preferences. I have preferences. That doesn't mean they're perfect and that I'm avoiding something imperfect. But this is the condescending Asian voice, all right, that I've been all too familiar with. It's indicative of parents who were fobbies that owned a donut store, a cleaners, a restaurant. And she was educated, picked up on the vernacular and the pacing of the Valley Girl and mixed it with a little intelligence where she's super duper smarter than you. And this is a highly manipulative voice, even when California white women use it. And I call it the condescending Asian voice. And it's typically condescending Asian men and women who use this voice because they're like, I'm smarter than you. I went to UC Berkeley, UCLA. I went to UC Irvine. I'm smart. I have degrees. I get all A's on my math tests. All right. These type of people here. And their parents ran a cleaners, a donut store. All right. But that's neither here nor there. You got to watch out for them because it can be very manipulative and predatory. and they learn from Valley Girls.
And I regret the way I handled it. And I feel like the first few weeks, I was like thinking about you first. I feel like I was like in a triangle of like, okay, if I don't have the baby, then things can continue going on with Abba. But if I have the baby, then it's just like all this pressure with someone, I
understand that's what you thought in your head, but like, I think the frustrating part for me is I literally flew down to be there for you for the abortion. I don't know how things were going to go afterwards, but like I would have supported you regardless. But when
it didn't seem like that. It didn't. You kept saying like you're never going to be the same.
But that's just true, right? Like you are not going to be the same either, and that's okay. Like I wasn't going to lie to you and tell you I was going to come out the other side one way, but I told you I'd be supportive and I'd be there for you.
Okay, so let me just say this here. Look, what Abba is doing in this situation, since he knows he's recording her, it's kind of like, let's just say this, man. When Fresh was with that LING, the Chinese one, the woman knew she was recording Fresh, so she had an advantage. Abba is smart enough to have learned that, so he's recording her. And this is not in context. This is way after. He said this is 4 months after they broke up. So he knows he's recording her, so he's taking the advantage. And he's saying, oh, I wanted you. I supported you. I wanted to. So you can't really say that he's being authentic to her in the conversation because he knows he's being recorded. Similarly to when the Fresh's woman was doing that to Fresh. She knew she was being recorded, and she was like, yeah, but it's against my morals and my religion. And I was brought up to. So he's not being authentic in the recorded version of this as well. And he knows he's going to have a one-up on her. This is his receipt, but this is not his true feelings that he's expressing. Let's continue.
Regardless, I didn't go down there to convince you not to do it. I went down there believing you were really going to do it. That's why I went down there. And like you wanted to talk about it. I didn't even want to talk about it when I came down. You were trying to comfort me, and I said, it's okay.
But you were having a hard time, and I'm not going to argue with you. You don't think that I look at you and I don't care about how you feel. Like you don't think at the time I'm like seeing you and I do love you and I'm like looking at you and I'm like, this guy's devastated. And then a part of me is like, I also don't want to, but I'm like, again, I was like in this triangle where like, okay, if I don't have the baby, things can still move forward because it's like we can still figure out if we're compatible. We can still figure all that.
Okay. And somebody saying they're both recording. You guys are absolutely right, because she has a recording that she said she was ready to play as well. So they're both recording. So they're both inauthentic in this particular point. You have to cancel and throw this whole thing out. Now, somebody said this, and this is what's happening. I don't think he realizes this. I don't know his experience with women. And he's also, and I thought this too. I was like, this got to be a setup. I thought initially the woman was put up to do this so that maybe Abba and Preach can do a reaction video to everybody that reacts to this. Maybe Myron reacts to this and then they say, oh, it was all a scam. That was my initial thought. But maybe it's that, maybe it's not. I was like, maybe because they have done this before to Sadia Khan. Just so you guys know, Abba has done this to Sadia Khan, basically conning her to believe they're doing an interview, but it was to set her up. So he has done this before. So that was my initial thought. Maybe he put this woman up to it and they were going to fool Myron, and Fresh and Fit were going to react to it and celebrate. And then they were going to say, aha, gotcha. All right. Which could be possible.
Gotcha, bitch.
Which it could be highly possible still. And, but also with this one is that they're both being inauthentic and playing each other. But in my opinion, I don't believe that Abba has to experience to deal with an apex predator. All right. Now, I don't know this, and you guys have to understand this. One thing I tell you about at the JUCO is that you're dealing with apex predators, which is going to be 10 times worse than the normie women you're normally dealing with. And they are going to give you an experience, which I call the girlfriend experience. And the girlfriend experience is what they're supposed to give you, but it's an act. And sometimes men fall in love with the girlfriend experience when she's giving it to them. And that's where you lose. I want you to listen to me so you can learn. If this woman indeed is from Orange County, okay, if this woman is indeed from Orange County, if this woman is indeed in that age group, and I don't know, you guys are suggesting she's from Orange County. These women are trained predators. They deal with men, they deal with rich men, they deal with celebrities, they deal with pseudo celebrities, B-list, D-list celebrities, and shit like this. So what they are trained to do is to make you believe that you're getting an experience nobody else is getting, but they do it on a diabolical level. They do it way greater than a woman could do in Mississippi, because a woman in Mississippi doesn't get that many ups with top tier men and mid tier men. She only gets a couple ups here and there, and she's going to fumble. Orange County women, women in Los Angeles, women in San Diego, women in New York, and the high in Miami, they get ups with all type of guys. So you might think she's going to make you think, oh, it's you. You're the best dick I ever had. You got championship dick. You got the most money I ever had. And then she'll set you up like that. But then she'll give you the girlfriend experience. It's just all an act. Where guys get upset, and we can see this upset preach. Oh, sorry, ABBA. I always make that mistake. This is set ABBA because he fell in love with the girlfriend experience. But he didn't realize he was getting the girlfriend experience. For all we know, we don't know if he paid. If he was supporting this woman, maybe that'll come up. He might have been supporting her, giving her an allowance, paying for her flights, paying rent. I don't know. I have no idea, but I'm assuming that was part of the deal. It had to be. But when an apex predator gives you the girlfriend experience, she also is acting, but you then get mad when you find out it was all an act. But you shouldn't, because that's what she was supposed to do. A girlfriend is supposed to make you believe she's faithful in being a girlfriend. But when you find out she was acting, it hurts you. And I believe that that's where he is. He didn't realize it was all an act. But when a girlfriend's, and you're paying for the girlfriend experience, that's like when you take a stripper back to the VIP room. She's supposed to act like you're the only dick in the house. She's supposed to act like you're so muscular, you're so strong. She's supposed to act like that. And then when the hour is up, or when the DJ cuts to this 8th song, she cuts the act. And she walks off. She takes her little purse, her handbag, and she puts the money in her purse, and she walks the fuck off. Like she don't even know you. Nigga, you will come into the same club the next week, and she won't even remember she grinded on your dick and let you suck her titties. She won't even remember that she was acting. You're going to be like, hey, how you doing? Hi, Tammy. Remember me? She going to look at you like, who the fuck are you? All right, who are you, nigga?
Wait a minute.
She going to look at you like, who are you? She going to be holding another trick's hand and walk at him. She's like, I'm working for this nigga. I'm this nigga's girlfriend right now. I'm busy. Don't bother me. Right? Same thing as when you go on a Rite Aid and you see a girl, you be like, oh, and you make eye contact. She make eye contact with you, but you don't close. You go, I'm going to come back next week. And you come back next week. You be like, it's me again. And she's like,
wait a minute. Who are you?
She's like, who the fuck are you, nigga? Who are you? And you's like, remember I was in here last week and we were making eyes and we were flirting and I didn't get your number, but I came back to get your number. I've been thinking about you all week. She looking at you like,
wait a minute. Who are you?
She don't remember the fuck you are, nigga. You go into the bank. You go to the bank, same thing. You go into Pizza Hut, same thing. McDonald's drive-thru. She done seen 50 niggas and she done flirted with 55 other niggas and she done got 50 other niggas' numbers. Like, she done fucked 5 other guys in between all that. And you like, remember me? Remember me? All right, I was in here last week looking at toilet paper and you helped me with the... She don't remember. All right, anyway, I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about when you worked again. I've been actually sitting outside the store and I've been coming in the store every day to see if you were here and you've been here all week. Where were you? And she's like, creeper ass nigga. Like, you been in here watching me and when I work, nigga, like, what the fuck? Some men just don't know. They just don't know, bruh. You're gonna have to learn out here, man.
Thought out, and yeah, I don't think if the pregnancy happened, I don't think any of this would have happened. But sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know. I think I always told you the outcome I would have preferred, but I told you I would support you regardless. and I'd be there for you.
Or
And I think I try to show up both emotionally and physically by being there in person. I think I went out of my way to try to make that clear to you. And I also didn't lie to you. I didn't tell you I'm going to be fine. Everything's going to be great. I told you, like, it's going to be tough on us. It's going to be tough on you. It's going to be tough on me. I don't know how I'm going to change afterwards. I can only tell you that I'm dreading it. And I think that's a reasonable and like mature response to the whole situation. You know, I don't need anyone to coddle me or anything like that. Like, I know these things are going to be difficult. And who knows, maybe it does break us. Who knows?
What happens?
But I would never force you into parenthood before you're ready. And I always told you that.
So what I'm saying there is
Damn.
because she didn't want to have the kid, and I was saying I did, right? I told her, though, like, I'm not going to sit here and convince you to be a parent. I think that's weird. Like, I can't force someone to be a parent. So if I'm having a kid with somebody and I'm the one who wants it and they don't want it, I'm not going to force them into parenthood. So I told her what I felt, and then I stopped. I stopped trying to convince her to keep the kid. She didn't want to keep it. So, you know, I just accepted it and tried to be supportive, but I was in this really weird position. So I'll keep going.
Always.
All right, hold on. We're gonna skip the phone call shit. All right, we get it.
The night before the abortion, she was talking to me. She's like, we can have more kids in the future. And I'm like, right. So she didn't want me there for the abortion. I flew down anyways. And the night before the abortion, she was talking to me. She's like, we can have more kids in the future. And I'm like, right before you're going to go end this, that's what you want to come for me with? So I'm like, just stop. It's okay. I'm not here to be a sour pout. I'm not pouting. It's okay. Let's just go through with this. I wake up in the morning and she canceled the abortion. So this is like the 9th time already that she's changed her mind between having it or not having it. And I can't stress this to you guys enough, how fucking debilitating and mentally breaking it is to have to deal with somebody changing their mind. Now, I'm sympathetic because I can imagine it's a stressful situation. You're deciding your future, you're hormonal. You know, I'm being as patient as I can be throughout the whole process. I'm not saying nothing because I don't know what it's like to carry a kid. But to be honest with you, it was tough on me. Okay. The same was tough on her.
Okay, so let me stop right here. So I think for his audience, he's got to play that kind gentleman role to say I was supportive and I was considering her hormonal imbalance and the fact that she was vulnerable. And he can't not empathize with that because he'll lose half his audience coming off a little bit more like Fresh would have came off in that situation. And also, you know, you can see the pain that this has caused him. All right, you can see that he's in pain, and he even admits this. And no shit, guys, women can put you through this, man. Women can put you through some pain. This is why I say all men pay, because it only takes one. He probably was out here getting more ass than the toilet seat, right? But he found that one. You know what I mean? Like, you found the one, and you was like, I'm ready to give her my all. You actually saw him go through her Instagram. Oh, look at her. She's different. We saw Walter go through that, and we diss Walter. Oh, Miranda's different. She's different. She's not like these other girls. Sugar baby. Still a sugar baby. I tell you, the dark side is litty. Once you accept the dark side, you realize they all have the ability and capacity to be out here throwing some pussy out here for some money. They all have the ability and capacity to do it. They all are ruthless and heartless. Pussy don't have a heart. Men are the real, men are in love, women are in business. These are all the things I teach you. And it only gonna take you one, and all you're gonna do is you're gonna throw all your eggs in that basket, and then you're gonna get got.
Gotcha, bitch.
And you're gonna be in hurt and pain. He said it cost him pain and hurt and whatever he said there. That's all form of payment. That's all form of payment. You think a woman ain't gonna do that, and you just gonna find a woman and you gonna be like, she's an angel. She's everything I look for. She's not like these other girls. And you get got. It's part of the game. And this is why we try to arm you and get you ready for it so you can see it, because you can't see it from the outside. Now, from us, we can see it from the outside as clear as day that she's an apex predator, right? She's experienced. She got way more experience. She looks innocent, but she got way more experience than him. And you can see the pain, bruh. And this ain't nothing to shit on Abba about, but he got 9 times she's changed her mind about killing a baby. Come on, man. Come on, man.
I'm not here to villainize her or whatever. All my friends, my friends don't, my friends have nothing nice to say about her. Okay. They say she didn't have women were pregnant, it's lying, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't say any of that.
Bruh, Abba. Is it Abba or Abba? I think it's Abba. So your friends tried to tell you that she was getting you?
Gotcha, bitch.
And you didn't listen? It happens to the best of us. Happens to everybody. Happens to CGA. It happens to Fresh. It happens to Myron and Fit. It happens to Sneeko. It happens to Abba. It happens to everybody, man. Everybody can get this work. So everybody saw what clear as day. But what happened is you gave her the benefit of the doubt because why? She was giving you that tight, wet Asian poon. That tight, wet Asian poon to get you. Because she be out here like you just hurting her. Oh, oochie, ouchie, oochie, ouchie. Holding on to you, gripping you tight. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Letting you choke her and right there go right down the gullet. Oh, she drinking it up, blowing snot bubbles with it. He said that hit you with that oochie wally wally, oochie bang bang. She hit with you that grippy, and you hitting the bottom of that Asian poon. You hitting the bottom of it. And you be like, and she be like, fill me up, daddy. You cream pieing it. All right, and you like, this ain't no way, ain't nobody giving no loving like this. And guess what?
Gotcha, bitch.
Your heart can't take it, nigga. Do you have the stomach, bro? Do you have the stomach?
Do you have the stomach?
You ain't got the stomach. That tight, Asian, grippy, wet, poony, poon, poon, and that domination to get you, bro. It'll get you. Press 1 in the chat if you ain't ever, because dudes in Thailand go to Thailand and fall in love with these bar girls and these go-go girls. Dudes go to Thailand and they fall in love. When I was in Thailand, there were dudes falling in love with 19-year-old bar girls. He like, I think I'm gonna marry her. And he was in divorce twice. I talked to a dude divorced twice, going through a divorce. He was divorced once, going through a divorce, and he was like, I'm gonna marry this bar girl, nigga. She's 19, bruh. She was putting that wet grippy on him. And he was sending me message saying, I think I'm going to marry her. I was like, Negro, please, you work for UPS. I'm going to show you, man. Look, he sent me a picture. Look, I'm putting it on that Al Gore internet. I'm going to teach y'all, bro. Dudes be going to Thailand falling in love. Like, dude, and I know a girl. I still talk to one of the girls that I saw in Thailand. And she like, dude, every week somebody's proposing to me. Like every week they want to take, and she was like, you're just a client. You're just a client, bro. She addicted to the life, nigga. She want to be a part of the life. She don't want to be out here married to your goof ass. They out here to sell pussy. That's why when the Captain Saberhoes be like, these guys taking advantage of these girls. I'm like, no, they not. They doing exactly what they want to do, fam. You can't stop them from doing that. They're not forced to do that. They're doing exactly what they want to do, fam. Let me show you this picture, and then we'll go to the super chats because I'm tired of this shit. All right, because Abba got. They are volunteers. They're doing it on their own free will. They're not doing it because they come from poverty and they don't have any other way to make money. There's girls in Thailand selling scorpions and cockroaches on the side of the fucking road. Trust me. They got another way to make money. They choosing to be out there throwing pussy out there and sleeping in hotel rooms. All right. Let me see if I can find this. Okay, that's the Philippines. And trust me, I've been out there, bro. Y'all taking advantage of these poor girls. That's their only way to make it. No, it ain't. They can do it 100. They can do a whole bunch of other shit. Damn, where's that dude picture? He sent me on WhatsApp. He was like, oh man. Because he was supposed to meet. Here it is right here, bro. I wish I can't show the dudes' faces. All right, I'll show him one. I'll show the dude. I'll show the guy. And both of them are white dudes. One's a Jew. Look, nigga. This dude right here said, I'm going to marry her, bro. Bruh. I was like, dude, don't. And then this is his friend who was going through a divorce. He was married once, going through his second divorce. This was his girl. He's like, I'm going to marry her. I wish I could pull up the fucking message he sent me so I could show you, nigga. I ain't lying. I was like, bro, you supposed to hear just to be having fun, bro. You supposed to hear them just toss these bitches. All right. But he was like, oh, I'm gonna marry this one. All right, there go one of my girls there. All right, one of my Thai girls here. Let me see where to do that. He probably watching me like, nigga, why you showing my shit? What's dude's name? There's a couple of girls I blocked. All right, was that in here you go, right here. Let me see here. All right, let's see here. All right, look, I'm a screenshot it just so. Oh, look, I'm a screenshot it just so you don't think I'm lying, bruh. Let me see here. Just so you don't see I'm lying to you, because CGA don't lie, bruh. Let me see here. He said code name White Lotus. All right, here we go right here. This is the actual message. Let me see if I can do it right here. Sorry, we never caught up again. I think I'm in love, LOL. I think I'm in love. And then I was like, I said, okay, be careful, man. 3 strikes. 3 strikes. I was like, bro, you already been married twice, man. Be careful, bro. I tried to warn him. I'm like, nigga, this Thailand, bro. You supposed to just penetrate these goofy broads, nigga. 3 strikes. All right. He said he's maybe joking. Okay. All right. Anyway, what do you think about this situation here? Let's put a poll up, and I'll do the super chats here. Who do you believe in this story? All right, let me see here. Or I don't even know if that's an honest question. Let's say this. Do you think the woman was pregnant in this story? Do you think the woman was pregnant? Pregnant, not pregnant. This will be a good one right here, because everybody probably would just side with ABBA because men's space, and she obviously was lying. But do you think the woman was pregnant in this situation? And we'll do the super chats, man. What a mess. What a mess. But love does silly things to us. Love makes us a fool. You have to be an idiot to fall in love, gentlemen. I've been saying this. I'm undefeated out here. Oh, somebody said not by him. Oh, damn. I should have put that in there. She might have been pregnant, but not by him. Highly likely. Callie West says, what's up for the weekend? He says, I had CGA playing in the background at work on Wednesday. I go to my history. I see no show, although I seen it. This ninja is a magician. 1 minute he was there. The next minute he was gone. Salute to the free agent lifestyle. Shout out to you. Random Black Guy says, there's only one creator I'm listening to that'll give a fair, honest, and nuanced take on the ABBA situation, and that's you.
And that's
free agent lifestyle for life. Like, I don't have an agenda. Like, you know, there's a lot of guys in the man space. They think ABBA and Preach, you know, they attack the manosphere and they're scared to kind of go against them, and so they don't get attacked. But I don't have an agenda against ABBA and Preach or Fresh and Fit. I don't have an agenda. I'm not trying to make them look bad. I'll just tell you the solution that all of us can get that workout here, and all men pay. All right. So I don't have an agenda even to believe the woman in this case. I think she's lying. I think she's a sugar baby. I can't prove it, but give me some time. You know what? You know what? I got about 10 extra minutes here. Give me a second. Give me 1 fucking second. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm going to do a quick scan because I know how to pull these girls' cards. Okay, yep, that was me. I know how to pull their cards. I know how to pull the whole 5. I know how to pull a girl's file here. Give me a second here. Screenshot, upload, They're validating the image. Okay, they want me to try another photo. I'm gonna have to get I'm gonna have to get another image of her, a clearer image, because this one. Let me turn down the volume on this one because they don't like this particular image. All right. Oh, you know what? She had an Instagram. So let's see if we can go here. She had an Instagram. Let's see if she has her Instagram up. Damn, what was her Instagram, bruh? Let me see if I can get this photo right here. The photo's too small that I have. Let's see here. Come on. Let's get to it. I might have to go back and get her IG. Okay. Oh, we got the scan. Okay, we got the. Okay, it's scanning. It's scanning. All right. Let's see here. They're doing the. Okay, they're mapping the G. Okay, this image contains details that could be shocking. Images may reveal fake profiles, secret dating accounts. Look, this image may contain details that can be shocking. Images may reveal fake profiles, secret dating accounts, adult content, and stolen photos. All right, let's continue. They're analyzing it. I can't show it just in case some porn comes up, some Asian porn. But this is what Abba don't want to do here. But Abba, I'm the Bruce Wayne of this ish. I'm the Junior College sociologist. I'm the speaker of truth. I will tell you, man, you need to join me over on here. Join me on CoachGregAdams.locals.com. The dark side, Liddy. All right, they searching images right now. We don't know if that was true, but we're doing the search. They going through images and images. Ladies, this is how I get y'all. I can pull all of your files up real quick. All right, let me see here. Yes, indeed. Yep.
I'll show you the dark side.
And don't let me get her first and last name, bruh. Don't let me get her first and last name because I'll pull her whole fucking file. Larry C says, Coach, pertaining to the police scene with Larry, I have a buddy that's a police officer. He told me about the time he arrested the world tongue twister champion. I guess the judge gave him a tough sentence. A tough sentence. He said, shout out to you and the Coach gang in the Shield. Appreciate that, man. Damn, we got a long one right here. Pause. Okay. All right, so it says good news, results are ready. They want an email. All right, so let me see if I got to sign up. All right, let me see here. Ooh. Damn. They got, okay, this is a questionable account here. Damn, you know what? I should have used the one on my phone because I got it already locked in. I'm already logged in over there. All right. But they want me to pay over here, but I've already paid before. Ah, shit. All right, but just so you can see here, just so you can see, it says the report is ready. They got the first and last name, allegedly. Right there. Report is ready. Oh, no. We about to get her, bro. Oh, no, man. I need some time, bro.
Gotcha, bitch.
I need some time. We got the first and last name. We got photos and profile. Oh, nigga. Look, let me type this shit in. I gotta get this, bro. We gotta do it live, bro. I got my massage therapist and my landscaper gonna be here, bro. Hold on for a second. Let me do it over on PayPal. Let me see if I can do it over on PayPal. Let me put my glasses up. Here we go right here. We got it here. Come on. Okay, check my payment method. Payment good. All right. Confirm my email. This will be breaking hot news, bruh. Confirm email. Retrieving images. All right. They better give me some good shit, bruh. Hey. Somebody said, what's the site? I only tell you on CoachGregAdams.locals.com. CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You don't get this information for free. That's why he called me the Bruce Wayne of this ish. Y'all often wonder what the Bruce Wayne of this ish. I am the Bruce Wayne of this ish, bro. I don't let these hoes get off. You can believe me. You can trust me. No, I'm the Bruce Wayne of this ish.
New world order.
Y'all thought this was a joke. This ain't no fucking joke. This ain't no joke. Join me on Locals if you have the stomach. We got 74% of people say they don't believe she was pregnant at all. You know she's sweating bullets right now. She's sweating bullets if she watching like, oh no, big Snoop Dogg back up in the Heezy baby. All right, let me see here. I'm at 55%. So let me go ahead and go to here. Shout out to Carter says, I went through the exact same thing that Abba is going through. When I was in high school, my girlfriend faked the pregnancy for 4 months. The whole school knew we were expecting, but I had suspicions. She kept going to the doctor's visits without telling me. She said she got a sonogram, so I asked to see it. She then claimed the doctor emailed them to her, so I had her log into her email to show me, saved her password while she wasn't looking, got home, pulled that ish up. They then Googled sonograms, saw the exact same sonograms on Google. That's when I knew she was lying. He then says she got pissed, came to my house that night, and still told my mama she was pregnant. Mom flipped out and didn't speak to me for days. She walked around school with tears on, so everybody made me the villain, even though that they just met her that year but knew me for 4+ years. During that time, I was going on college visits to schools that were recruiting me for football. She ruined that time. Finally, my mom came to her senses, and he and has her come over and take a pregnancy test. Pregnancy test negative. Like coach says, I went through all that BS alone. Free agent lifestyle for life. You're going to be doing it alone. Shout out to you. Golly.
I'm rich, bitch.
All right, let me check. Oh. Okay, we got Instagram. All right, we did find her Instagram here, just so you can see here. We do have a report. All right, just so you know, let's go ahead and pull it up. All right, I don't see any prawn sites. I do see it. I do have her Instagram. No, that's her face. That's her. Okay, so this is what they pulled up. So we got her Instagram. All right, we got people that look similar to her. All right, so she's a model of some sort. So we got 80+ images on, or 85%. Oh, she deleted her Instagram. Yeah. Oh no. She deleted her Instagram. Oh my God. Yo, we after her, bro. We on her neck. She deleted that shit. She probably watching right now, bro. She was like, let me delete my shit now. Oh my God. This woman, a true predator. Oh man. So let me check these other ones here. Oh man. Okay, they got another girl here that looks similar to her. This is not her, but maybe it is. All right, let me see here. Golly. All right, this woman hella thick. I can't even put this on YouTube. All right, but that nah, that don't look like the same girl. All right, let me see here. All right, we got some bridal videos here, some bridal stuff. Oh my goodness, what in the world? All right, let me see here. We got some bridal shit. But I don't even know if that's her. No, it's not her. Somebody said her Insta is still live. Okay, so there was, okay. Well, if her Insta is still live, that other Insta that I pulled up has her name. All right. What's her name? Okay, we got another one. She has another Instagram name. All right, she had another Insta account. She's from California. I pressed the wrong shit in. Let me see here. What? Okay, so we got our other. Okay, so we do have our other Instagram up, bro. Man, come on, bro. Abba. Hey, Abba, man, you got, bro. You got. Apex Predator, bro. That's a pro Pina. That's a pro Pina. This woman a pro, bro. Remember, he didn't show this part. See, he tried to say, oh, I looked at it and she was great. She was family. He only showed this part. Scroll down. Dude, that's a pro. Come on, man. What? You didn't scroll down to this? Oh, see, Alba, you left this part out, homie. You left out that part right there, bruh. Now that we see the whole goddamn profile, look at all the 304s. All the C Mexican. Come on, man. And is that a Lamborghini behind her? Oh, it's a Honda. What? He didn't show that part. He didn't show that part. Man, what? BBL on a peanut? Come on, man. The streets is calling her, bruh.
In these streets.
The street. This is what I call, and when I say pro, I'm not talking about a prostitute. You talking about look, it says, are you interested? Wait a minute, hold on for a second. Okay, that's not her. That's a comment. I thought that was her caption. When I say pro, I'm just talking about she's pro Apex Predator. All right. I'm not calling her a prostitute, just so you guys know. That means she has experience.
In these streets.
She has experience, more experience than you would actually know. And she presented herself all ecclesiastically, but yeah, he got. I mean, I would smash too. Would she would have got me like that? Not today. But this is what he presented right here. Like this. Oh, Cece's nice, sweet, innocent. She wears a mask. This is her in the Philippines. She's short and thick. She has a short little thick thing too. She like 5 feet tall. She barely 5 feet tall. I can guarantee you that. She put them thick thighs around that nigga. Wrap them thick thighs around that nigga. All right. Let me see here. She put that thing on him. Nutted. And the thing about Filipinas, man, even if they're in the United States, they hella cheap. Like, so she probably didn't get him for a lot of ducats, but she was about to get him on that child support. Reform man says, I will never understand. He says, I used to never understand news stories where men send women to the Undertaker until I went through what ABBA went through. And you like, man, is this the only solution? The only solution. Hustle Every Day says abort mission 304, delete IG, OFX, and Cron Hub. Shout out to you. And yeah, she gonna have to clean all that up because we looking for her, bro. We looking for her. But she's in California. Man, damn, bro. And you in Montreal, gentlemen. One thing I've been telling you, having a long distance relationship makes you the dumbest nigga in the room, bro. Only dumb people have long distance relationships. Amron says, Coach, the Filipina mummy rap flu picture got me. Dude, gotcha, bitch. I've seen it all from women. There ain't almost anything I haven't seen at this particular point. Now, I don't even want to test that theory out. But I've seen women do almost the wildest shit. And if you're a woman that be like, why do you not trust women? Why do you not do? I see women doing the whole craziest shit I ever seen in my life, bro. All for a little bit of money, man. All on the survival level. Like, bitch, like, look, you could have just asked me for some money and I could have said no. All right, shout out to our brother. Leslie says, Abba got hit with the old, what kind of fuck you give me? Yes, indeed.
What kind of fuck you give me?
He says, keep up the good work. Got hit with it.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Got hit with the old okie doke. Dude, you know how many Asian women I've been with that literally be up there just singing my praises? And you ask them enough, and they'll tell you they seeing multiple men. They got boyfriends online. They got boyfriends overseas. And you just like, wow. And that's just not Filipinas, dude. That's all women. All women playing that game. And so women will be like, why don't you trust women? I'm like, there's no way. Mr. Travolta says, shout out to you, coach. You are simply the king of kings. Anyone can get that work. Abba's Ling threatened to be exposed his text messages to his mortal enemy Myron to bait a crash out response. He says they are always building a case against you. They are an apex predator. And then she tried to dismiss it. Oh, I said I was going to do this and send it to Myron. And then guess what? You're supposed to just let that slide? You're supposed to just let that slide? Shout out to our brother Steve. Morgan says, just in case you cut the video short, she was playing the jealous girlfriend role about the girls he followed on IG while playing thirst traps on real Insta accounts she was hiding, for real. I don't know if that's the case, but maybe you've gone further into the videos. So that Filipinas do that. That's a common Filipina tactic. And that's a common female tactic. They'll see who you're following and they'll get jealous and they'll be cheating on you. This is I had a Filipina chick that would do that. And she also would neg me. And I think Abba admitted that. All right. Abba admitted that she would neg him. And what'll happen is, and you guys know what negging is from the men's perspective, you're basically saying something negative about the person to get them to feel insecure. And Abba admitted in the video that she negged him. All right. And what I had a Filipina do, she would constantly say, well, you ain't shit. Your Rolex ain't that expensive. I dated many dudes with Rolexes. I've dated guys with Ferraris. I've dated guys that had bigger houses. I dated guys with swimming pools in their backyard. So that's an example of them negging you. And Filipinas are known to use that tactic when they are in love with you because it's a jealous tactic. They're trying to get you to, feel like, oh, well, I'm better than your previous guys. Now, all women use that tactic, but it is, if you look it up, Filipinas are trained to use that tactic. Right? They're trained to use that tactic. And then, dude, the next day, she letting you fuck raw 6 times a day. Telling you got the best dick. Like, they are constantly doing it. And that's a manipulation tactic to get you to latch in. And what'll happen is if you fall for it and start defending yourself, she won't relent. She'll be like, oh, you triggered. Oh, your watch ain't all that. Oh, you just mad. Oh, you mad. Oh, bruh. They are lethal. They are lethal with that one, bruh. They will get you defending that shit. So they are lethal with the negging. They're trained for that shit. So watch out for that. Yeah, that psychological warfare. They're trained for that. And I think he got caught up in that. So you got to know that going in. By the way, we teach you all of this game. All of this game. And they also will make you, I'm not talking to any other guys. I'm not fucking any other guys. And they will be right in your face. You'd be like, damn. Yeah, they'll diss the school you went to. They'll say you're not smart. And then the same time, they're telling you they love you and they can't lose you and they want to be with you forever. Lethal. Shout out to 74% said she's not pregnant. He said, learn Tagalog. Oh, shout out to Jay Flo said he was married to a Pina. Yeah, you better learn Tagalog. Because if you can't speak their language, you don't realize. And he says, look up the word libertine. This is Trinisha. Shout out to Trinisha. Somebody said Vietnamese do this as well. Yes, dude, they all do that. I would say all women do it, but what happens is it hurts men who find out that these women that say they love them, which Asian women love bomb you. Vietnamese, Asian women love bomb you. Japanese, they love bomb you, and then they neg you and they tear your ass up, bro. All with witchcraft. A libertine is a person who rejects accepted moral principles, social conventions, and sexual restraints, often living a life focused on hedonism and physical pleasure. All right, a libertine. I'm going to have to dive deep into that one. Pause. And we got a couple more over here. Blue Baggins. Shout out to you for the support. Abba said she had 2 IGs and refused to let him see the second one. Like I said, we discovered that, didn't we? He says, Abba said she had 2 IGs, refused to let him see the second one. One day he came across it and he said she was posting thirst traps and talking to all the niggas in the comment section. Just like I said. So we stumbled upon, with the reverse image search, the second IG. Oh, so you talked about the word person libertine. So by the way, Tranisha said, look up the word libertine. And in fact, that's the other IG's name, is libertine. Yo, I don't know if you knew that, Tranisha. Or maybe you did. That's why you sent it. Tranisha, did you know that? Because the second profile that the reverse image search produced, the name on the IG is libertine. And she just said libertine means a person who rejects accepted moral principles, social conventions, and sexual restraints, often living a life focused on hedonism and physical pleasure. Shit. Tranisha, was that what you sent? Because then Blue Baggins follows it up and says she had 2 IGs. The reverse image search produced a content that said libertine. That's the name of the IG, libertine. So she was living a double life. In fact, this is not the woman here, but this is also the image that came up on the reverse image search right here. All right, but I don't think this is her because she's a little bit more developed. Dude. Damn. So let's just say this. For all intents and purposes, Abba got played. I mean, and ain't nothing wrong with that. Hey, Abba, everybody plays a fool, bruh.
Gotcha, bitch.
Everybody plays a fool. The reverse image search pulled up the libertine account. And that was essentially the thirst trap account. That was the one that was deleted. And it doesn't spell it out, libertine, the exact word, but there's letters replaced, but it says libertine. So she was out there living a double life. Double life. And somebody said touch grass, because that's what they'll tell you. Go touch grass. God dang. Shout out to our sister Tranisha who put us up on that. She was like, Let me see here. Let me see here. Libertine Instagram. See if we can pull some images. Nah. So she was living a double life. She was living a double life. Gotcha.
Gotcha, bitch.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Guys, these are the questions you don't want to ask. Remember, I told you, most men don't want to ask the tough questions. Because if you ask the tough questions, you're going to your mind's going to be blown. Damn. Shout out to y'all, man. Look, I got to go. I got an appointment here. God dang, man. It's an evil world out here, brother. Shout out to the Coach Gang. Thank you for the support this week. Wear your condoms out here. They can stop cream pie and Filipinas. All right. Take care of yourself. Take care of your health and your wealth. And we're going to be back on Locals, Money Mindset on Sunday. I'm taking off Saturday. Shout out to the Coach Gang. Hit the like button, support, even when you watch the replays. Peace. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Yeah. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey. they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping at the pay. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping at the bay. Vibe blowing at my J, got the loud jumping at the pay. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping at the bay. Another milestone, look at that. Paper boy, got my paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl's still a fan. And yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm, but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The Rio just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm trouble, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck. And they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit not no trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I could never take another nigga advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. I just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Out the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Cop a big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the band jumping out the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice, gonna run up a check. Demand my respect, I'm doing the most. I never quit, they want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping at the pay. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is